Hello everybody, how you all doing? I hope you all doing well. My name is Paradise and welcome to the Paradise League Tournament cycle number 1, where we're here facing off with HoN for president, whatever his name is, against Team Tim, and I'm joined here by Easy Full Clan, aka John. John, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great. This is going to be fun. It's been a while since we've had a Paradise League, and I'm really excited to see the games between all of these teams. This is the first cycle, right?
This is the first cycle, and these players are playing for $10,000 as a prize pool in the grand finale, where the players who gain the most amount of points, the first two who gain the most amount of points, will be able to play in the grand finale for the prize. And it's going to be a split of 80 for the first and a 20% for the second. And it's going to be real exciting, and I cannot wait for it. And John, you can take it over from here.
Yeah, this is going to be an excellent series here. We've got two really strong teams going against each other. Some of the top players on the ladder, the European ladder going against each other, and we have a Magnus Engineer Meraxis ban coming out from Team Tim, and a Keeper Corrupted Clanks ban coming out from Halunke for president. So a lot of these bans make sense. I'm a little bit surprised about the Corrupted Disciple ban myself. Other than that, that one's kind of the only one that stands out to me. I'm not really sure. They must have a really strong CD player on the other team, but enough about that. We've got an Andro pick going into the first game, into the first match. So leading it out with the Andromeda, top tier support in my opinion. Get some of those core heroes out of the way of danger so easily with the Nether Swap. Excuse me, not the Nether Swap, the Void Rip. So it's going to come in clutch. I already know it. And we see a chipper pick from the other team. So picking another top tier support with a lot of long range assist potential, stacking potential, you name it. And support number 2 coming out from Monarch. So probably going to see some kind of tri lane, I imagine, probably in the safe lane for Team Halunke. So really, really interested to see exactly how the Team Tim responds. We'll just have to wait and see. But I really like Monarch as a hero in general. I mentioned the fact that Andromeda can get a core hero out of the way of danger pretty easily with the Void Rip, but Monarch can do that for the entire team, especially against some sort of stun combo hero like Behemoth. A well-timed Cleansing Wind following a Behemoth ulti can actually just completely turn the tide. We'll see if both of these spells can actually line up and kind of counter each other in this game. We see that interaction. But we have the Electrician as the final pick going into the second ban phase for Team Tim. So pretty sure that's going to be put into the hands of Zane. I think he's a pretty well-known Electrician player, and Imbaboy and Zane on the same team here. So Team Tim, who, if I'm not mistaken, won the previous Paradise League tournament, coming out strong with some extremely favorite heroes in their hands. So I feel like they might be a favorite going not just into this match, but into the entire series or the entire tournament. But enough about that. We've got a Gemini ban. So sad to see. Anybody that knows me, that's my favorite hero. But it's not going to be played this game. We've got Kraken, Geomancer, and Lodestone. Geomancer, really frustrating hero to play against. I hate Geostock. It's just such a slippery hero. It makes a lot of sense. Kraken and Lodestone, two of these really, really annoying solo lane heroes. Beefy with the gap closers for escaping or being aggressive. So getting them out of the way. The Sandwraith ban. Hate seeing Sandwraith in the game if I'm playing the game. This hero is just able to cause so much havoc. You get a little bit of help with the Arcane Bomb item counter if your supports can get it, but still, it's just such a strong hero, and it can really just cause a lot of havoc. And then finally, a Pebbles ban. So Pebbles, that's an interesting ban. I feel like they're going to be going with the Pebbles ban. They're probably going to go a squishy carry route. Something like
Shadowblade.
Ooh, I don't know. I mean, there's a dozen that they could pick from, but we'll see. Something maybe like an FA or a Calamity or a Bensington or something. That's what I'm thinking is coming out from Team Tim and their carry pick. But we have a Shadowblade pick and a Cthulhu Font pick on the side of Halunke, which, you know, Imbaboy tried to ban out the Kraken and the Lodestone, but Cthulhu Font, it's not the same hero, obviously, but it's the same style, right? The Trample is the exact same thing as the Tsunami Charge and Rocket Drill from Kraken and Lodestone, respectively. It's a hell of a lot of HP on a hero. It's just an annoying hero, and you know it's going to be stuck into the suicide lane, probably, you know, that solo top lane, while they just try to give the Shadowblade all of the room in the world to be able to just clean up stacks, play safe on its side of the map. So we'll see if Team Tim can counter that. I'm sure they have some bags of tricks to, you know, counter this play coming out from Halunke.
Wretched Hag.
Ooh, a Wretched Hag. Always a fun hero to pick or to see in the game, and I actually really like it. I really, really like this Wretched Hag pick. You know, there's not really that many strong disables to kind of punish a Wretched Hag early in the game. You know, the Trample and the Crippling Pollen from Monarch they're certainly there if they land, but they're both of those abilities are kind of telegraphed somewhat. I mean, Cthulhu Font's Trample kind of goes out fast, and Crippling Pollen, it's got a long travel time, but Wretched Hag, it feels like a really strong hero here, especially to create space for the Chronos. So I knew they were going a squishy carry route, and so they do opt for the Chronos, which is certainly going to line up extremely well with the Wretched Hag. Bat Blast after a Chronos ulti is certainly devastating. If they go with this Bubbles pick, I like the Bubbles pick, and that's probably going to be our mid lane matchup. Bubbles versus Wretched Hag is a classic matchup in the mid lane. So I'm really excited to see this match. Both of these teams are extremely well balanced. We are going to have, you know, hard carry Shadowblade versus Chronos, but, you know, there is a lot of aggression coming out from Team Tim with those four heroes, especially Electrician, Behemoth, and Andromeda. You know, a triplet of extremely strong disables with the high mobility magic damage burst from Hag on top of all of those. You know, I would say that Halunke certainly has their work cut out for them, but let me just take a step back and stew on this for a moment while we hear a word from Paradise talking about our sponsors for this tournament.
Okay, everybody, as you heard, the tournament is brought to you by Community Gaming and Polydoge. Sorry. Now, Community Gaming is a website that runs weekly professional monetized tournaments of the biggest titles such as Valorant, League of Legends, Hearthstone, and many, many more games. Now, they're one of the sponsors of this tournament, and if you want to help raise the prize pool of this tournament, you can use this website by using the link in the description if you're watching on YouTube, or in the panels at the bottom if you're watching on Twitch, and simply creating an account to help raise the prize pool. And if you want to play in their tournaments, which is most of them are for free entry and monetize tournaments, you can do so, and it's super simple to do so. Just visit the panels or the links in the description if you're on YouTube. And the second one being Polydoge. Now, Polydoge is a cryptocurrency company that has more than just cryptocurrency. It has NFTs and it has games as well, and it has many more things, and they have a Discord server that you can join as well, and it's a great community overall. And crypto, currently crypto is very low, so it's a great time to get into crypto. And by doing these two things, you can help raise the prize pool of the finale tournament and help the tournament even be bigger than it currently is. Thank you for listening, and let's go with the game, John.
Thank you for that word, Paradise. So jumping right into it, we've just got the first creep wave showing up here in the mid lane, and we've already got a flank coming out of this Wretched Hag, so he's got to be careful. He might get trampled by this Cthulhu Font. It does connect. And he was not able to get out in time. He actually skilled the Sonar Scream, so, you know, preemptively chose his skill going into the mid lane and wasn't able to Flash of Darkness away, and a quick Bloodlust coming out in the favor of Team Halunke. So this is going to be really strong for them. to try and pick up a commanding lead in this game. And it's kind of funny because I thought the aggression was going to be coming out from the side of Team Tim. And by the way, guys, okay, in the bottom lane, Electrician's taking a lot of pressure. He's got the electric shield up. He is going to be able to escape under the cover of the tower, and health pots back up. But what I was going to say is I am actually going to be solo casting this tournament for you. So get prepared to get tired of my voice. Just kidding. I hope that I don't drone on and on as I tend to be able to do, but I hope that most of the information that I bring to you is relevant. But bear with me, guys. It is going to be a lot of me talking as I try and observe the events in this game. But we've got a little Comet Stun on the Cthulhu Font, a well-timed focus buffer coming out from Chipper is going to be able to avoid the damage from it. But Behemoth is here trying to flank, just trying to look for the slightest misstep from Cthulhu Font. Probably Chipper is the ideal target here because Cthulhu Font would be able to trample over the wall to escape, but a little skirmish potentially coming out from the bottom rune. Nope, or top rune rather. Chipper is going to grab it. He is under the cover of ward vision, so they are aware that he does have invisibility, and that ward is going to be countered at the top rune for the Legion side. So, but they know that Chipper is invisible, and Chipper's actually got a little bit of a rev on his own, so waiting around here invisible, and is going to wait for Behemoth and Andromeda to show back up in lane, and is going to go ahead and counter the ward. So a really well played, just a nice little bit of patience, counter for counter over here. Chipper is going to be able to, actually net a little bit of gold advantage there in the end. But Cthulhu Font is getting flanked here, but he is really slippery. I don't think that Behemoth is going to be able to do anything. It might be Behemoth that is in trouble here. He is going to get the wall off on Chipper. It's a partial wall, forcing him in one direction, but a lot of auto attacks coming out, and Chipper is going to fall in the top lane, so Team Tim is finding that counter kill to the Bloodlust early on in the game, getting their Kronos what he needs to get, a free lane in the top lane. He's going to be able to secure a lot of farm, is already nearing 400 gold per minute, but Bubbles with that Bloodlust is the top farmer in the game with 430 gold per minute. So if they aren't able to shut him down, he could wreak havoc for the Kronos coming into the mid game. But Behemoth is kind of just sitting here out of the cover of vision and waits for the commit from Bubbles, who went in with the Shell Surf, and he's playing really aggressively on Hag, and the Behemoth is going to wall him off, and Wretched Hag is actually going to fall first. Can they get the return kill? Yes. A really, really well played from Bubbles, who had the Soul Trap after the Bloodlust kill, is actually going to give him the edge on getting the kill on Wretched Hag. So really, really able to make the best of a dire situation there. And Cthulhu on the top lane is probably going to end up falling to Andromeda, trying to play really clever here in the trees, but is eventually going to fall. So Kronos really low on HP, but probably going to get a health pot from one of his supports, or just chewing on tangos, trying to get his HP up to speed. But Andromeda taking a lot of heat from Chipper, who is hasted. An Electrician in the bottom lane does take a lot of heat. The Behemoth is going to stop the aggression with a wall. Electrician doing not... I mean, he hasn't died yet in the bottom lane. He's doing pretty... It's a struggle for him. Only 136 gold per minute. Not exactly where you want to be with Electrician, but it is a hero that can recover. And it's a really nice hero pick, just in general, against Monarch. Just having the ultimate to counter the always frustrating Cocoon ability from Monarch is extremely strong. And it makes me kind of wonder what kind of item build Kronos is going to be going for. I mean, we haven't really talked about item paths this game, as it's still pretty early on, 5 minutes, but with the GPM count that some of these heroes have, they're going to be able to pick a pretty standard route for their itemization. Kronos, with nearly 400 GPM, is going to be able, if he's able to hold this, he's going to be able to go into Cleaver or Thunderclaw, whatever his choice is, or, who knows? He might read the game a little bit differently, thinks that it's not one of those games where he can sit back and farm a little bit, and just decides to go some sort of aggressive Nullfire route to try and just play aggressive on against Team Halunke the entire time, but you know, Shadowblade with the Steam Boots and Iron Shield early on in the game. But here we go in the top lane. The Chronos ulti comes out on the Cthulhu-Fon. Cthulhu-Fon is trapped. A nice follow-up stun from Andromeda is going to prevent any movement or escape from Cthulhu-Fon, who is going to fall. And, you know, Chronos gets his 3rd kill participation in the game. So, Team Tim doing an excellent job of shaking things up. And Chipper, it looks like Chipper is going to have no escape here in the top lane. He falls as well. And Wretched Hag was there, he's still there. I don't think Cthulhu-Fon is aware that Hag is here, so they have the ward on him. They see him committing. And it is 4 against 1 here in the tower, at the top tower. The Behemoth wall comes out, quickly canceled to give his teammates the path to get on the Cthulhu-Fon, who tramples away but falls to the Wretched Hag auto attack. And Wretched Hag, you know, despite being 1 and 2 versus Bubbles 2 and 1, is pretty much even here in the mid as the mid hero. So Bubbles with a slight XP advantage, but we'll see what Bubbles decides to make his next play, as he actually has a fortified Braceler. It looks like he might be trying to go for a Astrolabe, but Wretched Hag throwing out the Magic Blast and Haunt onto Shadowblade, who is running away. Bubble Shell Surf, Song of the Sea is going to connect on 2 with the Kelp Field. Electrician and Behemoth are temporarily trapped. Electrician is going to be the one to fall. Shadowblade ports to safety, and Behemoth making the escape with Hag. So a nice little counter gank coming out from Bubbles, saving his carry, who is just a little bit behind Chronos, who has his own pair of Steam Boots and 800 gold banked up. So let's see what item he is going to go. He is going to buy the Gloves of the Swift, so it looks like he's committing towards a Thunderclaw, which is a pretty standard item setup, especially with his GPM count. Behemoth trying to secure the top rune. It is an illusion rune, leaving it for Hag. And Chipper gets swapped in, and he is in no man's land right now. He's certainly going to be able to die. Looked for the counter kill on Behemoth before he fell, but isn't going to be able to find it. So Team Tim with a 7-3 lead here in the first match. Everything looks like it's just going their way, but, you know, Halunke certainly not out of it. You know, their core heroes are doing well. Shadowblade's got 360 gold per minute, as does Bubbles. But, you know, Behemoth, I think Behemoth is kind of the story of this game. You know, he's got a meager 200 gold per minute, but he's one of those heroes that hasn't committed to a lane at all and has just been in 5 kill participations, 5 out of 7. He's been everywhere. It seems like he's been winning all 3 lanes for his team. I mean, bottom isn't necessarily winning, but Electrician has only died once versus the dual lane of Cthulhu-Fon and Chipper, who, you know, collectively have a 6 death count. So I would say that Behemoth really is the X factor for Team Tim here. And things started off kind of, you know, not so great for them with an early Bloodlust kill for their mid hero. We see the Lightning Stone, the Volt Stone rather, coming out from Chronos, who is more than halfway towards his Thunderclaw now. So I'm really curious what item Shadowblade is going to be going in order to try and, you know, turn the tide and from the carry standpoint, because, you know, Chronos just has about 100 gold per minute on him, which, you know, if you're counting, doing a little bit of math, we have mass ports coming out from the bottom lane. There is a dive on Electrician, but Shadowblade gets swapped in deep. The Cleansing Wind does try to save Shadowblade, and he gets the Cocoon, but I mean, as soon as this wears off, he's going to fall. He's surrounded by 4 heroes. There is the Chronos ulti actually cancels the Monarch Pork, so, you know, Electrician very eager and satisfied with that trade, you know, taking the bottom lane carry alongside his own death. And Team Tim, you know, just further extending, or actually not really further extending, just trying to grow a lead as it's starting to become noticeable. Wretched Hag, you know, had to dip and dive against this Bubbles, who is now committed with a Shell Surf on cooldown for another second. He burns the take cover. Is he going to get stunned? Nope, he is able to Shell Surf away, but Chronos is on his tail. And Bubbles has another Shell Surf coming up. Probably going to be able to get away. There's nobody to stop him here. Chronos does not have the mana to leap after him, or at least doesn't want to commit. He probably could have, but it wouldn't have been a very wise play. You know, he's so close to his Thunderclaw, he doesn't want to lose that, which is completely understandable. Now Behemoth gets caught out. It's going to be his first death of the game. You know, just trying to find a little bit of farm in the middle lane to try and push closer towards this portal key, but gets punished for it. Can't blame him though. You know, he's been doing a lot of roaming this game. Sometimes you just want to settle in and farm a little bit of creeps, and you know, the enemy team just pounces on you as soon as you get a little complacent. But Cthulhuphant here in the top lane is going to get gripped. He does manage to get the trample away, and Kronos does not have the time leap up to finish him off. Is able to walk away with about 40 HP. Andromeda looking for the Aurora snipe. Is he going to be able to get it? No. He opts not even try. He doesn't want to reveal the fact that he's here. Okay, so, you know, talking about Shadowblade's item path earlier, he goes a very interesting path, you know, opting for the Sackstone. This is not what I expected. I'm actually, you know, it's going to, he looks like he is going for the lifesteal route with the Helm of the Victim. I do expect to see a Whispering Helm coming out from him, and, you know, the percent healing done buff from the Sacrificial Stone is going to buff that, but looks like he's just, you know, after that dive in the bottom lane where him and Monarch got killed, it looks like Shadowblade is just trying to commit towards an aggressive route. You know, he realizes that Kronos is just a little bit too far ahead on farm, and is probably going to be looking to stage something with his team earlier on rather than later, especially before Behemoth manages to get his hands on that highly sought after portal key. You know, Bubbles level 10. You know, a level 11 Bubbles timing could be time for a team fight, especially if Chipper can get his hands on level 6 prior to that. They might be able to make something happen, but you know, the way it's going for them right now, you know, Kronos does finish the Thunderclaw. It feels like they have to act. They've got to get something going for them. You know, Shadowblade just isn't going to be able to keep up. If Kronos can get some kind of sustain item, HP sustain, he's just going to never have to return back to base, and he jumps onto Cthulhu on the top lane. I missed the kill in the middle lane on the Wretched Hag, but a very, very important kill onto Hag coming out for Halunke, which is what they needed to get some momentum on their side. And they actually have the gold lead. You know, sometimes these leads slip away from me as Kronos goes on in deep on Cthulhuphant, lands a great Chrono Field, is going to catch Shipper and Monarch, and Shadowblade ports in, but they aren't going to be able to turn anything and get any sort of compensation for their Cthulhuphant dying. Meanwhile, you know, Electrician just patiently playing his game in the bottom lane, trying to steadily climb up the gold per minute chart. Managed to get a mana boots. You know, a nice little start for that hero. Essential item. You know, making him bulky. The bottom tower is, you know, in the process of going down here. It is in deny range, so Electrician looking to make a push for it. Might be looking to find a grip. It is going to get denied, but now Bubbles is kind of trapped here with no team support as Chipper and Cthulhuphant are slowly making their way down here. And Electrician and Behemoth kind of wisely playing sheepish as they understand that they are kind of down here deep with no cover of vision. But you know, Electrician playing really, really boldly here in the trees, just kind of hanging out and hiding, waiting to see if they show up somewhere on the other side of the map. But, you know, as I was saying a moment ago, you've got Kronos here, who finally has the hungry spirit, just hits 500 gold per minute, just chilling in the Hellborn jungle, just rotating between these stacks, happy to play his game, however long it takes for him to just increase that lead for his team. You know, I actually looked at it just a few minutes ago. You had Halunke with the slight gold advantage. A miss can drone on and on. Electrician does end up getting caught in the bottom lane by Bubbles and Chipper. So, you know, his bold play of just kind of hanging out in the bottom lane is going to get punished. But, you know, it doesn't really seem like it's a problem whenever you kind of look at what's happening in the meta play here. I think he's happy to just draw all that attention away from the top lane. Kronos just did a full circuit in the top jungle, and he's going to go do it again. He sees this illusion rune. Actually, he's going to leave it for Hag. It looks like they kind of know that it's not under threat of being taken. Bubbles is making his way up for it, but isn't actually going to go there. And Bubbles, you know, I haven't been paying attention to his items. He actually went a tablet route, which I like. I really love tablet on this hero. It's got a lot of fun mechanics that you can kind of play around with. Instead of going for the portal key, opts to go for the spell shard. So he's looking to play a longer game, actually. So, you know, just based off of that single item purchase and the way that HoN is playing, I think they are happy to try and drag this one out a little bit. Which, you know, I'm not necessarily saying one way or the other that's the right decision or the wrong decision, but that's just, it seems that's the way that they're going to be playing it right now, which, you know, I can't really fault them. I think they just kind of have to resign to the fact that Kronos is going to be farming this game, and he is actually looking to make a play here. He's got his Elder Parasite alongside the Thunderclaw, and they are swarming Monarch and Shadowblade in the bottom lane. You know, the Crippling Pawing comes out on Electrician, but the Jig is up. They know they're in trouble. The Cleansing Wind comes out. The double Chrono Field lands on Monarch and Shadowblade. They're both gone. Chipper and Bubbles are here, but it's too late. Bubbles is smoked, but they just know that they don't have the firepower to take out these 4 heroes, even with their cooldowns taken down. So they are just going to walk away from that, and Team Tim finds the 2-0 exchange. Kronos. Okay, now Kronos is playing a little bit greedy here. Kronos might end up getting, you know, what I was going to say is he might end up getting gone on, but, you know, the Shell Surf was just too easily telegraphed. It doesn't travel that fast, and Kronos was able to time leap away. You know, that's kind of the problem with not going Portal Key on Bubbles, is you're not able to connect the Song of the Sea to prevent the spell cast, but he'll be able to get it soon enough, I imagine. He's got Spell Shards 1. We'll see if he opts to go for Spell Shards 2, maybe 3 before the Portal Key, but my guess is at this point, now that he's got Spell Shard, he's got the tools to be able to full clear waves with both of his abilities. He becomes a mean flash farmer. He probably is going to go the way of Portal Key, especially because we see that he's got 1,000 gold right now and is deciding not to buy the next rank of Spell Shards. So he probably is pushing for the Portal Key. Wretched Hag does end up falling. A nice little chipper rocket song. What's the ability? The Bubbles ultimate catches him, while Cthulhu Font in the top lane ends up falling to Kronos. So Kronos is getting going on, and in the bottom lane, Electrician taking a lot of heat from Shadowblade and Monarch. Electrician is able to grip Shadowblade, but it looks like he is not going to be able to escape this one. So, and in the mid lane, Bubbles finds a second kill here onto Behemoth, who actually, his Portal Key purchase escaped my eyes, but I see it in his inventory now. So, you know, 3 kills coming out for the favor of Team HoN, and that's a pretty big deal. I mean, Team Tim has the gold lead, probably, you know, mostly from the fact that Kronos is just able to farm. It seems like he's able to farm anywhere on the map uninterrupted, but you know, that's the exact kind of exchange that they need in order to come back. Now Kronos sees this triple stack Ancients. It's looking like he wants to set up on it alongside Hag, so they're going to kind of team farm this and just steal it away from HoN, who doesn't have any vision on it. So it's there, and they don't realize that it's being taken right now. So this is going to be a nice little chunk of change and experience for Team Tim to just kind of further their lead. But we have a light brand purchase from Wretched Hag, who is probably, you know, all signs point to Grimoire on this hero. Andromeda ends up getting Kelt fielded here and gets finished off by Bubbles with some rockets, but Wretched Hag is going to go all in on Bubbles here, and Behemoth is here, lands the Shockwave into the Fissure and the Enrage Stun, and just finishes off 2 heroes in the mid lane. Their main playmaker, Bubbles, is down, so it looks like they are going to be making a stage or a push for this middle tower, and Kronos actually kind of leaps onto the creep camp here and spots Shadowblade, who is kind of in a really, really dangerous position here, getting surrounded by Electrician and Behemoth. Monarch is really far away from him. The tier 2 tower is here for team ports, but two of his major players, the Bubbles especially, is down for 44 seconds with no buyback. So, what a time to pause the game. I'm just going to say that Shadowblade is probably in a lot of trouble here. So we'll see if he gets out. I don't think he will. He doesn't really have the strongest item setup right now. Doesn't have the bonus speed from the Firebrand. Kronos has a time leap coming up in 8 seconds. Is not faster, but yeah, Shadowblade's in a lot of trouble here. That's all I'm going to say. But we can kind of go in on some of these item purchases coming out from both sides while the game is paused. The most notable here, I would say, is the Pickled Brain pickup on Andromeda, who's probably going to be turning that into a Jade Spire to give just additional distance on the Void Rip. We already talked about how strong that ability is, and that's just kind of like a mean little carry support combo. Kronos and Andromeda. Kronos can just, when you think about Chrono Field and how strong of an ability this is, there's just a massive 5-second lockdown for everybody that gets caught in on it. And if he goes, the route of, let's just say, Shrunken Head, he's going to be able to jump in on anybody at will, start the team fight how he wants to, and then just no danger, right? Able to always get out from Andromeda. And here's the predicted death coming out from Shadowblade, who is surprisingly tanky, but Kronos secures the kill with the Chrono Field, and now it's Cthulhuphon who poured it in to try and save his carry, who gets caught, and Monarch is here, gets spotted by the Vision. So it's a full team genocide on Team Halunke, and now, following that, 6k gold lead, 5k XP lead. I mean, what does Halunke do to get out of this? I'm not really sure. I would say right now, it is certainly Team Tim's game to lose. Kronos is nearing the 600 GPM mark. We've got Hag, who almost 500, probably comfortably coming towards a Grimoire. Chipper with the smoke right next to Andromeda actually isn't going to break it. A nice little ward position, so they are aware that it's there, and they might actually be taking advantage of the fact that Team Tim actually sees it. Behemoth does get spotted. Some rockets come into his face. There is a trample, Song of the Sea. Nope, trample didn't get used. It's still up. We have Bubbles, cancels the port with Kelpfield. Cthulhuphon is going to trample, so they are going to find 2 kills to try and soften that lead that Team Tim has. But, once again, with this item setup that Kronos has, just, able to make the best of a bad situation, just able to escape to his side of the map and continue with that item farming as he does just ding level 16, picks up the Blessed Orb, making his way towards the Geosbane. I mean, he is going to be able to pick off any hero on the other team. I don't think even Shadowblade is going to be able to escape his wrath. Maybe if he gets caught in strength form inside of a Chrono Field, but I think that Kronos probably, with the way things are going and the fact that Bubbles is really kind of the only hero that matters on the Legion side, I think that Kronos is probably just going to be aiming for Bubbles every time. I think if Kronos drops his ultimate on Bubbles in every engagement, there's really nothing that they can do. One of the things I mentioned earlier, and this is why this Kronos last pick is so beautiful, especially with the Monarch having been taken by Halunke early on, is talked about how Monarch is able to save an entire team out of a stun lock, from a devastating Behemoth combo, for example. But not the case with Chronos ulti. You can't cleansing win somebody out of a Chronos ulti. So And Bubbles is the only one with the tablet right now. You know, they need to get additional tablets on. Probably at least Chipper, who's got 1,200 gold, can start towards it if he wants, but we'll see what he opts to go for. But yeah, if that Chronos ulti comes down on Bubbles' face, it's game over. You know, finally Shadowblade has an item that is not a... that's not like a farming item. He's got a Nullfire Blade, so he is ready to fight, but you know, gosh, with this nasty Hellborn lineup, he can just get kited around so easily, it feels like. He's going to have a hell of a time trying to make any kind of play as he actually gets slammed down by a Shockwave Bat Blast right here. Just falls instantly, while Chronos is just on the other side of the map taking a tower. Wretched Hag finishes off the Monarch. I mean, I don't want to say it, you know, until it's over necessarily, guys, but it looks like this first round is going to be going to Team Tim, as they do have the 10k gold lead. And, I mean, you know, it just... we'll see if Halunke can do something going into the stage of the game where Team Tim has to go uphill. You know, there's always chances for a misstep going uphill. It's one of the hardest stages of the game for the winning team to surpass, but you know, as long as they can just continue controlling the map for this, it just gets steadily easier and easier. And you know, it's only 25 minutes into the game. I imagine, especially with this Kongor kill that's coming out on the Legion side of the map, this is going to be, you know, the beginning of the end for Halunke in this first round. And I think I'm not able to see the Kongor buff timing, but I think this is going to be token. In Chronos, you can see the Warhammer is going to be going for a Shrunken Head. Does pick up the token. It's got a full inventory of goodies on top of a token. And this is what I'm talking about. You know, Bubbles is showing. If Chronos just goes on Bubbles, it's game over. I just want him to go on Bubbles right now. Catches the illusions, some good illusion bait, but Bubbles actually is there in the back. But they do find the kill onto Shadowblade, and yeah, Bubbles, Cthulhu Font, it's all over. You know, Monarch is going to fall as well. We have a buyback from Bubbles, but what are you going to do, Bubbles? It's basically 5v1 at this point, and it is going to be a dieback, it seems. And so I imagine this is going to be a mid-tier 3 tower, if not a CC vote coming out from Halunke. But you know, you can't fault them. It's a best of 3, but if they don't concede, here comes the GG well played calls, and we have it there in the first match, or the first round of this first match, taken by Team 10 versus Halunke, and certainly going to have the momentum going into the second match, and really interested to see what kind of strategies that or how they refine their strategy on the side of Halunke going into round 2. So with a short break, we'll get that match started up for you guys. welcome back after the break, guys. Wait, oh. Hey, guys, welcome back after the break. Apologize for that. This is the second round of Team Halunke versus Team Tim going into this best of 3 match. I'm your caster, Easy Full Clan, actually going to be joined this match at least by my fellow caster, What You Got, and he's actually going to be taking the main casting position. I'm going to take a back seat and try and just do some info casting, give my voice a rest. How's it going, Wig?
I'm doing good. I had a match early this morning, and I will be playing in the next semifinal following this one. But we got a BO3 here between Team Tim on the Legion side and Halunke for president. Looks like we got a good one here so far with Team Tim up 1-0. So they're trying to close it out with a 2-game sweep. And Hellborn side here, Halunke for president, trying to tie it up and force a game 3. So looking forward to see what's coming our way.
Yeah, me too. I mean, it was a good showing from both sides. We had some really strong plays coming out from both sides, and ultimately Team Tim was actually able to just swing that one their way. And I mentioned in that match that I think that Behemoth kind of was the X factor that gave Team Tim the momentum all the way through. And that Behemoth was just wreaking havoc across the map in the early stages of the game. And Kronos just got that early lead, and he never lost it. And with a hero like that against the team that he was going against, Bubbles was kind of their only saving grace. Had a pretty good time in the mid lane, but unfortunately, Kronos is just too perfect of a hero to counter Bubbles and the supporting cast that Halunke for President had going on. So they got the victory, clinched it.
Nice. So thanks for that recap on game 1. I was kind of watching it on the stream delay there. But let's go over the bans really quickly. We're already starting with the picks. We have Monarch, Lodestone, and Moraxis banned out from our Legion side. And then we have Keeper, the Forest, Andromeda, and then there's that Behemoth that you were just talking about, who played very well, it seems like, in that first game. So they go ahead and get rid of that Behemoth here for game number 2.
And I like this from Halunke, just at least forcing Team Tim into a different strategy. Bans out 2 of the heroes that were on the lineup from the previous match, Andromeda and Behemoth. So really forcing them into a different strategy, saying you're not going to pull out the exact same stops on us for the second match. But, they started off with an engineer pick, who is an extremely strong hero, I'm sure, as you know, as I believe you're an engineer fan.
Yeah, engineer is really great on the scene right now. He, aside from dealing lots of damage and having those mind trap potentials, he brings a lot to the table with the energy field, and he enables a lot of combos in the game. Stuff like Flux Pebbles comes to mind. We already see the Pebbles being picked up there on the second pick, which is a great pairing with the engineer, being able to toss people in and out of the energy field. So engineer, he's a great support. He enables lots of things for your team, as they also go ahead and pick up a Tempest. So we're starting to see that team fight synergy being built from the Legion team.
Yeah, I mean, and one of the things about Engineer as well that I really like, you mentioned it with the push and pull potential from heroes like Flux and Pebbles, but I really like the fact that Energy Field just kind of partitions a team fight really effectively, right? It has a gigantic radius, and obviously, you get perplexed whenever you enter or leave it, so it's really just this excellent tool, especially if you pick a fight on a choke point, that just enables your team to really take a lost position if you're in one and turn it into a win. So, because we all know, HoN is kind of a numbers game, right? That's why things like picks and everything are so important going into these different stages of the game. If you can get that numbers advantage, then you win the fights in most cases.
Mm-hmm. And there's the Flux ban coming out from Hellborn side, so they kind of picked up on that whole combo coming together for the Legion side. Now they did go ahead and pick up the Glacius and the Kinesis, so they've show-picked their 2 supports, at least what I believe to be their 2 supports. So they still have a wide variety of options to still go for. Not really giving away too much yet from their strat, but they go ahead and ban away the Deadwood as well. A hero that Volka's played a lot in scrims, and they've picked up on that. It's probably his most played secondary support hero, as well as just a hero that he performs very well on. In this game, he would most likely have to be playing that in the offlane role, as they have a Tempest picked up so far. But the third ban will be the Electrician, so a hero that they also like to run on the side of Team Tim. And
yeah, I mean, you mentioned... No, it's okay. You mentioned that, because they have a Tempest, that they're probably going to be running an offlaner, but we've actually seen some kind of lane Tempest plays before, haven't we? it's not necessarily forced into the jungle. Like, haven't we seen Doghouse, for example, run Tempest like in the
Oh yeah,
off
for
lane,
sure.
like with
And
another hero?
earlier this year, I don't know if people are aware of this, but we ran an in-house league for like a couple of months. I think it was in December and January. And we saw people run laning Tempest a lot, either in the solo short lane or even as like a secondary support, like you were talking about, where you go long lane with some hero and just kind of box out the support with the elementals. You can farm the side camps in the jungle. And it can be pretty disruptive because Tempest is very strong in the early game.
Yeah, I figured I'd just let our viewership be kind of aware of that, because when you see Tempest, you almost always think, oh yeah, jungle, right? Jungle. You have a jungle, a safe lane, and off laner, right? But not necessarily. Can be kind of a wild card with the way that we've seen him actually, shaping up the meta. But I really like these hero picks coming out from the Hellborn side. I mean, what do you think of this Prisoner and Hellbringer pick? The Hellbringer pick especially, probably a specific hero counter to Tempest. With the superior interrupt against Void Elemental Void. I wanted to call it Void Elemental so badly.
Yeah, I think Hellborn's doing a lot of, I don't want to say reactionary picks, but they're picking up heroes that are very good at countering what the Legion team has already picked up. So you mentioned the Hellbringer against the Tempest. The Prisoner is also a good way, even when the Tempest gets the Shrunken Head, to hook him out and cancel that hole. But also going up against a Pebbles lane who has no armor in the early game. Prisoner is very strong in the early laning stages against the Pebbles. So with that pick, that screams to me that they want to line that up. They want to get their Prisoner against the Pebbles and try to shut down the Pebbles' early portal key. And when you have a hero like Glacius to set up that Prisoner hook, it's a very deadly combo in the mid lane. So we could very well be seeing a Glacius Prisoner duel mid, but we could also just very well be seeing Prisoner be played more like a position 3 this game, where he goes long lane and they could send the Hellbringer on the position 2 role, which I believe BTC to the Moon, I think he plays the Hellbringer if I remember correctly, but we'll wait and see when they swap up.
Sure, yeah.
Last couple of picks are going to be Pharaoh and Hag. So they're going to run a Hag position 1 on Imbaboy, and then they're going to have Zane play his signature Pharaoh. So this is definitely comfort for Team Tim, and they're going to be running that Tempest most likely in the jungle, as they have now picked up a couple more core heroes. So it looks to me like they're going to run dual mid NG Pebbles, or even potentially short lane to get him that fast blink. And then Hag will go to the alternative lane and Pharaoh in one of the side lanes. So
yeah, I mean, this is why you just love to see 5v5 HoN, and it's just so much more interesting and dynamic than what you see in any kind of TMM league, or a lot of cases in in-house leagues, A lot of times people really just think like, we need that hard agility carry, right? But no, right? We've got Imbaboy on the farming Wretched Hag this game, and it's a powerhouse farmer.
for sure. This hero can hit
picks up
600 GPM very easily. And
exactly.
with the Bat Blast being superior magic, the hero just scales throughout the game very well with items like Staff Grim or Resto, for example. So even a Wretched Hag is like a magic damage carry. She's very strong throughout all stages of the game. So definitely a hero to be threatened by, for sure. It's not something to overlook as something like an agility carry in comparison, as you were mentioning.
Right, but we'll look at what we have on the other team too. It looks like we have a Parallax carry. So both of these teams, really kind of trying to say, put the traditional meta on, to the side. Let's go with these intel carries that aren't Oogie, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oogie is just
or
like the
Puppet
premier,
Master.
yeah, or Puppet, right? Those are like the premier intel carries. Like, no, these are caster carries, like full caster carries this game.
Mm-hmm.
You don't really see that often, but I gotta say, as much as I like some of the specific counter picks that Halunke is running, you gotta love the team synergy coming out from Team Tim once again. I mean, we've just got devastating wombo combos over here. High magic damage, high AoE. Every single one of these heroes has something to offer a Tempest ulti. You love the Pharaoh pick. It's a Zane hero for one, but it's also just they take it away as a counter pick for Tempest. Whenever I think about one of the main ability counters against Tempest, Wrath of the Pharaoh comes to mind, and it's on their side this game. So, not to say that Halunke doesn't actually have something going for them in the way of countering these elemental voids, but they don't have all of their eggs in that basket on the side of Team Tim, right? They've got a lot of stuff going on, but I mean, how do you think that you mentioned, this prisoner going into the bottom lane as we actually see this looks like what's going to happen. Prisoner is heading down there alongside Kinesis.
Yeah.
What do you predict in this game?
All right, so
It's an
before I answer
open-ended
that
question.
I want to talk about the lineups while we're hitting a pause here.
Sure.
So when I look at Team Tim's lineup, I think old school. I think like the dual mid with the two solos in the jungle, the old jungle meta, and I think that this definitely can still work in today's meta of HoN because you have a hero like Tempest that gives you a huge XP advantage early game, and if he's able to get those items like Sorcery Ring and Astrolabe, it brings so much team fight to the table when you start grouping up outside of the laning phase. So in comparison, you have Hellborn's lineup, which is a dual support lineup. They're looking to win lanes outright. They want to win at least 2 out of 3 lanes, get themselves good matchups, and get some of their key heroes good starts. So they last picked the Parallax, which is interesting. We didn't really talk too much about the Parallax. Typically, when you think of a Parallax position 1, you want it to be against core heroes that don't have high mana pools. So Wretched Hag is an interesting one because she is an intelligence carry herself. So that Earth Shatter is not necessarily going to be doing burst damage to her. But what the Parallax offers this game is it has multiple silences. It's going to force Wretched Hag to want to buy a Shrunken Head this game, which is not her typical early game item pickup. So I think Imboboy might be feeling forced to go an early Shrunken this game. We'll have to see how greedy his item build can be if he can get to that point where he's doing tons of magic damage with those greedier items. But the Parallax is very good against heroes like Pebbles and Pharaoh. He's going to be able, if he gets that early Icon of the Goddess, which is what they're aiming to get with him, he's going to be dealing so much damage in the post-laning phase stage, like around 10 to 13 minutes if he gets that fast Icon. So I think Hellborn, they have this timing window to where they get some good farm on Prisoner if he's in that 2v1 matchup bottom, and they get him, some early item like a Portal Key or something like that, and then they get the Icon timing on Parallax, and they're going to be really hard to deal with, even with Legion having that Tempest potentially getting those early teamfight items for them.
Man, are you sure you don't want to be infocaster? Like, what insight? I couldn't have said anything additional on top of that. That was all just top tier analysis. So thank you for providing our viewership with that.
I have to think about a lot of things when I'm a drafter for for tournament teams. So there's a lot to really look into with analysis. But alternatively, Legion, they're going to be doing something similar. They're prioritizing farm on the Pebbles. And what better hero to have a good start on in any game of HoN than a Pebbles with an early Portal Key? So both teams have their kind of objective that they want to get accomplished, and we'll see if the other team can kind of throw off that plan to some extent.
Yeah, you were talking about this dual lane, this dual mid setup. I mean, how often do you actually see dual mids in the meta these days? It's kind of an underused strat.
I would say they're pretty popular. Tri-lane meta is still top lane we have potentially a kill here. Does he have another freeze? He does. This should be a bloodlust. He did not have an apple, so I think even with an apple, I think he was probably still going to go down. So Zane gets caught out there, and we see the bloodlust kill happening top.
Yeah, there was definitely a fulcrum shift coming out from Parallax if an apple was used, but that's the start that you're talking about that Parallax needs to get that icon push. And he's going to want it this game, right? Because he's going to be going against high magic damage between Pebbles and Hag, so he's going to need that burst of HP from the icon.
So they get the bloodlust on the support, and I just want to point out that Anders here on the Glacius, he gets an early Grave Lock. I love that on a support because this is going to enable them to really abuse these pull camps and kind of maximize their gold. Mid lane, the 2v1 is a bit too much for Hellbringer. He gets stunned down. I missed that, but hopefully Paradise got it on camera. So we see 1 kill apiece. And then bottom lane, Hag taking some good pressure early on. They're only level 1 on both sides. I think once they get level 2 and Prisoner has the Shackle, then this will be a lot more difficult for Hag. She'll have to be very conscious of her hatchet usage. Otherwise, she could definitely fall to that 2v1 matchup.
And she is going to pot up here. And yeah, I mean, the gold is coming out. Oh, here is the shackle
already, so they're going to put some pressure. And I think it's just a little bit too short duration early, but it's good pressure nonetheless. They did already force out the pot, so Imboboy is not going to be feeling pretty safe to stay down in XP range for now.
Yeah, he actually opts to pull the small camp away, and Hellbringer, look at this. Hellbringer has given up in the mid lane. Ooh, How does this snowball into the rest of the match at this point? Giving up the mid lane to the Pebbles engineer.
Yeah, it's interesting because completely giving up this lane altogether is going to mean Pebbles just has free reign here to get his blink as fast as possible. I guess alternatively, they could let Parallax 1v1 the Pharaoh, who's already, been kept to level 1. We see him rotate bottom. He feels there's nothing he can do up there against the Parallax and the Glacius. So, it's interesting. I think I would like to see Glacius dual mid with the Hellbringer, and although you typically don't want to take away XP from the Hellbringer, I think that would be a pretty strong duo of heroes to go against the Pebbles lane. But it might perhaps be a little bit too late now.
Right. And Pharaoh actually takes some heat from Kinesis, just kind of zoning Prisoner and Kinesis in the bottom lane rather. But, Engineer just scouting out the jungle because he knows that's where Hellbringer disappeared to. Just kind of clearing or keeping vision on these stacks with the Invis rune, hopefully looking to try and snipe out a low HP Hellbringer who does manage to get level 4. So this hero actually able to farm stacks in the jungle fairly effectively, wouldn't you say?
The Hellbringer, you said?
Yeah.
Early on, it's a little hard. I think once he gets like level 5 and higher, they start to go down a little bit quicker. But I did like the idea for Involka there to try to look for him with the Invis rune. Unfortunately, not going to run into the Hellbringer. But they do continue to farm on the Pebbles, so.
Tempest having a really, really good time. Already level 6 at level 4, or at 4 minutes into the game. Kinesis, he is here in the middle lane, trying not to show, but I think they're aware of him. Yeah, certainly there is the ward that he's walking under.
Yeah, so if anything, they might try to bait out their Hellbringer, but we do see Kinesis rotating out. Glacius he's here, but he's not wanting to show himself just yet. Perhaps wants them to go for a dive, which Glacius is going to go into tower range, I believe, here. Not going to take any hits there. He does take 1 hit. That might be enough, actually. And the Glacial Blast nuke will take him out. So Hellbringer actually got credit for the kill, which is exactly what they wanted. They wanted to bait a dive, and they were successful.
Wretched Hag and Kinesis kind of going toe-to-toe here in the bottom lane. Prisoner's got the steam boots already. Hag's not having that great of a time. Has an item coming out. It's a power
Here
supply.
comes Tempest bottom lane. He already did use his hole, actually. And they're still trying to bring down the Prisoner. The stun is going to wear off from the Tempest. Hag blinks in. When needs one more auto attack, she's going to tank 2 tower hits, but she has the power supply and the last bottle sip. And Kinesis can knock it in range to finish him off.
Meanwhile, Glacius and Parallax taking out the Pharaoh in the top lane, yeah. So Parallax having a fantastic time. Already has the mana boots and 500 gold. Looks like he has an item coming out to him, I think, or is that Glacius? Kind of hard to tell right now. No, that's Glacius.
I think it's Glacius. So yeah, he does have the 5-minute sorcery boots, which is very good. He's on timing, I want to say, for like 10 to 11 minute icon if the game pace keeps up like this, and that's where it might start to get a little scary. But again, there is the Pebbles, who has his steam boots completed. He's himself on route for like a 9 to 11 minute portal key timing. So all things are going to be very timing dependent here.
He actually has a smoke in his inventory already, so that's something to consider. And he is going to walk into an invisible Kinesis. Isn't aware. Kinesis scouting out Pebbles, but it's a 3v3 here in the mid lane, so definitely going to see a skirmish here. Pebbles is probably going to misstep, goes in on Hellbringer.
He's going to do a toss back here. Now Kinesis is here. He silences up the Engineer, which is a very good counter to them following this up. And now Pebbles is going to get caught as the TP support comes in, and Parallax all of a sudden is here. Picks up a double tap. He's going to try to make it a hat trick as Glacius has a freeze coming up. We'll see if they can get this kill to the Parallax, and they do with that Fulcrum shift. And there's the hat trick, Sean, coming in for Parallax. And look at the GPM chart. We see 525 gold per minute all of a sudden on iHeart Sheep, and that is exactly what Halunki for President was looking for with that fight in the mid lane.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, now Parallax has the glowstone, probably going to disassemble the mana boots soon. He's only 550 gold away from finishing an icon. That's really scary. That Parallax pick coming in strong, and he might find it. Yeah, he was thinking about setting up for a kill on Pharaoh if he misstep, but Glacius is here with the flank.
In a position for a dive. Now they only have level 4 on the Pharaoh, so he could get a wall up and they could TP in, but I don't know if they have the resources. They're going to port in 2 people already. Now, we'll see if Pharaoh can get the catch here, as Engineer is actually going to be the one with the flank. So they're going to sacrifice their Glacius. They baited out 2 TPs, and this is going to give space over to both the Hellbringer and the Prisoner in the 2 side lanes. So although they do lose the Glacius, as long as Parallax doesn't die here to the smoked up Pebbles, this could be a big kill. I think he might be able to get the distance away from the team support there. And although the idea was good there, they're not going to get the kill there on the Parallax, which would have been the big kill if they could have got that one.
Yeah, that would have been the turn of the game right there, because right now Parallax is in the jungle looking to clean up maybe these...
Oh, Haste Rune. Can he get it though before the Pebbles? He's going to jump to it. He avoids the Stalagmite stun. Now he might be thinking about going back in. Hellbringer has a Malphus if he can get in range. Just needs a little bit more gap to be closed there, but we do see 4 players up here for Team Tim, so they're not going to go for that dive. I think probably the correct decision in the end. Kind of hanging around the area though. It looks like they definitely want to use this Malphus. Kind of a big cooldown. You don't really want to keep that on cooldown early game. So we'll see the flank coming in here. Can Hellbringer get the targets he's looking for? There's a kick stun from Engineer. Glacius gets a freeze on the Pharaoh. Again, still no ultimate on the Pharaoh just yet. Tempest gets his whole canceled immediately as Parallax is now here. They do take out the Hellbringer, but it comes at the cost of the Tempest, and now Pharaoh, he's going to also fall, and it's an ultimate warrior streak for the Parallax. Glacius got that first kill. They're even looking to go for more. Here comes the freeze, but can the team support get here in time? He's going to go for the body blocks. Tries to get in front of him, but Volk is just a little bit too slippery. Doesn't have the boots actually picked up, so Pebble's going to rotate over here. And it looks like Kinesis also without Marcher, so he'll be just fine in the end.
This is the game that Parallax is looking for. Parallax has the Beast Heart in his stash right now.
Or in the base to break that sorcery ring, and he's gonna have it. We'll see if he goes for a kill. He's got Earth Shatter on cooldown for 30 seconds, so we might see him wait for that to come up before going for a kill.
So what's the next item that he goes for in your eyes?
That's a good question, actually. I'm gonna say I'm not too sure. I think we could definitely see something like a Gnome's Wisdom. He could just bulk up, be very tanky, so he could go in and do lots of damage. I think we typically see Striders into like Post-Haste and Portal Key like later on, but those are definitely items to look out for. He might want to bulk up more on the mana pool a little bit before building into more of those mobility-based items, but I think he's got a lot of options still. I think
play this hero.
Never count out Blink Sheepstick on a hero like Parallax. Going into mid game and whatnot, but I think going defensive items like Gnomes and Shrunken will definitely be very good this game at some point as well. So I know I just named like 5 items as we see Parallax running into Engineer there. He's going to get a crit kill with the Earth Shatter. He turns that off. Here comes the counter from Pharaoh. Looks like Legion wants to retaliate as Hag is going to blink in with the Sonar Scream. Doesn't have mana for a Bat Blast, and Imba is going to get taken out there. It's a double tap for the Parallax, and now Pharaoh and Pebbles are going to try to bring down the Parallax. Does he have any team support coming? He is going to be a little bit tanky with that regen from the Icon as Hellbringer's now here. Pharaoh tries to die to Kongor, and he will be successful. Great job by Zane. I think he triggered that stomp as well with the illusions from Hellbringer, so heads up play from him to get that deny off, not giving away another kill.
Yeah, just talking about the Parallax itemization, he does pick up the Mystic Vestment, so I think he's going Gnomes, and it seems like it's the right path. I mean, we already talked about how much magic damage is on the side of Team Tim, so just furthering that, furthering their ability to, dampening their ability to be able to burst them down, alongside of having that that icon in his inventory is going to be essential this game. He can just keep the stacks rolling. It doesn't really feel like Team Tim is going to be able to do anything to shut him down this game.
We saw top tower fall to Prisoner. He's had a very quiet game so far. He got that priority farm bottom in the 2v1, farming 360 gold per minute. Apparently got 1,200 gold saved up. So I do think we're still going to see maybe the Portal Key once he gets gold for that. They're looking for a dive here on the Pharaoh, but Zane is not having it. He's not going up for any creeps. He's just playing this very, very patiently. Pebble's still quite a ways off his Portal Key as well. He's got the one death.
Kinesis lifts Tempest on the bottom lane.
Yeah, we did have a lift being used. Now Tempest, he picked up an early Portal Key. He's going to get his hole canceled immediately by the Malphus. He's going to get hooked into the tower, and Tempest is going to fall. So the attempt was there with that Elemental Void, but it's going to get countered immediately.
Yeah, and I mean, that's a huge kill for Hellborn, who already has the lead in this game with, the powerhouse Parallax. Tempest is kind of one of the only saving graces that Team Tim had. He's level 11, right? Yep. He's been doing a fantastic job this game, has the Portal Key. He already has an uphill battle for finding finding the ideal Elemental Void cast, as he's got to go against Prisoner and Hellborn, or Hellbringer rather. So
yeah, so the Tempest and the Pebbles, who were both given that priority farm for Legion, they've kind of been slowed down with the couple of deaths that they each have. Unfortunately, Team Tim not really hitting that timing that they were looking for. And again, the Parallax still doing very well. Middle lane, the Blink initiation from the Tempest. We'll see if Pebbles can get in range. He does miss the Stalagmite stun. We'll see if the team support gets here for Hellborn, as the Glacius does get the freeze on the Pebbles. Parallax is now here. He jumps into it with the energy field, though. He's going to get silenced up. There's the toss from the Pebbles. Can they bring this Parallax down before he gets another full shift off? He cannot. And Pharaoh takes him out. He gets the wall off on the Glacius, as we see the next TP coming in. Kinesis is here now, and they should bring down the Pharaoh, as Engineer and Tempest will fall back. So it was a 3-for-2 fight. Despite losing the Parallax, they still get the better numbers advantage, taking out both the Hag and the Pebbles there.
that energy field was... Oh, Hag died at bottom.
Hag died bottom to the Prisoner. So
yeah.
It was not in the mid lane. So that was a 1v1 pick off there for...
he had an assist from Kinesis, but yeah.
Probably. That's probably why he poured it a little bit late to the fight, too.
Yeah. But Kinesis and Prisoner, you know, once they have Hag in their clutches, can't get away. But you know, to me, the story of that fight was the energy field. Yeah, man. I mean, just came down right at the right moment when Parallax decided to go in on Pebbles and Engineer and got perplexed.
Bottom lane, he's gonna get shackled up. There's nothing he can do. Gets frozen as well. Very, very difficult for Hag going up against the Glacius and the Prisoner. She gets completely locked down. And now we have smoked up Parallax here with the Veiled Rot. He's looking to get some more icon charges. He's going to run straight into Engineer. Here comes the silence, and he will burst him down quickly. Tempest is now here. He's got to be in trouble. He's got to be careful, as he's going to go down as well. And that's going to be 2 kills going the way of our Hellborn side here. So we'll see if they can get some tower pressure coming out now in either the bottom or mid lane with these couple of pickoffs.
Yeah, those are huge picks. I mean, with Tempest being out, it looks like they're not going to be going for the mid tower, though. I guess they feel that their cooldowns are, you know, the fact that Earthshatter's on cooldown, it seems like they have to play around this, which almost kind of makes me think, you know, is Staff the right item for Parallax's? Wrath of the Pharaoh connects
Hook catching the Glacius here.
It's actually
this
Pharaoh
is too
that
much damage. Yeah, Glacius is going to fall, and they don't have any return pressure here for the Pharaoh, or at least enough. They get him to about 450 life. I wanted to get your opinion on the Prisoner going for Shaman's Headdress. So he does have 2,000 gold still saved up. You think that's fine? He went for the early build-up item. Looks like he's going to pick up the Blink there in the end. So that's still a 15-minute portal key.
I think it probably, you know, he was just reading the situation of the game. He was just kind of sticking to Hag in the bottom lane the whole game. And so I think going for the early Headdress was specifically purchased to just counter Hag's ability to lane against him. Right? He's got all of the tools in his spellbook. You know, Hag does not have a fun time against Shackles.
Up lane, we got Veiled Rots. Tempest was Veiled Rot. I think he spotted this out. They're going to jump in with the Prisoner. They get the Shackle on the Pebbles, and here comes the counter Elemental Void. It catches them all, and will they have the damage to bring them down? Here comes the Malphus, though, in response, and Tempest is going to fall. They do bring down the Hellbringer as well. Engineer goes down to the Malphus in the background, and it's a double tap for Hellbringer, so the fight concludes with a 2-for-1. Big ultimates coming in from both sides there to conclude that fight.
Whew, yeah, and now Parallax hits the 5 charge mark, so he gets a little bit beefier with the extra HP and mana passively on the item. And you know, I was wondering if he was going to go the staff route to get the shorter cooldown on his ultimate, but he actually goes for a spell shards, which
so he's going for the damage route here.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, honestly. He does tons of damage to Pebbles and Pharaoh, and if he can just take out those heroes very quickly, then you know, a huge chunk of damage in the way of Halunke is out.
Bottom lane, Wrath of the Pharaoh connects on the creeps, but he still catches them. The lift comes out. No counter pressure coming in, so that's just a pick off there. See if they get the tower here as well. Looks like they probably will get this tower. A middle lane, there's a hook on the Tempest. The tower is going to fall here to the Legion side. And then we see Tempest getting locked down. Here comes Parallax in the background. Takes out the Engineer. He can't get anything off, or actually he had the energy field on cooldown anyway. So they lose Tempest and Engineer for it, that tier 1 tower in exchange. And now we see the lead almost at 9,000 gold and a 4,000 experience lead here for Halunki for president.
Hey, this is what we want. We want a game 3 for these two teams. I mean, this is a hell of a back and forth right here. I mean, obviously, Halunke is in the driver's seat for this game, but you know, both of these teams taking one of the series is always a nice thing to see, and in a really stylish fashion too. You know, you don't really see a Parallax short farm being this devastating. Sometimes it feels like a hero like Parallax is kind of all or nothing, honestly. But I have seen this hero, you know, clinch victory from the jaws of defeat, I guess is the right way to say it. This hero just seems
analogy.
It just seems like it's never quite out of the game as long as it can just do something, as long as it can just find a little bit of space. This hero kind of, if the game goes long enough, this hero is almost always a problem.
Jump mid lane. Pebble's going to try for a toss back, but he gets silenced by Kinesis. He can't get the toss. They're trying to get a counter turn here. Do they have the damage with these 3 heroes? It looks like they're having trouble. As Pharaoh counter initiates now in with the hook. He's going to get pulled in toward the tier 2 tower. They do lose the Kinesis, but now Pharaoh is going down to the Parallax and the Prisoner. And Parallax, he's still got that Earth Shatter up. He's looking to go back in. He's going to catch the Engineer here. Engineer's going to fall. Prisoner trying to catch more to keep the fight going, but there's a Stalagmite stun. Glacius with a portal key, by the way, catches the Pebbles. And Glacius, how about that? He has the portal key here already, and they secure a 3rd kill. And now Team Tim, they are on the ropes here, as they're going to lose their tier 1 tower. Lead growing to 12,500 gold and 4,200 experience. As the pressure, they're going to keep up that pressure, at least for now, in the mid lane.
10 charges on Parallax, picks up the Blessed Orb. Where's this Blessed Orb going? We thinking, yeah, Grimoire?
It could be a Grimoire, actually. Wretched Hag completely gets caught up bottom. Again, she gets caught by the PKs of both Glacius and Prisoner, and that is just very difficult for her to escape. How do you like Imuboy's decision here to try to go for a Hellflower? He's got 2
I was just
of the
thinking
3
that.
Arcana pieces.
Yeah, as soon as I saw him die right there, I took a look at his item choice, and I like it, honestly, because we don't have a Shrunken Head coming out on Parallax yet, and for those of you that don't know, Hellflower, or just silences in general, actually do prevent damage from Earthshatter during the duration of the silence, so it is a pretty big counter pickup.
But it doesn't cancel the cast, right? It'll still keep going. It just won't do damage. So yeah, it'll be on pause for like what's it, 5 seconds on the Hellflower? 4.5, something like that.
I think it's 5. I think it's straight up 5.
Yep, it is 5. Hellflower, very good.
Yeah, on top of the damage buff, so it still amplifies damage, right? That was added back. I remember for a while it was taken out.
I believe it's like 15%.
Yep, 15%.
Yeah, so it adds a little extra damage there.
So
I like Tempest working on a Shrunken. He's got Portal Key, Mighty Blade. It still will be very difficult for him to get off Elemental Void this game.
That's what I was just thinking.
I was thinking to myself when we saw this early Portal Key is, hold on, we might see a jump here. They're going to run into the Tempest. Glacius stops the Portal Key. They're not committing, though. They have Pharaoh scouting them out in the background. He catches Hellbringer. He does have a tablet, but he's getting stunned up. Can't get it off. They use the bats. And that's going to be a lot of cooldowns exposed. Here comes Prisoner with a hook. He's not going in with a Prison Break just yet. There it is. They will stop the Tempest Elemental Void. And do they have the damage here? Glacius jumps in with the Glacial Downpour. It gets canceled immediately. And this is a very sloppy fight, mostly because Parallax is in here. They're missing that big damage source. Now, they do get a double tap on the Kinesis, but it was a 3-for-2 fight here in favor of Team Tim. Parallax a little bit late to the fight. He's trying to find a pickoff, but they're going to all TP on out of here, so...
Yeah, Parallax actually, Nullstone, he just opts to counter that Hellflower pick right away, and it's actually really good. I mean, they only have... He can basically see the HoN... Well, what I want to say is, he can't just get clicked on with a Hellflower, right? Somebody's got to cancel it with either Haunt or, Elemental Blast?
Yeah,
Glacial
Blast.
Blast.
Too many single target spells on Legion, so...
So, you know, if he's able to combo that with a Shrunken Head at this point, it's going to be really, really difficult to catch him out and end up dropping him. Do you think he goes Shrunken Head this game? I feel like it has a lot of relevance, even though Bat Blast is superior magic. I mean, almost every other
Engineer, Pebbles. So it's hard to say he shouldn't still get a Shrunken, but maybe with the Nullstone he can go into like one greedier item first. Maybe like finish the Spell Shards 3, and even pick up a Blink. But we did see the Mighty Blades. I think he just purchased, so
He did, yeah.
he's going full defensive.
So Prisoner, this is going to be a staff of the
Jungle.
master on
We have
Prisoner, right?
Engineer getting prison breaked up. Tempest trying to give him some counter pressure, but here comes Hag now. They're looking to turn this. DD Pebbles is here. Prisoner might go down here in the background. Meanwhile, Hellflower is put on the Kinesis. Glacius throws out a freeze in the background, but Prisoner does fall. And now we have Wrath of the Pharaoh coming in on the Kinesis. And we see our Hellborn side kind of, not to say one by one, but they're kind of giving up these kills a little bit too aggressively without their Parallax. So I think with Hellbringer and Parallax both not being there, you almost got to question their decision to kind of be that deep into the Legion's jungle.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like they just are kind of interested in just providing space for him to be able to finish the Shrunken Head. They don't want to take anything too risky. They don't want to risk him falling out, as he does have 10 charges. You know, you never like to see you lose up to 4 charges if you do happen to die in a winning engagement. It seriously devalues the icon purchase a lot, but
Smoked
he's
up
only got
Hellbringer
one
here
death this
mid.
game.
Let's see if they can get an engagement.
But I saw that, you know, he has the Warhammer in his stash, so he's going to be 800 gold away from finishing, now 500 away from finishing the Shrunken Head. So we're going to see that come out very soon, and I'm imagining they're going to group up immediately following that. What do you think about this Staff of the Master pickup on Prisoner? It's actually an item that I almost always overlook whenever I play this hero. I actually forget it exists.
It might go for, hold that thought, we might see an engagement here on the Prisoner. There's the Meteor down. They bait out 3 TPs, and I think they used the Hellflower there as well, so no counter from the Prisoner coming in. They're trying to get the catch, but they were not able to get that. You were asking me about the staff in Prisoner. I think it's a very good item on the hero. Allows him to be able to throw his prison break, and then they get shackled on top. So it's very good against the Hag. He can just throw it from a far range, and then when he gets stunned up, he can hook him backwards. And they might also be just rushing the Resto Stone on the Tempest. I mean, the Hellbringer, sorry. And then Prisoner could look to staff the Hellbringer. If Hellbringer has staff Resto, this hero has insane value, being able to do 2 Malphus as those go through Shrunken. So the Superior Stun is just very, very strong.
So safe to say, I mean, yeah, they just countered Tempest way too well this game. It feels like they just shut him down completely. Not even in the early stages. They let him do whatever he wanted, but they just decided the way they picked, you're never getting an ult off.
In lane, we have a Prison Barrier catching the Tempest. There's a Stalagmite stun. They're trying to keep the Tempest alive, but Hellbringer's here. And Glacius, they do use the Malphus as well. Definitely want to see them push a lane with the Malphus being committed, because that is a little over 2-minute cooldown being used, and I think they probably had that Tempest skill without the Malphus being used. But we see Team Tim already up in the top lane. They want to either kill the guy that defends up here, but we're going to see the initiation from the Pharaoh on the Prisoner. They use the Bat Blast, it hits the Hellbringer. Prisoner does fall as well. And now the slow comes out from Hellbringer on the Pharaoh. Energy field down in the background, but he gets taken out by the Parallax, who's now here. He has the Shrunken, but doesn't even need it for this fight. And they take out the Pharaoh as well, so 3 kills go in the way of Hellborn, as they definitely hold up there in the top lane. Great decision by them to take that fight.
Yeah, and they actually almost bring down the mid tower with Malphus as well. Hellbringer didn't even have to show up, so they're just winning on all sides of the map. And I'm not really sure what Team Tim actually does to get back in this. It just looks like they don't really have the toolkit available to them to be able to punish anything that Halunke is doing right now. You mentioned that they were playing split a little bit, kind of making questionable decisions by straying too far into enemy territory without Parallax, but it didn't really matter in the end, because now Parallax has everything they need. All they have to do is hunker down around him and make sure that their cooldowns to counter Elemental Void are up, and it looks like this hero is never going to die.
Yeah, and I think if you're Legion, the way to approach this game now is they have a deficit. I think they have to split push and try to get more tower pressure, as well as try to get some more of these core items. They need the Hag Shrunken and perhaps the Pebble Staff, so that they can hold their high ground much easier. And
Hag actually has Shrunken Head coming out.
Yeah. So the Tempest Shrunken Head, although it's a great item for him, it's ultimately not gonna. I want to say save him from getting like a really good hole this game. It's gonna be very difficult still, even with that item picked up. So I think it really comes down to the items from Pebbles and Hag. If they can continue to split push and spread out the Hellborn side, because right now they just have too many items amassed. They're way too strong if they take a 5v5 engagement. Even though, we talked about in the draft how good Legion's team fight lineup was. They aren't at that point with the current items that they have.
Well, a lot of their team fight kind of does feel centered around Tempest at this point, especially because, well, I say that only because Parallax isn't going to be able to fall to anything without getting caught by Elemental Void, unless he just gets caught in a toss combo alongside, like, everything has to be used on him, right? But whenever I envision this team
hook on here on the Engineer at the Legion Ancients. This should be a kill, and they don't even look to re-engage on Legion. They just sacrifice their Engineer there. That was a great hook coming in from Prisoner. I want to say that was blind, actually. I don't think they had the vision. It looks like Engineer was countering a ward. He has the Rev ward up there, so they did see him, but a good hook nonetheless. They get a pick off. We'll see if they look to take any objectives here. Perhaps secure the mid tower, or maybe even a Kongor.
Yeah, I'd like to see them take out this Kongor.
Freeze mid lane, but no follow-up coming from it. So yeah, I guess one of the downsides of the Parallax is they can't really do Kongor efficiently. With this team, they would probably need Malphus to do Kongor, which they don't obviously want to use a big cooldown like that just to take out Kongor.
It also makes it difficult to break base without. I mean, you are relying on the Malphus cooldown to break base as well, right?
So I believe Hellbringer's still pretty close to the rest of Stone. I think he has Sustainer in his stash. We see Pebbles. He's going to go in with a jump here. He misses, as we do see the Shrunken activated from Parallax. They might lose the Pebbles here. He does not have a buyback, so that will be a kill as the tower is broken. Now Engineer going to go down here. Maybe in the energy field. He holds his ground for now. There's the barbed armor up. Parallax doing a lot of damage to himself. He can't get out of this wall, and he will go down. The team support is not there. Pharaoh is going to sacrifice himself as he gets lifted up, and Wretched Hag now in the front lines. Will she go down? She does blink to safety. Can the Glacius catch him? He's got a portal key up in 3 more seconds. Hag looking to turn this one around as the Elemental Void in the background, but he gets taken out. So even with the Shrunken, he does get his hold canceled. Glacius might fall to the tower here as the rocket does some damage there. And we'll see if Hellborn can break the Rex. There is a buyback on the Engineer available, but he is currently healing in the fountain. We see 4 players still alive. 4 Halunki for President. This Rax is going to fall. And we have the first Rax go down here. Prisoner jumps in on the Hag. She does not have a Shrunken. She will fall, nor does she have a buyback. And we see Pharaoh also going down. Parallax, by the way, did use a buyback, as I did fail to mention that one. And we see the concede vote come out, John. Game 2's going to Halunki for President, which means we got a 3rd game.
The surprise Parallax pick coming in so hot. So hot, man. The Parallax last pick was just so clutch. I mean, you love to see it. This hero, gosh, once it gets momentum on its side, it just feels like it's impossible to deal with if you don't have the right heroes, which they didn't. That's the beauty of it being the last pick, right? Is they just knew it fell into the niche for that game to just be super effective. Because they read the draft pretty well, right? We talked about Tempest being, one of those heroes that can kind of be flexible, but in the end, they were right. And they knew that Tempest was going to be in the jungle, and they took care of that very well with their hero picks, and then just gave the top lane to Parallax, who went against Pharaoh, and Pharaoh just did not have the ability, doesn't have the toolkits to be able to handle a Parallax dual lane, right? What did he go against? Like Glacius Parallax? Really, really strong. Dead to any kind of misstep, so there you have it. Parallax just carrying that game really, really effectively.
712 gold permitted to finish off game 2. A very good performance from him. And, I got to say, I love seeing the jungle pick coming out from Team Tim, but I don't know if they're going to run a jungler next game. This one just didn't, unfortunately, end up working out for them. We'll see what comes up in game 3. We're going to go on a quick break, but we got the lobby going, and we will be right back with game 3. here in semifinal number 1 of the winner bracket. We're currently tied up 1 game apiece between Halunky for president on our Legion side and Team Tim on the Hellborn side. I'm once again, What You Got, your main shoutcaster, rejoined by the one and only Easy Full Clan. John, we're tied up. Who's winning? What's going to happen? What wildcard picks are we going to see? I want to know everything. You're up.
I'm calling it right now. I mean, Halunke is going to win this. I'm always rooting for underdogs, honestly. Rooting for upsets. I already mentioned that Team Tim was the grand champion of the last Paradise League tournament, so you know they've got to get humbled. That's all I'm going to say.
So we saw Parallax. Parallax was the story of Game 2. Will we see something similar, a wildcard pick like the Parallax, or something different, obviously? What kind of hero do they need to bring out in Game 3 here to kind of, as you pointed out, pull off that upset victory?
I think that they don't go traditional.
Okay.
I think that I feel like traditional carries are just kind of too easy to read. I mean, obviously they're strong for a reason. The meta is kind of tilted to one side for a reason, but you know, HoN is a very dynamic game. So the more that you can surprise your opponents, the better, in my opinion. So obviously you want to kind of rely on these strong traditional picks for your first picks, as we see the engineer being picked up. But you know, those last couple of picks really got to show your opponents something new that they've never seen before. Now, I don't really know what that is, because I don't really know what Halunke plays. This is the first time that I've seen them. I will say that both of these teams have had the opportunity to feel each other out, as they have played 2 matches against each other at this point. But yeah, it's up to Halunke, really. It's Halunke's game to win. Like I said, they're the underdogs going in here, and I want them to win. They've got my I'm in their corner.
A little caster bias never hurt nobody. But let's go over the bans quickly. We got some picks already underway. Keeper of the Forest, Andromeda, and Behemoth are banned from the Legion side. I want to say those, I think, might have been the exact same from game number 2. Then we have Monarch, Magnus, and Moraxis from Hellborn. Is anything different or sticking out to you in the bans?
No, I mean, these are the exact same 3 bans that Halunke banned in the last round, which, you know, if things go the way they did last round, starting it out the same, let's finish it the same, right, with that victory. Okay. I'm not sure if Imbaboy banned the exact same 3 heroes last round. I can't remember. But these bans make a lot of sense. I mean, Monarch, Magnus, Moraxis, you know, Triple M for one, but all 3 of them, all 3 of those heroes are really strong in their own right for various reasons. So, yeah, I mean, the bans these bans make a lot of sense.
First pick, Engineer. We saw that come out from Team Tim last game. Now we have Halunke for President picking up the Engineers. They have the first pick this time around. And then we see Thunderbringer and Lodestone picked up from Team Tim into Witchslayer and Prisoner. So there's the Prisoner, which they had in game 2. You know, I don't know if Prisoner necessarily won them that game, but he definitely had a good part in it, with the hooks and the prison break being very good against the Tempest and the Pebbles. So they're going to try it again here in game 3. But what do you think about the first half of the draft from both sides already started here?
Well, you got to love this Halunke draft, just in terms of really strong lane presence. You know, they switched the Engineer onto their side this game, got the Prisoner for the same exact sort of pressure that it provides in lane from last game, and then they'd stack a Witchslayer on top of it. Witchslayer, I don't know how you feel about this hero. I hate it. Right, as a core role player, playing against it. It's just.
I thought you meant you hate the pick. I was like, I don't think that's what it means.
No, it's not what I mean. I love the pick, right? You love the strength of the hero, right? It's just like a 1-item hero. As soon as this hero gets a portal key, it just does so much, right? And I've just had these games where I just feel a Witchslayer gets a portal key against me too early, and I'm just like, well, the game's done, right? Because this hero has the 1 item it needs to be effective for the entire game. And it locks down a carry for like 6 seconds, and then it does 800 magic damage to it, and it's just
No, for sure. This hero is very scary when he gets an early blink. The one thing I guess about the Witchslayer is he does have a very tough early laning phase. We'll see. It looks like already Team Tim's trying to punish that with very aggressive laners. We've seen the Glacius and the Deadwood come out. So typically they want to run a tri-lane when they pick up that. I've watched a lot of their scrimps. They typically pick up something like a Clanks with this makeup, and then they have the Thunderbringer for global damage presence. So this lineup's already looking kind of bread and butter for Team Tim. Starting to look scary, but there's the Parallax pick again in Game 3. They said it worked in Game 2. We're going to try it again and see if you can beat it this time around.
The difference here being, though, that one, we've got a Thunderbringer in the game. Thunderbringer, really, really strong hero, right? You almost feel like you're never out if you have a Thunderbringer on your team. This hero just gets stronger as the game goes on. It almost feels like it's impossible to push uphill against it because it just half HPs your team as soon as you try to commit. But another thing that was interesting about the Parallax pick this time, and I guess they didn't want Team Tim to be able to pick it for their 5th pick, because they picked it on 4th pick, right? So they actually allowed Team Tim to counter pick it with one hero. I believe it was the 5th pick last game. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they could have definitely picked it in the last 2. I gave them one counter pick. But Corrupted Disciple, the last pick for Hellborn, that's very comfortable for Imba Boy, to say the least. And then King Clout was the follow-up to the Parallax pick.
I mean, I'm just wondering about that. Now, obviously, when you play a game like HoN, there's a lot to be said for comfort picks, right? You want to be in the zone, right? You want most of your game, like 90% of your game, to just be reflex, right? So comfort has its place, but was it the right pick against Parallax, right? Because we saw how devastating Parallax was last game. I mean, can Corrupted deal with this hero?
That's a good question, actually. If they shut down the Parallax early, I'm gonna say yes. And with the current lane setup, that's what they're aiming to do. They're running the aggressive tri-lane from the Hellborn side. So I don't think if you're Legion, you want to fight that with Witch Slayer and Parallax. This is a very weak laning phase lane. You typically want to be either against a solo off lane, or even a 2v2 is more manageable. But if they even rotate the engineer down here, I still think that they're going to probably suffer with Parallax being very weak. Typically, you need level 5 on the Parallax before he starts to get strong with the double fulcrum jump. So this lane composition or team makeup from Legion just needs time, at least to get the Parallax going. But time is definitely something that Team Tim doesn't mind, because they have a Thunderbringer this game, whereas last game they needed that Pebbles to do very well. Thunderbringer is very scary when he gets a good start, because he deals so much damage to everyone. So I want to talk about the King Clout pickup before we have any action take place. Sure. I think the main reason why we saw the King Clout pick up this game was because when you go up against a Thunderbringer, you need a hero that can just get on top of him, shut him down, and not let him do tons and tons of damage in team fights. And what better hero than King Clout to kind of do that, as he can just kind of look for him in the fight and just fly at him with the Parade of Power. So I think the King Clout is going to have the potential to be very good this game, and I think it could be the X Factor pick for Legion if they can get out of the early laning stage with the Parallax pick.
I think you're absolutely right, and it's not necessarily the fact that it just like gets onto Thunderbringer in team fights. I think it actually does a really good job of laning against it.
Bottom lane, the engineer TP'd. We might see an engagement here. Witch Slayer goes in. Kegstun gonna knock him backward, but CD is doing a lot of return pressure. There's the grass from Deadwood, and this tri-lane from Team Tim, I talked to you about it. This is bread and butter for them. They're used to running this. They secure that bloodless kill on the Witch Slayer, and definitely, I think I almost want to say it's a mistake of Legion to try to fight this try. I want to get your take on that, if you think that the Legion can necessarily do okay down here, but we already see the level 1 engagement go in the way of Hellborn.
Well, I think you're absolutely right, because Hellborn was planning this, right? They wanted to tri-lane this right out of the gate, so they actually have a lot of experience, as you say, running these 3 heroes together, whereas Halunke was running a 2-1-2, and they rotated their engineer down here just kind of as they were forced to do that, or they felt that way, and so this wasn't their ideal tri-lane setup. So you have we have 3 heroes that have a lot of synergy, both in terms of hero kits, but as well as in the player's hands, versus probably not the same situation on the Legion side. So yeah, heavy advantage coming out for Team Tim in this try versus try.
We already
But
see
also-
Parallax 6-0, and then Corrupted 14-3. So yeah, I cut you off there, but you can already kind of
No.
see how the creep farm is going very well for Legion down here.
No, I was just going to kind of piggyback on your point earlier about how Parallax needs that level 5, and of course, if a tri-lane setup is what you actually have to give your Parallax in order for him to have a decent time in lane, you are going to be nerfing his XP, right?
Yep.
Which is not what you want to do.
Oh, definitely agree with you there. They're going to do a pull here, and then we might see a fight from the Hellborn side to defend this pull. Witchslayer goes in with a mini on the Glacius, but minimal damage really coming out. Top lane, we see some counter pressure from both sides. Lodestone and Prisoner going at it. I was keeping an eye on there. What do you think of Prisoner's decision to max his one-man Riot in the 1v1? I feel like typically you want to get that in more of the 2v2 lanes even, when you get more damage. But I think just 1 point is enough, and you typically want to max out either the hook or the shackle.
I personally think One Man Riot is a 1-point wonder.
1-point wonder.
It's,
I was under the same impression.
Yeah, it's...
Bottom lane, though, we're going to have a kill in the Glacius. Again, sorry to cut you off. Looks like they actually caught out the Glacius away from his team, because otherwise I don't think that really should ever happen without Hellborn getting a return kill. So a really good job from Halunky for President picking up on that Glacius positioning.
Lodestone gets gone on in the top lane, but has plenty of creeps there to be able to absorb tower damage.
17-0 against 24-4. So Lodestone looks like he's winning the lane so far in terms of last hits. No surprise there, as Zane is a very, very prominent Lodestone player and has the short lane advantage. Bottom lane, Parallax. Will he go down here? He does Fulcrum jump to safety. We see a lot of pressure in response on both sides, which they're not out of mana as well. And we see the spells are back up for the Hellborn side. They have the Freeze and the Rotten Grass still ready to go. Thunderbringer is level 6. He snipes out the Parallax, and they're looking to dive this. Corrupted hits both with the Conduit, or with the Electric Tide, and they will get 1 kill on him and 1 kill on the Deadwood. So they clean up the tri-lane, and there's the Thunderbringer presence at the 440 mark.
And there is a haste rune on Cloud that's activated. I saw him pick it up. Thought he was going to use it top, but the lane just wasn't in the right position for him to be able to go towards the Lodestone with it. But yeah, I was looking at the creep score of Cloud versus Thunderbringer, and it's very close, but you know, kind of like with what you're saying, I feel like Thunderbringer just is always going to be, if it's even, then Thunderbringer is the
Parade
winner.
of Power mid lane. He's going for the kill. He needs one more Goblin. He's going to get juked here, though. Thunderbringer doing a nice juke, going back to his tower, and I don't think Cloud expected that. So, you know, before he did use that, I was going to mention how I would love to have seen him TP bottom and get some return kills in the tri-lane down there. But he goes for the solo kill, and unfortunately not going to get it.
And that's going to be a big thing, because Parade of Power is a very long cooldown, as
Yeah, cooldown for
Thunderbringer is
2 more minutes. Yep.
Thunderbringer is about to be back up, and you love to see a Thunderbringer pick versus a tri-lane, right? These 3 heroes in the bottom lane, under
Big
level
stun
versus
hits on the
Thunderbringer.
Corrupted. There's a Witchslayer stun. But Parallax again, only level 4. Is not really thinking about going in. In fact, he Fulcrum shifts backwards with the jump. And now Witchslayer, they're chasing for him. Deadwood has no grass for 7 seconds. There's a stun lining up on the Glacius. Keck stun connects. They might get a 1-for-1 trade here. Witchslayer doing a good job of living for a while with the battery, but they will take him out. Now Engineer actually could be in some trouble. He throws out a turret, and he has no marchers. He's going to be walked down here. There's the Thunderbringer roll. Also takes out the Prisoner top lane, as we saw assimilated coming out from Lodestone, so he just needed that little bit of extra damage, and Thunderbringer picks up the double tap, so he's now up to 440 gold per minute. Take a quick look at that GPM chart, John. We see the Tricore of Hellborn all over 400 GPM, and it's already starting to look scary. 6.5 minutes in, a 4,000 gold in, and they're going to engage here bottom lane, which there gets frozen up. No Rotten Grass comes out. It's on cooldown for 2 more seconds. They don't even need it. Imboboy picks up the serial killer streak, and they pick up another kill there. Now Engineer also getting Rotten Grassed up. Will they dive this? Another freeze comes out. He's got the Electric Tide, doesn't even need to take tower aggro, and it's a double tap in the end for Corrupted.
5k gold lead at 7 minutes into this game. I mean, the lead is certainly not insurmountable, but it's starting to look bad, especially with the draft that they have up coming up here. I mean, Thunderbringer is really close to a Grimoire, or not a grimoire, rather a light brand. He's obviously going to turn it into a grimoire.
Yep.
As soon as he can, and there are still 3 heroes under level 6 on the Legion side. So, yeah, safe to say that it's looking really scary for those heroes. Those heroes are not going to have a good time, especially if Thunderbringer is able to
Legion's
get.
jungle. They might run into Witch Slayer here. They do have the vision. Oh, he misses the Rotten Grasp, actually. A little bit surprised by that from Volca. And Witch Slayer living for a while, but he does go down to the Electric Tide. Parade of Power does miss. He is here now. We'll see if he can get some return kills. There's the Conduit, though, being drained from CD and Clout. He is most likely going to fall. There's the Thunderbringer Lightning Storm. And Parallax, will he also go down as he picks up the Major Totem for some extra stats. Engineer, will he get his TP stopped? He will not. He lands the port and makes it out to safety, but they did get the King Clout kill and the Witch Slayer, so it was a 2-for-0 exchange.
Whew, that was scary for Parallax, to say the least. That Electric Tide was super close. But you can just see this, the Thunderbringer effect coming out in full force. I mean, this bottom lane just doesn't have a chance anymore. I don't even know how Engineer and Witch Slayer get XP. I mean, I guess they have to go risk it in the top lane or something.
Stone's down here, Shatterstorm and a DD rune. They see the port coming in. I think as soon as they get the supporting cast down here, I think this is going to be another engagement. We currently see Deadwood moving his way toward middle lane, though. But Lodestone, he's in a position here to set up a Shatterstorm. They actually guessed he was in there. They go with the hook, and he actually avoids it. That was very good game sets from Zane to avoid that hook, to say the least. Meanwhile, mid lane, Deadwood gets kegged into the tower. He's going to fall. Will they get the counter kill into King Cloud? It looks like they didn't have the damage with the Lightning Storm on cooldown, so...
Oh no, Parallax in the bottom lane getting Shatterstorm head smashed by Lodestone. Finding the
Legendary
big kill.
For Imba Boy.
Just shutting down Parallax this game. Just putting their foot down saying, no, it's not going to happen the way it happened last game. Sorry, bud.
There's the light brand for Thunderbringer. And we might see another engagement here. Rocket Drill hits both. There's the freeze on the prisoners. The Glacial Blast does damage as well. Goes for a hook, misses it. And we see 2 more kills going to Hellborn. It is now a 14-3 hero kill lead. The tower falling as well to add insult to injury. And it's an 8,000 gold lead here as we're about to enter the 10-minute mark. That is a very large lead, John, going into 10 minutes for the Hellborn.
It is, and I mean, you can see that 3 heroes for Legion still do not have their ultimates. As
Engineer gets caught out here by the log, the tree throw from Deadwood as the Lightning Storm, initially doing some good damage with that blast. And they are not done. They're completely invading Halunki for President's jungle here. They're even going behind the tier 2 tower. Look at how aggressive they're playing. That just shows you the lead that they're in. They force out the Parade of Power. He does hit it onto 3, but again, this is a defensive Parade of Power. That was not looking to get any kills. Just going for the escape there.
Yeah, that's a big cool, considering it's one of their only ultimates that they have at their disposal, and it's a long cooldown, over 2 minutes, so they're not going to be able to do anything while that is on cooldown. So it's just Team Tim's map
he
to
might
run
catch
right
Witch
now.
Slayer here. Gonna get minied up. The Corrupted Seer gets the kill. The Prison Break lines up on only the Deadwood. They're gonna get the counter kill 1-for-1, but now Clout is in a bit of a pickle. No, he's gonna be fine for now, as he did just take some harassment from the Thunderbringer. Hook going to pull in 2 to the Prison Break, though. It's on cooldown. He already used that. And we're going to see them get the kill on the Thunderbringer. Glacius gets some good damage with the Downpour, but the dive might have been a little bit too deep here, as they didn't have the ability to pick them off here. But now Lodestone's coming in with the Invisibility Rune. We'll see if they look to re-engage. There are a couple of low players here from the Legion side. They might go in here. There's the Rocket Drill stun. They take out the King Clout, and they do get at least 1 more kill. So I think when the fight concludes, it was something like a 3-for-2.
3-for-2, yeah. And, but... Team Halunke walking that lead that Team Tim has back a little bit, right? We saw it was almost like 9K, wait, what was it, 10K gold lead going into 10 minutes, something like that? Now it's about 7K.
That, yeah. So they cut it by a little bit.
So
they can get some of these big kills like the Thunderbringer and the CD. Those heroes are worth a lot with their kill streaks and GPMs. So
exactly.
The bigger targets you bring down, the more gold you swing. And they did kill the Thunderbringer in that fight, so that was, I believe, an Ultimate Warrior streak. So 545 gold to Parallax, which is definitely good for them to start the comeback here. Smoked up Prisoner. He's going to run into the Deadwood, actually. Missed the keg stun here. Rotten Grass hits on the Prisoner, but I think we're going to see both sides kind of just walk this pressure off. Maybe look to re-engage in about 10 more seconds here as the spells are coming back up. The Glacius, he's charging in right into Engineer. He doesn't want Engineer, though. He wants Parallax, and they're going to catch him here. Will they be able to lock him down? They will. There's the Willowmaker. Falcon Punch coming out on the Parallax there. There's another hook on the Deadwood. This time they have the Prison Break. King Cloud goes in with a Parade of Power. Thunderbringer uses the ultimate, deals some good damage, but King Cloud takes out Glacius in the background. Prisoner goes down as they do get the kill on the Deadwood here. And now Lodestone also falls as well. What just happened, John? Was that a good fight or what coming out from Legion? It looks like
it was a good fight. But Thunderbringer is here trying to make it a 3 for 4. He is hasted.
You ain't escaping that, Mr. Witchslayer. Does King Cloud also fall here? I think he's going to get kited by the... Or no, the Goblins. Oh my god, that damage, Don, coming in from the Goblin Toss.
Yeah, well, Thunderbringer is a bit squishy. It only has that light brand. It's got a lot of value and just offense right now, but he is level 11, and that's pretty dang scary considering he is about what?
Mid lane Parallax going for the Glacius kill. It's going to walk him down with the Earth Shatter. Actually channeled the Glacial Downpour too, so that's going to be a 2-minute cooldown for Glacius.
Portal Key picked up on Lodestone, so that's going to be really big for them. So they're just going to be able to start all kinds of fights. Cloud looks like he's going for the Staff of the Master. Makes a lot of sense. Just needs to bulk up and, as well as get the shorter ulti cooldown.
Do we talk about Imba Boy just quietly farming almost 600 gold per minute here in his own jungle as he picks up the Searing Light well on his way to an early Dawnbringer?
And you know, what's funny about this hero is Corrupted isn't necessarily one of those heroes where you just think like, oh yeah, this hero can just go into the jungle and farm. It just kind of, I mean, obviously it's very effective if you use your Electric Tide right. You know, he rushes the Light Brand to get the maximum effectiveness, but it's just kind of one of those heroes that slips under the radar in terms of being able to flash farm jungle camps.
Glacius going to walk into Prisoner here. We'll see if he can line up the hook. It's going to be sidestepped there by the Glacius, but here comes Prison Break. See if Prisoner can kill him there without the damage from his hook. The Thunderbringer is actually making his way over. Prisoner might be the one who's in trouble. See if he gets any team support. Looks like there's the Lightning Storm to secure the kill. And I believe Thunderbringer just needs a couple hundred more gold for that Grimoire recipe. And he is going to have the pre-20-minute Grimoire. That's going to be really scary with that damage amplification.
Yeah, I mean, he's basically going to
Deadwood, he's going to go in for this King Clout. Here comes the team support. Electric Tide comes out. Well, they have the damage to bring him down quickly enough. He does have Parade of Power if he wants to maybe go for a Fear. Energy Field is down. Defensive more than anything. Here comes the Shatter Storm, though. They're going to sacrifice the Engineer here. They're not looking to really re-engage here as King Cloud is very low on life, so it would have been a very risky re-engagement. They're going to end up just sacrificing the Engineer there.
I don't think there's anything that they could have done. I mean, King Cloud is too valuable of a target. He's basically the only hero that's having a reasonably good time this game.
Parallax definitely having a different performance here in Game 3. Can they bring down the Thunderbringer top? They have the sheep up from King Clout. Plenty of damage coming in. They will bring him down. But 240 gold per minute only on Parallax this game. Around this time last game, we saw an Icon, Vestment, Striders, and even part of a Spell Shards, I believe. So just kind of tells the tale of how different Game 3 is compared to Game 2 for the Parallax.
Yeah, like I said, they try to do the same exact...
Deadwood light up the grass. I think he can solo kill him, actually, even with only level 7. He has the Lex Talionis picked up. Volka's actually being spotted here by the Archer. So that cues Parallax to say, hey, something's not right.
You think, yeah, I guess so. How much, that's -4 plus -5, -9?
I think he can one-shot him. 950 HP with Lex and minus armor from Rotten Grass. That should be enough damage.
Yeah, but we've got a level 11 Lodestone. Oh, uh-oh, look at Lodestone powering up here in the bottom lane. It's going to catch Parallax. Bye-bye, Parallax. And Prisoner as well.
And they're going to take out the Prisoner. A huge kill. coming in from Zayn. The Lightning Storm, of course, assisting for that as he got the first goal on the Parallax. King Cloud, is he going to use the... He doesn't have it, the Parade of Power. 25 more seconds.
Look at Witch Slayer and Engineer as well, right? Witch Slayer was down to like 40% HP. That was a Lightning Storm, right? That's it.
Level 2 Lightning Storm with early
Yeah.
Grimoire. Just does so much damage, yep. Oh, Engineer, you, my friend, are in some trouble. The taunts are even coming out. And there's the Blast of Lightning securing the kill.
14,000 gold lead.
Yep.
And
that's
XP.
Very hard to come back from. Parade of Power going to miss. We'll see if Hellborn looks to re-engage. They are very split around the map. We see Imbaboy making his way over to the top rune. He does have the Dawnbringer finished. And Deadwood currently up in the top lane. He needs about 1,000 more gold for his portal key, so perhaps he wants to secure himself that item. But we see the post ace picked up on Zayn. Very standard item build for him. He likes that map presence. And then he typically builds into something like a sheepstick as his next item.
Well, especially with the game situation.
Menace and split pusher. Yep.
Right,
Allows him to space out the map and clear out creep waves, which we see him doing right now.
I think the only way that they can come back on the Legion side is to actually spread out on their team and just try to allocate some resources their way. There's really no way that they can take 5v5 engagements, right? In my mind. The Thunderbringer is just too much for their supporting cast. Really, 4 of those heroes just get half HP'd by just the Thunderbringer instantly. So, and then they get looked at by anybody else and they die.
Yeah, I think it's very unfortunate for Legion that the prisoner who had the 1v1 match up top is only 190 gold per minute. Because ideally they would want at least 300 to 350 GPM minimum on him this game, so that he could kind of take over mid-game with something like a Blink. But
it's kind of just one of the problems with Prisoner, that it's really strong in lane, but if it doesn't do well, it doesn't
depends
have
on fighting a lot.
Yeah, it doesn't have the recovery toolkit that Lodestone has.
This hero is very much geared toward 2v2 lanes because you get more damage from one-man riot, but you're also just so strong at being able to displace the enemy with the hook. And the fact that it goes through creeps in laning phase. So when you run a prisoner in a 1v1 matchup, it's just not as effective as if you put him in something like a 2v2.
Deadwood is getting swarmed on by 5 people right now.
Yep, and look at how comfortable he still feels. Maybe he doesn't know what's about to go his way. If he does somehow manage to make this escape, I will... oh, the tree respawn there. That could have actually been a good way for him to maybe make it out, but Parallax, he can jump through trees. He doesn't care.
Hey, he got the Parade of Power out, so, you know, Legion can't really do anything for another 2 minutes, minute and a half.
Cloud, they bring him down, they do. And meanwhile, top lane, did Lodestone just solo kill the Parallax? Oh, this is very bad news for Halunky for President. They're going to get a counter kill on the Lodestone, but hey, if you're Lodestone, I think you're pretty happy with that. You did your job. Thunderbringer's going to try to clean up some kills here. Now, he has 1 versus 3. Glacius going to try to make that a 2 versus 3 as they're going through the tower here. It just shows you they are not afraid. There's the Lightning Storm with the Grimoire of Power. He's going to make it a hat-trick, says Thunderbringer. He takes out all 3, and that's why he wasn't scared, John. He was feeling very comfortable going in between that tower there, as he's now level 16. 550 gold per minute on the Thunderbringer.
Yeah, dude.
Oh, by the way, Corrupted Disciple, he hasn't even joined any of these engagements. He is still farming away. Legion team, they feel that this lead is insurmountable. They have thrown in the towel, and we will see Team Tim move on, take the semifinal #1 victory here with a 2-1 lead over Halunky for President. Final thoughts on Game 3 and the series.
Lesson learned. I'll tell you the lesson learned. Never discount comfort picks.
Never discount comfort picks. That's true.
Yeah.
Sometimes they're comfort for a reason. Some things just,
exactly.
If they aren't broke, don't fix them.
Yep. Well played. I hope I didn't put a caster's curse on Team Halunky by rooting for them, but just extremely well played by Team Tim. That was a commanding victory in Game 3. So
very good
really
job
excited
from
to see them.
Very well executed, and they just took command there in Game 3. If I'm not mistaken, I think Halunky for President still moves on to the loser bracket, so they aren't done necessarily just yet, but they get another chance down in the loser bracket.
Yeah, and I think we'll be seeing you guys in the next match. Am I correct?
Yeah, I
Your
gotta go
team?
get ready for my series with B Pro. I believe we're playing Backdoor Protocol in a BO3, so that'll be fun.
All
I
right,
will
it'll
step
be
away from the caster's box and maybe
yeah.
just
Thank you
leave that
so
up to
much for
you.
joining me, kind of giving me a break. It's always
Always
fun to
happy to
hear your
join.
insight, and really excited to see how your game sense transfers into you actually playing and watching from the
Well, hopefully I don't feed. That's always my
right.
my big worry. Not to feed in tournaments. Try to keep the deaths to a minimum, but yeah, um, definitely try to transfer that over to the gameplay as well.
Right.
Um, I think
Yeah.
we've
You'll be
concluded.
good.
I think we've
You're
concluded
good. You're
semifinal
good,
number
Wig.
one.
Don't worry.
I'll do my best. But yeah, we'll go on a quick break. I think we're going to be starting that one right away to keep the time going, if I'm not mistaken. So stay tuned, ladies and gents. Semifinal number 2 will be coming up soon. Buskno GG, that's my team name. I hope you guys like it. Versus Backdoor Protocol coming up after a break.
right, hello everybody, and welcome back to the Paradise HoN League cycle number 1. This is the first match of a best of 3 series between Backdoor Protocol and Buskno GG. I'm your shoutcaster, Easy Full Clan, going to be covering the action solo this match, as the caster that was joining me last series, What You Got, is actually going to be playing this match. So we wished him the best of luck at the end of the last series, and I'm excited to bring this broadcast to you and help cover the action in this match for you. So let's jump right into it, guys. We have some quick bans coming out from both sides here. We've got Engineer, Monarch, and Tundra banned out from Backdoor Protocol, and Cthulhuphant, Accursed, and Defiler banned out by the side of Buskno GG. So definitely some interesting bans, much different than we saw in the last series. Specifically, Accursed and Defiler. Those are two interesting heroes that I feel like I don't see banned out that often. So What You Got, we got a little bit of an insight into the machinations of his brain whenever he was in the caster seat with me. He's a brilliant player, brilliant caster, so he's definitely got to be on another level banning out heroes like that against Backdoor Protocol. He knows what's up. So the first pick, we've got Hellbringer for the side of Backdoor Protocol. A really powerhouse hero. We saw it do a lot of work on the side of Team Halunke in the second match of the last best of 3 series, but it is quickly countered by an Electrician pick following an Andromeda pick on the side of Buskno GG. We know, everybody should know at this point, that Electrician's ultimate is a quick counter to Hellbringer's Malphas summon, as it all but one-shots it. It actually used to one-shot it instantly. Now it just does a massive amount of true damage to the target, but it is still an effective counter nonetheless. And we have a Magmus pick on the side of Backdoor Protocol. So really strong hero picks from both sides. Neither side really kind of revealing what they're going to be doing. This Hellbringer, it could be a mid Hellbringer, it could be a support Hellbringer. I feel like I typically see Hellbringer as a mid pickup, but it is a bit flexible. We'll just have to wait and see as they pick an Artesia for their third and final pick going into the second ban phase. So also a really interesting hero. I feel like we don't see Artesia in the mix that often, but it has a very, very strong early game presence, and really a mid game presence too. If you can get the momentum on your side, the essence projection on top of the healing state of the arcane missiles really allows you to stage these scary pushes if you can just win like a single team fight. So we see a Corrupted Disciple ban as the first ban from the side of Buskno GG. And I'm just waiting for more. I mean, I don't really know what either of these teams are going to be doing. I've seen Backdoor Protocol in the mix in the past. They have certainly been a part of many of the tournaments that have been held in recent years. Never quite making it to the top, but rooting for them to be able to get a little bit further along, if not to be the grand champions this time around, as they do have some very recognizable names, and we know that they play very well. But it is an uphill battle. This Hellborn team, Buskno GG, a lot of recognizable names on their side, and we know that they've gone very deep into some of these tournaments in the past. We have a Lord Salforus ban, instantly followed by an Oogie ban. Everybody knows that Salforus at this point, if you've been playing the game long enough, is just a hard counter to Oogie. So if Salforus is off the table, you take out Oogie. And Snark really, really taking his time on some of these bans, just trying to tease out exactly what he thinks that strategy from Buskno GG is going to be. Not a whole lot revealed from this Andromeda and Electrician pick. Two of those heroes, obviously Andromeda is the support hero, but it can be ran in so many different ways. Same thing with Electrician. We know it's a great dual lane hero. It can be ran as a solo. There's just nothing revealed from those two heroes on the Hellborn side right now. We've got Behemoth out of the game, waiting on the third and final ban from both sides. And then we'll see exactly how they cook up the conclusion to their drafts. I will say, just before these final bans come out, I am really interested to see exactly how they plan on running this Artesia. It seems like it's... I haven't really seen it in the competitive scene that much. I do know that it can be a very frustrating hero to play against. I've played enough games of HoN to have played against most heroes in the pool in some capacity, but I'm mostly a pub player, and if anybody knows anything about HoN, 5v5 competitive scene is markedly different than anything that you can see in your typical TMM games. There's just coordination is everything in the game of HoN. Taking a good long while on this final ban, and then we're going to see what exactly they decide to pick up. The Predator ban coming out from what you got on that as the last hero is really, really quite interesting. That is not a hero ban that comes to my mind, but we know that what you got's on another level, so he probably thinks that Snark is liable to pick that. I believe he is the carry player for Backdoor Protocol, and Madman is the final ban for Backdoor Protocol. So coming into the pick phase, let's see what we have. The time advantage coming out for Buskno GG, and the Wretched Hag is the third pick, and they've got the fourth pick available to them as well. Safe to say that that is probably going to be a mid hag, and could what you got be doing me a favor? He knows that Gemini is one of my favorite heroes. He picks the Rally, but there's still one more hero pick available to them. He could slide in the Gemini as the fifth and final pick for his side. You'd love to see it, or I would love to see it. Gemini is such a fun hero to watch. But let's watch what the fourth and fifth picks are going to be for Backdoor Protocol. We have a Swiftblade Shadowed. Swiftblade, I don't think... Swiftblade seems like it would be kind of a weak pick this game. Bensington would be more like it. I mean, honestly, against this draft... There we go. We've got a Bensington and a Lodestone pickup. So this looks like it's going to be some sort of tri-lane setup. Probably, if I had to guess, I think we're going to see a lot of movement from Magmus this game. Probably going to have a Bensington Artesia lane in the safe lane, Hellbringer mid, Lodestone in the top lane, with Magmus kind of just shaking things up, trying to find plays on all three lanes. It seems like it's a very strong draft for Backdoor Protocol, but definitely not slouches over on Buskno GG side either, with the Rally, Electrician, and Andromeda triple stun, and of course Wretched Hag is always going to be a threat with the Bat Blast combo that just goes through Shrunken Head. So a lot of burst potential, and he does it. He does it. Gemini in the game, wonderful hero, an S tier carry hero. So from what I've heard, just effective at all stages of the game. Scales extremely well, has nuke potential. We're going to see exactly how they run it. We're going to learn something this game about how to play Gemini as the main carry. I predict that we're probably going to see Andromeda Gemini in the top lane, Hag in the mid lane, Electrician in the bottom lane, and then Rally. Rally actually might start with Electrician in the bottom lane, but I could be wrong. But before I dive into that, let me give you guys a word from our sponsors. The tournament that you're viewing right now is being brought to you by both Community Gaming and Polydoge. Community Gaming is a platform that runs weekly tournaments for Valorant, Super Smash Bros., Hearthstone, and other games as well. They're all in one, and they help supercharge events of all levels, from community grassroots tournaments to the Tier 1 professional events that you see. Experience it yourself at communitygaming.io or join their Discord server to learn more. And Polydoge is a digital currency with one of the most vibrant communities on the powerful Polygon network. It offers a wide variety of fun interactions to its holders in the form of NFTs, apps, airdrops, and access to different DeFi platforms ready to use on Polygon. Experience it for yourself at polydoge.com. Now back to the game. We already see an aggressive tri-lane from Sir Bensington, Magnus, and Artesia. So this is definitely not what I was expecting. We've got a 1v1 Electrician versus Lodestone in the bottom lane, but we know that all of the action is going to be in the tri-lane here. So we're going to have to keep our eyes peeled in this direction. And then we've got a pretty classic matchup, Hellbringer versus Wretched Hag in the mid lane. I think the favor goes slightly to Hellbringer, if I had to guess, but Wretched Hag probably, I would say, has the rune control with just having the higher mobility. But of course, it's going to be hard to just get free runes with a tri-lane. It's going to be a lot of movement this game. But I think, it's really hard to say which one of these tri-lanes actually has the advantage. Usually you kind of err on the side of who has more stuns, and Bust No GG's tri-lane of Rally, Andromeda, and Gemini, they do have a stun advantage. But Artesia brings a lot of damage to the table and a lot of poke potential with Arcane Missile. So they are down a stun, but they might have slightly more damage at these early levels. So we'll see exactly what happens. And Gemini already taking heavy harassment, and Rally immediately showing his utility in a tri-lane as he's able to play defensively and aggressively with the Compel stun. Just quickly gets Gemini out of the fray whenever he gets half HP'd very quickly by Bensington and Artesia, comboing their spells together. And Lodestone here in the bottom lane taking a little bit of pressure. You gotta like this matchup for Electrician slightly, I think. Electrician has a really, really good time in most melee matchups. Hellbringer gets blinked on by Wretched Hag in the mid lane, taking tons of pressure. So I would say that Sate really, really coming in with style in the mid lane, putting a lot of pressure onto Hellbringer. And Bensington takes a common stun, but isn't going to have anything else thrown at his way. Immediately, it's still really early on, guys. Have yet to see a Bloodlust. Rally is pushing really, really heavy, hard and fast into Artesia, but they have the creep advantage and making the most of it. Lodestone and Electrician both pretty low in the bottom lane, staying toe-to-toe. Electrician with a slight creep advantage, 10-0 versus Lodestone 6-1. And Wretched Hag also with a creep advantage over Hellbringer. It's it's still so early on. See, Andromeda goes ahead and secures the top rune for Wretched Hag. It is Illusions. He's waiting on his bottle. And Gemini is just going to have a really great time. You love the rally pick this game. The Compel stun, and this is a dead Artesia. Gets jumped on by the Compel. The double stun catching Gemini and Andromeda. Gemini in a lot of trouble. Dies to the Joust stun, and Magnus pulls out the golden apple, but is going to get caught by the Comet stun. So in the end, it's going to be a 2-for-1. Excuse me, no, that's just no, it is a 2-for-1. Coming out in the favor of Backdoor Protocol, Bust No GG, but we have a dead Hellbringer in the middle lane. Missed that one, but Wretched Hag diving with the Illusion Rune, making the most out of the reduced cooldowns and mana costs. And Gemini taking some harassment. Joustin is going to connect onto Rally. Rally is going to fall to the burst damage, so another kill. It's now 2-for-2 kill count here in the top lane. Very, very even matchup. Both teams playing their side extremely well. We want this game to stay as even as possible, make it run for as long as possible. HoN is always best viewed whenever both teams have a potential path to victory. Gemini over here at the pool camp. Artesia playing a little risky, but he's got Magnus behind him. And now let's take a look at the gold value. Both teams, both teams having a pretty good time. Bensington, the top farmer of the game, slightly. Actually, Hag is, but we've got a Compel stun. A Rally is going to get caught out. Gemini is going to be able to Twin Fang onto Artesia, but he's in a very risky position between Bensington and Magnus are both laying out auto attacks onto him. Magnus is going to have enough mana for a Lava Surge, gets himself into the tower. There is a Joust stun coming out onto Andromeda, who is trying to finish Magnus, but Magnus does not end up dying. The clutch Steam Bath is going to disjoint that last auto attack, and he's able to live. And it's a, what was that, a 3-for-1? They're able to take out 3-for-1 hero. That's a huge swing. They have a commanding lead in this tri-lane right now. Lodestone taking a bit of heat from Electrician in the bottom lane, but he is actually the first to hit level 6. And Electrician has no mana. Lodestone is going all the way in on Electrician. He is very low HP, but Lodestone is not going to commit fully. Picks up the bottle at the last second. So Electrician has an item coming out to him. Not sure what it is. Could be a pickled brain. Wasn't able to pay attention. Joust Stun is going to connect onto Gemini, followed by the Lava Surge and the Arcane Missile. It's just so much damage. Gemini cannot take it. Rally just slightly out of position, isn't able to compel him out in time. My goodness, Backdoor Protocol having a fantastic time in this try versus try. Benzington just a slightly stronger hero in the tri-lane setup than Gemini. As strong as Gemini can be. Haven't really seen too much happening in the mid lane. Wretched Hag just kind of quietly asserting dominance over Hellbringer right now. The next rune spawn is going to come up, and if it does spawn top, I do fully anticipate that Wretched Hag will go top and try to punish this aggressive tri-lane. It is bottom. Electrician picks up an Invis rune. Let's see what he does with it. He pops it and is walking towards Lodestone. He didn't have a port in his inventory. You almost would have liked to have seen him go top with it, but there is a kill that I missed in the meantime. Hopefully Paradise picked it up on the camera. Artesia does end up falling, is a bit out of position as he was left behind by Sir Benzington and Magnus, who went for the top rune. They actually don't have vision on that top rune right now, or any rune spawn in general at all. And it's very key. They actually don't know what rune it was, but Electrician pops the Invis rune to just keep farming in the bottom lane. Rally gets caught out by a stun combo and is able to compel himself out for the clutch. And the Bat Blast comes in huge, taking out the triple. Taking out the triplet of heroes in the top lane. That was a huge show by Wretched Hag. It was his first kills of the game with it, making it a hat trick. Coming out in full style. Excuse me, that was not his first kill of the game. He had already killed Hellbringer. But a hat trick is still a hat trick. And he's going really aggressive on Hellbringer, who drops the Malphus out on Wretched Hag. Is he going to be able to finish off Hag? The demonic presence, excuse me, not the demonic presence. The Q from Hellbringer is going to miss, but in the meantime, we have a dead Electrician and Lodestone who actually trade themselves for each other. So a fully even setup. This game is so close going into the 7.5 minute mark. Good grief. It's really, really starting to shape up with a lot of action this game. Gemini hits level 6 at this pool camp right now. We have Magnus and Sir Benzington looking to make something happen. They are under the cover of vision. Not going to be able to surprise anybody. Wretched Hag staying nearby. Just stacking a creep camp really quick as he goes for the top rune. The rune is bottom. It is a haste, but Lodestone in a lot of trouble right now. The rocket drill is down for 12 seconds. Gets caught out by Rally, but there is a port from Hellbringer. Demonic Wave is going to connect onto 2 heroes as well as the Demon Strike. But they do still find the kill onto Lodestone. But Gemini gets Lava Surge and it has some Arcane Missiles being chunked at him. But is he going to be hit by another? Yes, Artesia is going to pursue the chase. But Gemini is going to be just fine. Looks like he's going to pot up at the observatory. Meanwhile, Wretched Hag laying into this mid tower, trying to get it to the half HP mark. And haven't had time to talk about items. It's still so early in the game. Almost everybody, with the way that this game is shaping up, really just trying to complete some of their core laning items. But you know, Wretched Hag has a full laning setup, especially now that he's at 460 GPM. So Really interested to see exactly what item path he goes, as he does port down to the bottom lane with his haste. Hellbringer better be careful. He is getting flanked. Wretched Hag ports on the other side. There is a port coming in. Hellbringer does have some support coming. The Bat Blast is committed on Hellbringer, but it looks like he is able to walk away, especially with Magnus being there at the tower. But Benzington in the top lane almost missed it. Is getting twin fanged on by Gemini. But the heals are coming out on Benzington. Benzington is able to joust away, but now it's Artesia that is in trouble under the tower. He is going to end up falling. And in the bottom lane, we see a deny coming out. Magnus denies Hellbringer. So, well played, taking away that kill from Wretched Hag. I almost didn't see that. But okay. Resetting. We still have a 3k gold lead in the favor of Busno GG. The regen rune is going to be sniped out by Magnus. Hag with no rune in the bottle right now. And we can see Lodestone is going to find Rally. Hits the rocket drill, but able to compel away. The joust is going to miss. Gemini thinking about going in, but doesn't actually commit. Cancels the Twin Fang. But that is good. That is good for Busno GG. They know that the Benzington ulti is on cooldown now. And we see a sacrificial stone picked up on Gemini. So really just kind of trying to stack some stats. Probably trying to make progress towards his steam boots at this point. Trying to find farm anywhere he can find it at some of these small camps. The medium and the small camp. As it just feels like Sir Benzington and Artesia will never leave this lane alone. Magnus and Lodestone looking at Rally, trying to take out these jungle stacks, and they are going to be able to potentially get on him. There is a magic missile lava surge that catches him out, and now Gemini walking maybe a little bit too close. Rocket drill is going to connect onto Andromeda, but Wretched Hag is right here. The Malphus is burned. Lodestone has the ulti go off, doesn't connect with anybody. Wretched Hag is going to be able to evade that demon strike, but now Lodestone is gripped. The joust comes out from Benzington. Andromeda falls. Wretched Hag is going to fall to Benzington and Lodestone, but Gemini gets in there. Lodestone is so low, but he's able to walk away. There is no ability for Hellborn to chase him, but Magnus, not the same story. Magnus is going to fall. So all said and done, it looks like we have a 2-for-1 hero exchange in that jungle. So quite the skirmish. But you know, Backdoor Protocol bringing it a little bit in line for themselves right there. They were down a 3k gold deficit, and now it's only 1200, so bringing this game back to their side a little bit, as Benzington has 1800 gold saved up, so we will see what he decides to go. He's got the Soul Scream ring. To me, that communicates that he's thinking about going for a Nullfire Blade. He could go for something like a Thunderclaw if he wanted to, but I would love to see a Nullfire Blade, especially against a hero like Electrician. But you never know. Electrician, with the Glowstone pickup, telegraphing his intent to go for the Staff of the Master probably, which is an extremely strong item on Electrician these days, but who knows? Could be an icon if he feels like his team has enough momentum. Could disassemble the Mana Boots, but Glowstone, a fantastic build-up for Electrician, whichever path he decides to go. A Gemini really just struggling to get momentum this game, as he doesn't even have his Steam Boots finished, but he's still at 300 gold per minute, so he's not doing too bad. The Compel is going to connect onto Artesia, and he just gets deleted by the Bat Blast. Now Magnus needs to be careful. He is able to Steam Bath to temporarily save himself, but the Rocket Drill is going to catch Electrician. The Benzington ulti is going to slam down on Electrician's face. He falls. Rally compels in very aggressively, but the Lance-Along is going to get the finishing blow onto Rally. So Benzington on a serial killer streak with 2300 gold saved up, and looks like the mid tower is going to fall on the Hellborn side. So Wretched Hag trying to find a deny, but isn't going to be able to find it. So, all said and done, it is now Backdoor Protocol that has the lead here. And they actually are going to find a Wretched Hag with the blink on cooldown. Malphus does get dropped, but now it's Hellbringer that's in a lot of trouble. Yep, Hellbringer is going to end up falling to Wretched Hag and Andromeda. Magnus trying to do something in return, but isn't able to get in range for a Lava Surge. But Artesia is here. One of the missiles misses from the Essence Projection, but it looks like he is going to be able to find that counter kill onto Andromeda. So a nice little kill for Artesia coming out. Such a close game. Benzington just spent his gold. It was about 3k. Safe to say that that is probably a Nullfire Blade, as he is actually able to evade getting sandwiched by Rally and Electrician there. So nice little heads-up joust over the cliff there. But I'm keeping my eye on this Magnus right now, who is just kind of steadily and patiently making his progress towards his portal key. Not doing anything too crazy, just kind of waiting around, trying to be in the right position to save his teammates and just ginning up that gold for portal key. He is going to get spotted out by Rally, but it is just going to push Rally away and keep things safe for Benzington. And Benzington actually went the route of the Thunderclaw, so I was wrong thinking that he was going to be going for a Nullfire. Thunderclaw, great item pickup for this hero, just additional damage on his burst combo, but of course you love being able to just sit back and farm for a little bit whenever the game slows down, so that's just going to make that process a little bit faster for him, and now he can transition into something like Nullfire Blade, which I already mentioned it's a fantastic item pickup, and it's pretty typical for a hero like Benzington. Gemini, on the other hand, has the Steam Boots finished finally, has a Neophytes book, probably going to be going the Dawnbringer route. It's pretty standard these days on Gemini. It synergizes really well for the hero. But, we have Lodestone, about 550 gold away from Portal Key. Wretched Hag blinks very aggressively onto this rune. It is an illusion rune, but it's Lodestone that needs to be in trouble. He's cancels the port, and he actually is going to end up dying. So a nice little kill that they find on a pretty key hero like Lodestone, who especially was making progress towards his Portal Key. And Hag finishes her Light Brand, while Gemini is very close to his as well. So safe to say that Busno GG is probably going the longer game route, as they are going to have 2 Light Brands on their side, so looking to just farm out the game. Magnus getting caught out by an Electrician Grip and a Twin Fang Stun is not going to be able to survive this. And it's Hag with 470 GPM versus the 490 GPM of Benzington, who's having a great time farming some stacks in the jungle. Finds himself 2 nice little stacks here in the center of the Legion jungle, trying to bring that GPM over 500 with a little bit of assistance from Artesia. Gemini doing his own little farming, but not nearly as efficiently as Benzington, who just about hits the 500 GPM mark, has 2,000 gold saved up. And I'm really curious what Benzington's next item is going to be. I've talked about Nullfire, but who knows? We might see like an early Shrunken Head so that he can just get in there and avoid getting stun locked. It wouldn't be a bad idea, but I still think Nullfire is the right answer here. Both teams, the game has really just slowed down a lot. It was jam-packed with action about 2 or 3 minutes ago, but it's slowed down. Both of the teams are really spaced out right now. But there is a bit of collapsing here happening in the top lane. Electrician pops a smoke here in the trees. Lodestone is going to go and catch Gemini with the rocket drill, but now it's Lodestone who is out of position. Has a haste rune available to him, but he is up against Electrician right now, so it might get purged. There's the well-timed purge, but the Artesia ulti is just able to heal back up all of that damage on Lodestone. And the Malphus is ready to drop, and it's going to connect onto 4 heroes. And Lodestone is going to find the double stun. Magnus is in the middle, but they can both get deleted by the Bat Blast. And Artesia and Hellbringer are forced to go away. And Benzington just opting not to join that fight. It could have potentially made the difference. But he went the safe route. He finishes his Nullfire Blade. But that is a huge huge pair of kills that they found in the favor. Let's see who got those killed. Gemini got one, Hag got the other. The exact two heroes that they want to have them. And Gemini having a pretty good time now, just steadily increasing his GPM count to close to 400. He's level 12. Level 11 is kind of a magic number for this hero. Bennington almost getting comboed down by Rally. Andromeda just not quite close enough to be able to find the stun. But yeah, as I was saying, level 11 is a very big deal for Gemini. Just the power increase between the level 6 ulti and the level 11 ulti it might be one of the biggest power jumps for an ultimate in the game in terms of just what it does, the amount of damage, the farming potential and split form that it offers you. I love this hero so much, if you can't tell. And Gemini having to play very carefully in the top lane, but he knows that the rocket drill is on cooldown. Magmus, this guy has been sitting on like 1,500 gold for what seems like an eternity. I looked at his gold count like 5 minutes ago and it was like 1,300. Now he's only up to 1,600. He's just being so patient, but he also got killed in the top lane. So, you know, and you have to honor that type of thing whenever you witness it. The fact that he is so close to an item like Portal Key, and we know it's an essential item pickup for a hero like Magmus, but he's still willing to get into the fray and try to make a play for his team. But we have a pause coming out, and I'm not exactly sure what the reason is, but the tournament organizer has called for it. So I will give my voice a little bit of a break and drink some water while this is happening. And I'm back. Seems like we might have a slight technical difficulty, but we are ready on the side of Busno GG, just waiting for confirmation from Backdoor Protocol. They are ready as well, so the match is getting underway again. Sorry about that, guys. But we have just noticed it. 3,000 gold almost finished, saved up on Wretched Hag. Probably going to be turning this Lightbrand into a Grimoire, I imagine. Electrician in a dangerous spot here. Actually spots out the Artesia, but they aren't going to be able to pounce on him. Electrician got to be really, really close to Staff, and Staff is such a big deal on Electrician. He's got Rally supporting him from behind, so Electrician going really aggressive on Lodestone. Baits out the Essence Projection drop, but Andromeda gets half HP'd. Shatterstorm is popped. Lodestone has the Portal Key ready, but actually isn't going to be doing anything. The cooldown is committed, and that is that. So Electrician just going to still keep on farming here in the top lane. Has, from what I think I've seen him purchase, a completed staff coming out to him on the courier. And like I said, this is a huge deal. The toggleable shield with no mana cost. For those of you that don't understand Electrician's staff, it just allows his shield to be toggled on and permanent. Whereas the traditional mechanic for it is that he has to spend 20% of his up to 20% of his maximum mana to maintain it, and it only lasts 12 seconds. So he's able to himself very quickly by using his shield to farm or to save himself. It also allows, there is a window of opportunity for you to be able to catch him with his shield down if he does not have this toggleable ability that is granted to him from the Staff of the Master. So it's a very big deal for Electrician to have the Staff of the Master in the game at this point. He's just going to be able to comfortably farm for the rest of the match, and he'll always have his mana bar at his disposal for his defense.
Cleansed for death.
But the game is very, very slow. You know, Bensington has a Nullfire 1, a Thunderclaw. I haven't seen him purchase anything. I know he probably has. Artesia is going to get caught out by Electrician and Andromeda. The Ward of Sight revealing his position. They just jump on him. Rally with the portal key at this point. So now that we've got some major item pickups on the side of Hellborn, we've got the portal key on Rally. We've got the Staff of the Master on Electrician, the Grimoire on Hag, the almost completed Dawnbringer on Gemini. This is where things start to get really interesting, where they can kind of branch out and you can kind of see some of the personality of the players come in, you know, where they feel like they have the essential pickups to where they can try to read the game as far as and determine what they feel they need to clinch the victory. It's the same story with the Hellborn, with the Legion side, where we've got portal keys on both Magnus and Lodestone at this point. We've got the Nullfire Blade, Thunderclaw set up on Sir Bensington. I think that it's safe to say that we're probably going to see that Bensington doesn't have much of a choice other than to go Shrunken Head. But we'll see what he opts to go for. He could potentially, just for example, go for a Geo's Bane if he wanted. But I think it's likely to see that we see a Shrunken Head. And Staff of the Master is almost coming out on Hellbringer as well. He's only 500 away from it, so that's a pretty major item pickup as well. So really interested to see exactly what they do from the itemization standpoint. But, you know, you just got Bust No GG deciding to extend their lead. Gemini's porting down into the bottom lane. He's going to be able to farm at least 2 to 3 different waves, finishing out that Dawnbringer. See what he decides to go after he finishes it. If I had to guess, I would say that he probably would just go a safety route of Shrunken Head. They have fantastic damage output. He doesn't really need to put all of his eggs in a damage basket right now, following the Dawnbringer pickup. And, you know, he actually hasn't made any progress towards finishing the Icebrand portion of the Dawnbringer, so it looks like this Mighty Blade is actually not going to be a finished Dawnbringer. It's probably going to be a Shrunken Head right away. He just hit the 1600 gold mark, so I'm anticipating him picking up a Warhammer, if I'm right. But we'll see. He might be deciding to keep buyback just in case something crazy happens, but no, there's the Warhammer. Staff of the Master, picked up by Hellbringer, 3,400 gold in the bank for Sir Bensington, really, really close to that Shrunken Head mark. I believe that was a Glowstone picked up on Rally, so making progress towards his staff. And, you know, guys, you know what I would really love to see this game is a Staff of the Master given to Gemini, right? Let's see what Lunatic G's Gemini's skills really look like with that third dog, am I right? That would be fun to see. That is probably one of the most fun Staff of the Master effects in the game, the third lightning dog, from my point of view, but I'm heavily biased. And it actually is a Staff of the Master, or a legacy, picked up on Electrician. So he is deciding to buff one of his teammates' staffs, and I kind of imagine it's going to be Hag. Hag's staff is just a little too good, especially when giving it to you for free. Especially when you have a Grimoire in your pocket already. Just drops the cooldown by more than 50%. It's just maybe too strong, and it is given to Hag. So we've got a 60-second Bat Blast cooldown, and it does even more damage. So Wretched Hag, really, really a force to be reckoned with this game, as he also picks up a Shrunken Head. So we're going to have a Shrunken Head on Wretched Hag and probably a Shrunken Head on Gemini before the next engagement with the Staff of the Master effect on Hag. So this is looking pretty scary for Backdoor Protocol, who, you know, they're not slouches necessarily but a lot of their gold investment is in Bensington, with a little bit on Hellbringer. You know, most of what they've got is just portal keys. So we'll see if the Malphus, I would say the Malphus drop is going to be pretty key here. I think that, yeah, I mean, we've got a Kongor kill advantage for Busno GG. It doesn't really seem like Backdoor Protocol is going to be able to take their own. They're not actually aware of the Sport of Sight that is scouting their pit right now. And we've got smokes popped. Wretched Hag is going to get revealed. Rally is also going to get revealed. Places the ward down. Lodestone is going to get gripped by Electrician. Gemini trying to find a quick kill onto Artesia here. Goes into the split form. Is able to quickly kill Artesia. The Rally, Compel, and Seismic Slang comes out on Lodestone, who tries to pop Shatter Storm but isn't able to survive. And so now it is a 2-kill swing in favor of Busno GG. And it looks like they are probably going to be making progress towards pushing this top 2-tier tower with this easy advantage. Or are they splitting back up? Just deciding to go for Kongor here. Okay. Opting to try and snipe the Kongor kill. They feel like they have the vision available to them. Andromeda. Yeah, they're all 5 here. Vincent is on the other side of the map, but that's not necessarily a problem for this hero. But they know that they have the advantage to be able to take Kongor with Lodestone still being dead. So this is going to be the second Kongor kill for Busno GG, and it is going to not be a token drop. They didn't quite get the kill in time for it. Gemini thought they might, but a Kongor kill is still a Kongor kill, especially whenever you have a hero like Hag who can, well, most of these heroes that can just utilize all of the Kongor buffs to their fullest extent. I'm actually very intrigued by Gemini here with the Vitality enchantment. In mid lane, Malphus is going to be dropped on Rally and Andromeda. They're going to find 2 quick kills, so finding a 2-for-0 exchange in their favor this time, and we've got double Malphus kind of rushing this mid tower. So this is probably going to be a dropped tier 2 mid tower. So Backdoor Protocol, despite having a gold and XP disadvantage, able to take a very important objective here over the other side, but it looks like they are probably going to be losing their top tier 2 tower in exchange for it. So Slasty Ret on Wretched Hag, able to kind of keep things in balance for his team. And you can see the Electrician ultimate just quickly doing about 70% of Malphus's HP right there in one go. That's why they picked Electrician. As soon as they saw a Hellbringer pick up on the other side. Vinsington's still just farming away with a second Mighty Blade in his inventory right now. Probably going to be going... I imagine this is going to be the route of Dawnbringer. I don't think any other notable items take this component. Gemini playing positioned very, very aggressively. But his team is nearby enough. A finished Dawnbringer on Gemini. Now, if you can see, we have a Resto Stone imminent on Hellbringer. This is more than likely going to be a finished Resto Stone by the end of the game, and that's a very big deal. Coupling that with the staff that's already finished, they're going to have one hell of a wombo combo. Bensington actually gets gone on the mid lane, escapes with the Joust. Rally is still pressing the attack, forces Bensington to Shrunken Head to escape. And Gemini has his sights on Artesia. Nope, doesn't quite see him. There's a Bensington ulti coming down on Rally. Rally is going to be able to portal key away. Gemini gets gone on by Lodestone, Magnus, and Artesia. He pops the Shrunken Head. The Bat Blast is going to connect on Artesia, instantly killing Artesia, dealing a ton of damage to Lodestone. They end up finding the kill on Gemini, but it comes at the cost of 2-for-1. However, I think that they are happy to make that exchange. Gemini is just slightly more valuable than Lodestone and Artesia combined at this point. So despite it being a 2-for-1, it probably still is in favor of backdoor protocol. But Magnus better be careful here. He's Steam Bass in front of these heroes. Electrician with the portal key at this point presses the attack on Magnus, but Magnus is able to get away. Bensington very, very aggressively positioned in the enemy jungle. And Rally mentioned his staff quite a bit ago, making a lot of progress towards it. Has 500 gold saved up. Not sure if he has a third component of his Staff of the Master in his stash or not. A finished Resto Stone recipe on its way out to... Actually, is it on its way out to Hellbringer? I don't see it. I think it's just the recipe. He needs the Sustainer piece. But more notably, Wretched Hag, about to pick up another item, has 5.3k gold saved up. This hero, just a powerhouse farmer if it's able to get an early enough Grimoire. It just doesn't stop. Bensington getting scouted out by a Dust on Rally. He's going to take a HoN. Shrunken Head comes out. They have no ability to cancel this. No superior interrupt except for Void Rip, but it was not in range. A right-clicked Resto Stone on Wretched Hag. That is a finished Resto Stone as well on Hellbringer. So huge one-hero wombo combos in the game right at this point. And it's a basher on Bensington. Very interesting. Not an item that was on my radar at all, but a quick kill on Artesia. That hero just gets deleted off the map way too fast for me to keep track of him. So they're going to take this hero kill advantage into a push on the mid tower. Rally a bit behind. Doesn't have his Staff of the Master finished quite yet. Has another 1,000. Things just really, really slow right now. Backdoor Protocol trying to find a move for them to make an advancement in this game. You know, the gold lead from Busno GG has kind of just, I don't want to say it's stagnated, but it's kind of plateaued for the moment at 10k. It feels like it's been at that 10,000 mark for quite a bit. But the third Kongor kill is being set up for Busno GG, but Wretched Hag is going to get caught by Bensington, Magnus, and Lodestone. Nice little stunlock combo is going to find a kill on a very, very important hero. Dead for 65 seconds. They are not going to be able to stage a Kongor kill, or at least not comfortably. The Malphus is dropped blind on the Ancient spawn, but he is happy to just take the spawns to the tier 3 tower and just start whacking away at it. Electrician, of course, probably just going to instantly come up here and cast Cleansing Shock on it, but a second Malphus just burned very aggressively on the tower itself, not even in combat with the other team, just trying to get as much damage out on this tier 3 tower as possible. And you can see the power of this Electrician, just deleting those Malphuses so quickly. But they did get a lot of damage out on the tower. I mean, that's a half HP tier 3 tower, previously full. So was it worth the Malphus cooldown and the Resto cooldown? We'll see. We'll see if Busno GG can capitalize on the cooldown window of it not being available anymore. We've got Gemini seeing if anybody comes to the bottom lane to farm this. He might find Hellbringer here. He is waiting very patiently in this failed rot. Still has 10 more seconds on it. Looks like he is going to be able to find him, but Hellbringer is hasted. Is he going to be able to... It didn't break. A very, very nice try. Electrician tries to come in with the portal key to purge off the haste. Isn't able to find it. Bensington ulti is coming down in the mid lane on Andromeda. Is going to be able to find a quick kill on Andromeda. Meanwhile, we have a kill on Artesia in the top lane from Rally and Hag. So support for support there. Doesn't necessarily change anything other than just 2 kills that are traded. So Busno GG now setting up for the third Kongor kill on their side, and these these Congo kills are going to start to matter. You know, when you look at some of the size of these buffs give, 4% damage per stack, 100 HP per stack. You know, it seems kind of small at the first go, but whenever you've got 3 or 4 of them over the other team, it really starts to stack up in your favor, and you can really feel it. But meanwhile, we actually have a Staff of the Master given to Sir Bensington from Hellbringer. So Hellbringer committing another 2,300, kind of feeling like, you know, his arsenal is kind of complete for the moment being, as he has the Staff Resto ready for himself already. Gives it to Bensington, so Bensington, with 650 attack range at this point, is essentially a range carry now. And lowers the cooldown on Lancelong by a lot. I believe to 5 seconds. I think. Yeah, I can't read the tooltip right now, but I think that's the additional effect on top of the range. So, other noticeable item pickups, not really able to see. So, Gemini with the Shroud now. I gotta say I like it. I like the Shroud pickup from Gemini. He's clearly going to turn it into a Genjuro if he can get the gold for it. A little bit of agility stack, but you know, they haven't made any use of invisibility. Of course, none of their teams have it in their kit. So, you know, it's kind of nice to just force the enemy team to start sitting on rev wards or committing gold towards dust now that they have a Shroud. So, going to be able to take full advantage of an item like this. Just extra mobility. An Arcane Bomb finished on Andromeda. Trying to figure out... Oh yes, it does damage to summoned units, of course. Couple Arcane Bomb with Electrician Cleansing Shock, and those Malphuses, it really doesn't matter. But this is a humongous kill that is just found in the bottom lane by Rally and Hag onto Bensington. Super high value target. I would say the time is now, Busk. No GG. Let's get into the fray as a team. 5v5. Either force your hand at Kongor or start chipping away at a tier 3 tower. That's a massive kill. But they are just steadily farming away at the moment. Can't really blame them. But they are starting to collect themselves here in the mid lane. But Andromeda kind of wandering away towards top lane. Might actually run into trouble himself. No, he will not. They're all going towards Kongor, so taking the objective, kind of the safe objective. It is hard. Mentioned it in the last series. It is kind of hard to push uphill in a situation like this. You never want to misstep. You never want to lose a one game. You know, you kind of always have that on your back. So going the safe route, but you know, this tier 3 tower in the top lane is going to be dropping for the Kongor buff. So Magmus is going to get caught. Artesia is as well. So it's Magmus and Artesia now that are down with a Kongor kill, 4th Kongor kill advantage coming out for Bust No GG, and now they are all together here in the top lane. So they're probably going to be going towards the top tier 3 tower, dealing with the 2 hero kill advantage. We've got Rally smoked with Electrician behind him. And Rally and Electrician looking to make a play while the rest are showing themselves in the top lane. Rally just positioning himself really aggressively. Not going to be able to find a misstep from the other team, but you know, by the time they got to the tier 3 tower, we've got only 10 seconds left on the respawn of Artesia and Magmus, so we just transition into the Legion jungle, take all the camps, and just decide to try and extend the Golden XP lead. you know, the story of the game at this point, I would say, is really the difference in the supporting casts. I mean, the core heroes are very comparable in farm amount, right? We've just got this position 3 difference of the lodestone versus the electrician, very noticeable, right? About 130 GPM difference. Electrician has given a staff to Hag, right? Lodestone has BKB and Shrunken Head, but I really don't feel like I've seen a Shadowstorm ulti come off recently, so his effectiveness is really kind of tapered off. Well, meanwhile, Electrician is just, with the amount of space available to him on this map, as we said, the Staff of the Master effect is so strong, he can just farm at will at any moment with the perma shield. So this difference is starting to show up, but additionally, the positions 4 and 5, right? Artesia is just struggling this game. 113 and 6, 150 GPM. I mean, Andromeda is always going to be useful. Artesia, it feels like the ulti isn't going to be quite that effective anymore. Now that everybody, especially with these Kongor buffs, like they all have so much HP, and she dies in an instant. She dies if she gets looked at. We've seen her get dropped off the map by a single bat blast like 5 times this game, it feels, so... Alright. So making an uphill push here. Gemini gonna get locked down by the Lodestone, gets compelled out. Shrunken Head is committed by Lodestone. Gemini still has his. The compel stun. Just able to get Gemini to safety. So they can just post up here for a little bit, knowing that the Shrunken Head is down for about 50 more seconds on Lodestone. But they won't be able to stay here for long. And Gemini does go in on Magnus, but Magnus is going to walk away. Has a finished Storm Spirit, by the way, but Electrician now in the middle gets the grip off on Hellbringer. The Bat Blast comes down, but the double Malphus actually slams down, and now we have a... This is just carnage, impossible to cover. Hellbringer falls down. Andromeda's getting gone on in the back by Bensington. They do find a kill onto Artesia. Lodestone buys back. Gemini, Electrician, and Rally all fall. Rally buys back. That went so well in the way of Backdoor Protocol. That was like a 7k gold swing at this point. They were up by like 23k gold. Now they're only up by 15. That's wild. That is a huge team fight in their favor. They're going to take this momentum into the bottom lane, potentially take it this bottom tier 2 tower, soften up the gold deficit a little bit more. Backdoor Protocol is definitely not out of it yet, and you can kind of see just from that why Busno GG kind of avoided going uphill for so long, and it's because it's hard to push into double Malphus. The double Malphus really just put a hard stop on everything that they wanted to try and do in that team fight. Tier 2 tower is going to fall. They've got about 15 seconds before Gemini's up. They're going to put a little bit of damage into this tier 3 tower, and you got to love the way that Bensington gets jumped on by Wretched Hag, gets sheeped, but the Malphus refresh comes out. Actually, it wasn't a refresh, it was already up, and Rally and Wretched Hag are going to fall down, so now it's Electrician and Gemini and Andromeda. They're back up. The Wretched Hag buyback pushes them all away. And a Wretched Hag buyback is very big. I didn't notice the sheep that just came out, but I saw it used. But she immediately got punished. I had no idea that Malphus was back up. I just saw it used at the bottom lane. I thought it was a refresh, but it was already back up. And they are going to opt for a Kong kill here. Busno GG. This would be Kongor number 5 if they can snatch it. But despite being so heavily favored in Kong kills, really struggling to find a victory. And guys, I'm sorry for missing some of these item pickups, but we have a symbol of rage on Bensington at this point in the game. This guy isn't getting dropped inside of, unless he is like double sheeped, but you saw how difficult that is to pull off. because we have a double Malphus in the game. As long as Hellbringer is able to stay out of harm's way and get his ultimate off, it feels like the team fight advantage is almost always going to be on the side of Backdoor Protocol. You know, we have some really powerful AoE combos from Hag. You know, you've got the Seismic Slam that's buffed in radius, or area rather, by the Staff of the Master. Of course, we have Bat Blast. You know, we've got AoE on Electrician and everything, but specifically Seismic Slam and Bat Blast, significantly harder to connect onto more than one target than something like Malphus, right? Summon Malphus is just, it's like a 600 radius ability with a 1200 range. Easy to just click on in the middle of a team fight. Slam it down twice, does like 500 damage to everybody. Bensington ulti, also pretty easy to land on multiple targets on top of Eruption. Gemini making a push onto the tower. Lodestone is going to get gone on. Gemini gets compelled out. Bat Blast coming down on Bensington and Lodestone. Double Resto Stone is activated on Hag. Bensington able to stand his ground. The Lava Surge Eruption is going to find itself onto 4 heroes. Rally, Andromeda, and Wretched Hag are out. It's up to Gemini and Electrician to escape at this point. Electrician with no mana. There was a buyback. Was there a buyback? Buyback on Hag? No, Hag did not buy back. So now it's just Gemini and Andromeda that are alive. And it's the full weight of Backdoor Protocol's lineup bearing down on the Hellborn base now. If they can just get there in time, there is a buyback available on both Wretched Hag and Electrician, but if they get this buyback out of Wretched Hag at this point, that's his only buyback. So if he drops again, if he drops again and they don't get good compensation for it, it's safe to say that that will probably be Rax, if not already at this point. Bensington maybe finds a kill on Andromeda. Andromeda is able to get away, maybe. Nope. A quick kill onto Andromeda. Another kill is exchanged on Artesia, but you know, I don't think Artesia really minds that much. It's just Gemini at this point with 5k gold. But the top barracks is getting pressured, and Gemini gets sheeped. Gets sheeped by Hellbringer. Gemini goes in on Lodestone, who has the Shadow Storm effect active on him. Gemini is going to find the kill, but in the meantime, Bensington finds the Rax in the top lane. There is no buyback available on Lodestone. That is pretty key. Gemini is going to find a kill on Magnus. A beautiful combo is going to be able to finish off Magnus efficiently. So now it's 3 heroes that are dead on Backdoor Protocol with no buyback. They did get the Rax, but you've got all 5 heroes up for Bust No GG at this point. I want to say that this is almost a guaranteed Rax. Unless Hellbringer and Bensington pull out a miracle. Now they're both formidable, but against 5 heroes, I'm not sure. But you know, Hellbringer doing a good job of staying in the top lane here, realizing that they're at a steep disadvantage from a team fight standpoint, and just going ahead and putting pressure in the top lane, saying, you know, if you guys are going to get this tier 3 or Brax in the bottom lane, we're going to get some tier 4 pressure maybe. But in the end, I'm looking at it, not really that much. They just have to yield the Rax. So at this point, it is Rax for Rax. And honestly, win or lose, you got to hand it to Backdoor Protocol for really making this a difficult game for Bust No GG to win. I mean, Bust No GG was up, don't forget, they were up by over 20,000 gold at this point, right? That is an extremely sizable advantage. And they've reined it back in, having it at only 10k lead at this point, which, you know, as the game goes on longer and longer, when you look at gold lead advantages, because the net worth of both teams is increasing, right, that relative advantage is dropping, right? So a 10k lead at this point is not as big as a 10k lead as it was, you know, 20 minutes ago. So yes, they're up by 10k, but it's really, really not that big at this point. Most of the teams have everything that they need, and Backdoor Protocol finally gets their first Kongor kill of the game. So this is crazy. You know, Hyper Crown is finished on Bensington. We've got Sand Scepter finished on Magnus to try and remove that sheep stick. Artesia looking to get, probably going to get one shot by Gemini, but a nice Storm Spirit is actually going to save him on save Gemini from finishing him off. Gemini with the finished Wing Bow at this point, so tons of agility on Gemini at this point. He still has 3k gold saved up for a buyback. Rally. Getting jumped on. Andromeda gets a Storm Spirit. Rally is going to get slammed down on by Bensington. And Andromeda certainly going to fall here in the middle lane as well. So Andromeda and Rally getting picked off while Electrician and Hag are in the bottom lane. Electrician and Hag putting tier 4 pressure, forcing ports back from Lodestone. So now it's 4 heroes pushing into the Hellborn base. Gemini is invis, but Magnus gets revealed by that, and Malphus is dropped on Gemini and Electrician. Bensington is going to town on Electrician. Pops the Symbol of Rage. He's going to able to come all the way back up. Now Gemini playing very aggressively. His Shrunken Head is down. Walks into the Ward of Revelation. Has to get pushed away, but Bensington is going to fall to Electrician and Wretched Hag. Hellbringer trying to escape with the port. Isn't able to get it cancelled in time. Gemini able to escape. Comes back in to help finish Artesia. Gemini, actually, I missed it. He actually had to buy back for that, so he ended up dying to... Ooh, who was it? He ended up dying to Artesia. So Artesia, you know, 2 and 16, second kill of the game, finds it on a level 25 Gemini. So still in it, Artesia. We're still in it. So this is... Whew. Busno GG just cannot seem to finish this one. Now they are able to make some really heavy progress on the middle tier 3 tower. Gemini is able to finish it off. The team support is coming in. Rally is on his way, as well as Andromeda. Magnus is up in about 5 seconds. Shatterstorm is popped. Looks like they're going to be trying to find it on Gemini. Gets compelled away from the Shatterstorm, so Gemini going in hard on Lodestone now that he's got the Shatterstorm buff on him. So Gemini really just pushing forward. Electrician finds a grip on the Hellbringer. A Bat Blast. Twin Fang Stun is going in on Hellbringer. The Storm Spirit extends his life just a little bit, but Magnus in a little bit of trouble. Hellbringer falls. So the second Rax falling in favor of Busno GG, and they have their eyes set on the third. But Bensington is going to be up, as well as Artesia. They will not have... That is a buyback on the Hellbringer. Bensington almost connects the stun on Electrician. Doesn't quite, but it looks like Electrician might be the lamb here for the rest of the team to escape. Meanwhile, Rally finds a kill onto Magnus in the bottom lane. That is a buyback from Hellbringer, the second of the game. So this game going into second buyback territory for a lot of these heroes. Well, Hellbringer is the first. And, whew, this is something, guys. Looks like they're going to try and make something happen with Electrician being dead. At least force a second buyback. This game is probably going to go into second, depend on second buybacks. And then the final sort of engagement or pickoffs are probably going to decide this game. Gemini just hiding in the top lane, waiting to see if anybody comes up here to farm it. It could be Artesia. It's quiet here in the Forest of Kaldavar, with so much blood spilled on the soil. Nothing happening. Kongor under siege here in the Hellborn side. The Legion do not know that this is taking place. And, you know, we've just got these heroes pulling up so much gold at this point. A double damage being picked up by Gemini to efficiently kill this Kongor. Wretched Hag with the 5k gold. You wonder what she's going to buy, if anything. She might not be able to buy anything. She looks like she's fully slotted. So any additional gold that she farms is probably going in the way of probably Pegasus boots, I would imagine. But Gemini has another item slot available to him. He can definitely sell the sacrificial stone, so really curious to see exactly what he's going to be replacing with that. The Savage Mace is picked up on Bensington, who is also fully slotted with 7k gold, so we'll see if he decides to make any kind of item replacement at some point. Maybe. I don't think he's going to be able to replace anything. Seems like all of his items are pretty essential at this point, especially being 2 Raxes down. He needs the Thunderclaw to be able to push out Rax creeps. And Hellborn staging a push now on the final set of Raxes. The question is, can Backdoor Protocol keep performing miracles? They've done a good job. When they've had all 5 of their heroes up, they've been doing a fantastic job of defending their uphill. So you know that Bust No GG is extremely cautious pushing into them like this, with no token or anything. Just trying to steadily take out that tower. It is in deny range now, so if they can just get a couple more whacks on it, an exposed last set of Raxes is going to be very, very key. Gemini does finally drop it down, so now it's the Raxes under pressure. They are forcing the hand of Backdoor Protocol. The third melee barracks, 70%, or excuse me, 30%, but not able to finish it off, but it's super, super low. Could we see some kind of sacrifice play coming out from Gemini on the barracks? The Lava Surge just started up. We see the Malphus is going to delete, on top of all the damage, it's going to completely delete Gemini, who buys back, is probably making a post haste. Meanwhile, we have Bensington just finishing off everybody. Andromeda is dead. Buyback on Electrician. Buyback on Gemini. Final buybacks, I might add. This is the push. They're deciding to do it now. Electrician goes in on Artesia. They know the cooldowns are down. Gemini is here. The Storm Spirit saves Artesia's life, but he is going to end up getting killed. Bensington is here with the ulti, but he gets immediately sheepsticked. He is deleted, but he's going to be back up with the buyback. But the barracks is under fire now with no defense. The melee barracks does fall. Electrician, excuse me, a Wretched Hag gets sheeped. The double stun onto Wretched Hag and Electrician from Magmus. Rally with the compel on Bensington. Bensington is going to fall, does not have buyback anymore. He bought Genjuro. This is the ranged barracks that holds everything together. It's Mega Creeps. Mega Creeps for Bust No GG. Bust No GG. Genocide. That's the game. That's the game. GG. Bust No GG. Round 1. 60 minutes between these two teams. What a match. GG both sides. That is HoN, guys. Whew. These team fights just absolutely incredible. Impossible for me to cover. So much action happening. Well played from both sides, guys. We're going to go into round 2. Really, really excited to see exactly what the second match looks like. Will it be as close as the second one or as the first one? Will it go to Backdoor Protocol? We'll just have to wait and see. Keep it here. All right, welcome back everybody to the Paradise League HoN tournament, cycle number 1. We have the second out of the best of 3 match series between Backdoor Protocol and Buskno GG. I'm not your host, but your caster, Easy Full Clan, going to be bringing this shoutcast to you solo. And for those of you that didn't witness the first match of this series, it was actually a very, very close back and forth between these two teams. It lasted 60 minutes. It came down to mega creeps. There were multiple second buybacks in the game. It was a fantastic match, and I'm hoping that the second one is going to be just as flashy. So jumping right into it, we have bans. Cthulhuphant, Defiler, and Accursed banned out by Buskno GG versus Monarch, Andromeda, and Electrician. So Backdoor Protocol responding appropriately and taking out two out of their 3 bans to eliminate 2 of the heroes that Buskno GG utilized in the last match, so forcing them down a path of a different strategy. And we see Cthulhuphant, Defiler, and Accursed banned out. I already went over the bans. I'm blanking. We have a Nymphora pick on the side of Buskno GG. Pardon me, guys. So instantly with the first pick, Nymphora. Very, very interesting hero pick, and I believe that's probably going to be in the hands of what you got. We have seen that one in his hands before. I have at least a number of scrims, maybe even competitive matches. I know that he loves this hero, and it's a really scary hero to have to go up against. I mean, the global teleport is really just one of those abilities that always keeps you on your toes and can make for some really, really interesting comebacks, and just never makes nobody feel safe whenever it's placed well. So we have Deadwood and Geomancer picked on the side of Backdoor Protocol. Both of these heroes extremely strong in their own right. Specifically, we have seen Deadwood in the hands of, I believe it was, can't remember the player, but it was utilized very effectively in Team Tim in our first series of the day. But Geomancer is also one of those other heroes that is extremely strong and just provides, just with the sonar ability on top of his line stun, really, really strong hero to have yourself go against. So with that said, we have Ophelia and Kraken picked out by Buskno GG. Now, these two heroes, Kraken is an extremely strong hero, especially in recent patches since the Restrain was added onto the Release the Kraken ability. So you can no longer blink out of the whirlpool or tablet somebody out of the whirlpool as you used to be able to, as long as they're caught in it. Not necessarily immobilized by being pulled all the way into the center, but if they are in the effect at all, they cannot use a movement ability to get out. So this hero is extremely strong nowadays, and it is coupled with an Ophelia. Ophelia, now I said I thought that what you got was going to be playing Nymphora, but it seems safe to say that he's probably going to be piloting Ophelia this game. It's kind of a signature hero. He is known to be a very strong jungle hero. A jungle player, rather. Jumping into our second wave of bans, we have Benzington and Malikan banned out by Backdoor Protocol, as well as Corrupted Disciple as their final ban. Plague Rider, Oogie, and waiting on the third from Buskno GG. So we'll see what they decide to get rid of. I almost feel like they might, I don't know, what was the hero that gave them a particular amount of trouble last match? Might see a Benzington. Nope, Benzington Man was already banned out by Backdoor Protocol. So if they're not piloting it, they're banning it. And let's see. I just don't know enough about Backdoor Protocol to see, what would be a targeted ban. They need carries. They're going to be, even though, gosh, the Plague Rider is an interesting ban, but we know why it's there because of Ophelia. The Plague Rider Ultimate is just too strong of a counter to Ophelia. But the final ban is Predator, and we actually saw that banned out in the last match. So that is going to be the final ban for Buskno GG, and into the second pick phase now. Let's see exactly how Backdoor Protocol decides to round out their draft. They have 2 picks available to themselves at this moment.
Magnus.
The first is Magnus. And the second, I mean, this is already shaping up to be a very, very strong draft. I mean, Magnus, Geo, and Deadwood, 3 excellent heroes, 2 strong stuns between Geo and Mag. Rotten Grasp pairs well with any kind of setup stun. And of course, the Falcon Punch making its way into relevancy at all stages of the game, especially if you can just get a portal key, especially against any kind of carry hero. And it's a Torturer as the 4th pick, so that's very exciting. Torturer is one of my personal favorite heroes. One of my favorite things, the aspects that I look for personally is flexibility in a hero. And Torturer is one of those heroes where he has so many item paths available to him. It seems like, I would just say like 80% of the items in the item pool can actually be utilized in some form or fashion on Torturer. And it makes him a very interesting hero because of just all the different ways that you can play him. From positions, he can be anywhere on the hero lineup, from position 1 all the way to position 5. So this is a very exciting hero to see, and I'm really interested to see exactly how Backdoor Protocol decides to utilize it. But we have a Pebbles. Pebbles is going to be the 4th pick, and now the final pick for them is Monkey King. So Monkey King making his way into the game and has been enjoying a lot of spotlight, a nice place in the spotlight in the current meta because of how Dawnbringer interacts with his abilities. So a really, really strong flash farmer Monkey King is. So a fantastic position 1 pick, I think, for Bust No GG. And that Pebbles pick is going to pair extremely well with Ophelia as well. All around great draft from Bust No GG, and it's time to figure out exactly what the last hero pick for Backdoor Protocol is going to be. I mean, this is just... I'm kind of scared for Backdoor Protocol. I know they have a very strong draft right now, and it's Lord Salforus is going to be exactly the last hero pick. So, yeah, I'm not exactly sure how they're going to run it. My gut tells me that this is Snark on Torturer, so he is going to be playing position 1 Torturer. We're probably going to see something like an off-lane Deadwood is what I'm thinking. A mid Lord Salforus and Geo and Magnus kind of playing maybe... I mean, there's many different ways they can run it. Geo and Magnus can kind of go anywhere that they want. You could have a solo top Torturer, but I'm thinking it's going to be a tri-lane in the top lane. Or maybe not. Honestly, this might be a 2-1-2. But we see all 5 heroes running together into the top lane. But no, Torturer is breaking away. This actually, now that I think about it, aggressive tri-lane with a solo top Deadwood. Yeah, this is what's going to take place. Educate me, guys. This is the aggro tri-lane, the triple stun. Going to try and shut down what's going down in the bottom lane rather. Nymphora and Monkey King likely going to be the 2 that are in the bottom lane, but no, we actually see Kraken rotating down, so it could be Nymphora and Monkey King, and so this could just be a really nice little heads up lane swap here that could save them a lot of trouble, because I think Nymphora would not have a good time in the bottom lane. If Nymphora goes... Nope. And we're going to have an aggressive Ophelia. What a hard draft to read. But yeah, now we're starting to settle in. It is going to be Lord Salforus versus Pebbles in the mid lane. Strength versus strength. We'll see exactly how Pebbles is able to stand up to Salforus. Salforus, a pretty frustrating hero to be able to lane against for almost every hero in the pool. This hero just feels like it's immortal in the hands of a good player. Not able to ever push it out of lane. So we'll see if Pebbles can have a decent time. It is Sate on Pebbles. It's kind of one of his signature mid-heroes, so I imagine he'll be having a pretty good time. And it's going to be a solo top Deadwood versus Monkey King in him for us. So Deadwood is going to need to be very, very careful in this top lane, especially with Ophelia in the mix. But Ophelia realizes that this creep camp is countered or blocked, and he tries to counter it, but actually isn't able to spot the Ward of Sight. So a nicely placed Ward of Sight by Geomancer to avoid the aggressive Ophelia camp there. And Kraken having to play extremely careful in the bottom lane. We see a port coming out from Magnus going into the top lane to assist Deadwood. So it's now going to be a 2-1-2 for the Hellborn side. Rotten Grasp is going to miss on Nymphora. And it's going to be a free farming Torturer in the bottom lane. Kraken able to charge Geomancer away from Torturer, get a little bit of damage in. Very, very slow going in this game. But it is only 1 minute in, of course. Now the real thing that we have to watch out for is Ophelia here in the mid lane, who actually is flanking behind the Lord Salfora. Just going to wait patiently here with his Skeleton King that he has in his hands. We have a level 3 Pebbles. He's got the Lunar Tear. He's going to have enough mana for both spells. And here it comes. This could be the Bloodlust kill here on Salforus in the mid lane. The Pebbles combo comes out, and the flank from Ophelia is going to secure that Bloodlust kill for Pebbles. And that is going to be a very, very big momentum swing for the mid lane. But Monkey King in a little bit of trouble here, but the pod stun is actually going to put Deadwood in trouble. And now it's Monkey King putting the assault on Magnus. Magnus could potentially go for the... No, he is not going to try and make the return kill on Monkey King, but Magnus has to be careful here. He's going to Lunar Tear. He's going to have the stun available to him. He is going to Larva Surge through 2, but the Skeleton Grip is going to catch him, and he is going to fall to Ophelia. So Ophelia already making his presence felt in 2 lanes, giving his team a steep advantage early on in the game. This one, if Ophelia keeps doing work like this, as we know that hero can, this could be one of our faster matches in comparison to what we saw last game. Monkey King very, very low HP, but feeling confident because I guess he has the pod behind him, but mana, there is no mana on Nymphora. He's trying to mana up. Geomancer trying to protect against the Ophelia gank, but he's going to run into Ophelia, forced to dig away. And it's a 1v1 Torture versus Kraken in the bottom lane. But Sate on Pebbles with 400 GPM, the exact kind of start that you want for your Pebbles game. Has a bottle in his invis, an invis in his bottle. Geomancer trying to secure the top room. We have Ophelia wandering over towards the top lane. It's a 3v3 here, brewing in the top lane. Kraken gets a little bit low, but there's a Lava Surge on Monkey King. The Rotten Grasp is going to connect, but the pod brings him all the way back up to half HP, but he is going to end up falling. But Geomancer going to get gone on and finished out by Ophelia. Now it's Deadwood who's under attack. Deadwood is going to be able to escape down into the river, so in the end it's a 1-for-1. And Pebbles is going to be able to pick up this regen rune in the bottom lane. So this, Pebbles finishes his power supply, has it coming out here. Pebbles probably going to be going a very standard route of Steam Boots into PK. And Ophelia, level 3, did a lot of work, but slightly under-leveled from all the roaming. Just going to go ahead and make his way into his own jungle at this point and farm up a little bit and potentially catch out Snark on Torture in the wrong position. As Snark is pushing very aggressively onto the tier 1 bot tower without boots. Now, if he's probably paying attention to the map, so he's going to see Ophelia wandering over here under his ward, but he is very slow. And he's actually not reacting. This could be a dead Torture. The Torrent has been thrown. He is going to be falling very, very quickly with the Nature's Wrath applied to him, and he is going to fall. Magnus tries to connect a Lava Surge onto Nymphora on the top lane, isn't going to be able to connect it. Now Nymphora laying in some auto attacks. Just poking, poking, poking. Monkey King needs to be careful a little bit. Very aggressively dashes into Magnus for some damage. Got 3 disables down here, up here in the top lane. It feels like they should be going on Monkey King, but there it is. The Lava Surge, Rotten Grass coming out on Monkey King. He's able to evade the Rotten Grass with like a quick elusive dash out of it. That elusive dash was everything. Torture putting some heavy damage onto Kraken, but Kraken is going to charge him into the wall. Is he going to be able to... Not enough mana for a release of the Kraken, just shy, about 20 mana. So that's going to be a nice kill for Torture. Getting that return kill, but Monkey King getting pressured, but that pod just healing him for so much. They cannot seem to drop Monkey King through this Nymphora support, even having 3 heroes for lockdown. Salforus just trying to make a stand against Pebbles here in the mid lane. Monkey King playing very aggressively. Torture finishes his mana boots. And Magnus getting pressured by Monkey King, but it's Nymphora who's taking a lot of pressure. But Magnus is going to fall to the Monkey King combo, but Nymphora tries to live, isn't able to. Monkey King with a fully charged mana battery is going to make a go at Geomancer, but now he needs to be very careful because he just got the Undying thrown on him by Lord Salforus, who finishes him off with the dot damage plus the log throw. But in meantime, in the middle lane, Ophelia is putting pressure on the mid tier 2 tower, tier 1 tower rather. It's Pebbles and Ophelia putting a lot of pressure on this tower. This could be the wave that gets it. Magnus is here, but he doesn't have his ulti. Thinking about making some sort of stun play for a deny, but too risky. They are going to see Salforus. Pebbles going to throw down a Stalagmite stun. Nope, he throws the Minotaur, gets the stun combo off. Lava Surge on Magnus is going to stun an illusion there. And Salforus actually is going to end up falling, but it's Torture here chasing with Impalement. Torture forced to flank, forced to take the defensive path, not able to push forward. So they get the Salforus and the mid tier 1 tower for nothing. And Monkey King finds a kill in the meantime on Geomancer in the top lane. So it's time and we look at a couple of these items. We have some finished plated Greaves on Salforus. We almost have a finished portal key on Pebbles. This is a really, really early portal key on Pebbles. You know, he's going to be finishing this probably around the 11-minute mark if he's able to maintain his current GPM count. And we have a port on Pebbles. Where is this port going? The Nymphora Pebbles port is behind Deadwood in the top lane. Geomancer's here. The Stalagmites is not going to connect. Monkey King starts the combo out on Deadwood. Deadwood has the ulti up, but he's not. Is he going to be able to get it off? No, he's not going to be able to get it off. And Geomancer getting pursued by Pebbles, who has Chuck up in 2 seconds. Is Geomancer going to be... Wow! The self-toss. Monkey King tosses, but the Lava Surge connect onto 2 heroes, but it doesn't matter. They just had all the firepower. Torture is now covering, going after Pebbles. Pebbles is very, very low, but Ophelia is here. Magnus Lava Surges in extremely aggressively, ends up falling. So this is a 3 hero kill lead for Bust No GG. Look at the golden experience advantage, guys. 5,000 gold, 3,000 experience. Deadwood is going to fall. That is the 4th kill for Busno GG here in the top lane. Are they going to be able to find a kill on Monkey King? No, their numbers are just too superior right now. 4 heroes. South Forest is trying to find it. Monkey King is probably dead to this South Forest ulti, so they get something back for those 4 hero kills. But all that said and done, things are going extremely well in favor of the Legion. We have a finished portal key on Pebbles, just finished it in the jungle. Monkey King with a 5-charge Brass Knuckles and Ghost Marchers. He's got a pretty devastating combo at the moment. Nymphora trying to find a stun on South Forest. The Lava Surge Eruption is imminent on Magnus, finds its way onto Ophelia. A quick kill with the Morse Certissima. Meanwhile, we find a kill in the mid lane with Pebbles utilizing that surprise portal key. Kraken uses the release the Kraken, forcing Magnus away. Looks like this is the end of the fight unless Pebbles makes a jump. But it's just going to go wander back to the mid lane. Uh-oh, Nymphora slightly out of position. Nope. It's going to juke into the trees and pour it out. Now it's time for the tower push, or the flank. Kraken's getting out. And the tower push.
The Legion have destroyed
Meanwhile, we have a tier 1 tower dropped in the bottom lane by Monkey King. Interested to see exactly what item path Monkey King goes. I'm sure he's going to start it out with a light brand, as most people do these days. Pebbles gonna get scouted out by Geomancer, but it looks like he doesn't know that Geomancer's there. Is he gonna be able to combo? Just a misplaced Pebbles combo. Isn't actually able to finish off this Magnus, but is he gonna pop haste and chase after him? No, he's not. Slight misplay, I believe. Not able to get those 2 abilities together. Sometimes it happens if your hero is just not turned the right way. So a little bit of a disappointment for Sate. But not a problem. He's going to burn his haste and go into the top lane. And Torture, being the position 1, is only at 270 GPM, but you know, this is one of those heroes that actually is able to recover quite nicely, just because its kit is very strong. But Deadwood, I missed the kill, but he just got deleted by Pebbles and Kraken in the top lane. And I'm sure they're going to be making a tier 1 tower push here. As Ophelia is wandering towards the tower with a triplet of creeps. Monkey King is keeping things together for No Bust GG in the middle lane. Yeah, this is a really tough position for Backdoor Protocol to be in, but Lava Surge is going to find its way onto Nymphora. Very aggressively ported. The Nymphora Zeal is going to miss. Release the Kraken coming out on Torture. Torture not able to escape. 2 quick kills onto Magnus and Torturer. And Ophelia is making his way, working on this top tier 2 tower. The rest of the team is imminent. And the top tier 2 tower falls. It's a 13k gold lead 14 minutes into this match. 13,000. That is huge. At this stage of the game, 13,000 gold is so much. We have a portal key on Kraken now. Astrolabe finished on Ophelia. Magnus taking a lot of pressure from Kraken. Now it's Torture who's getting Ophelia comboed. Kraken gonna just Torture in the wrong position. Just gets dropped. It looks like they are planning on going tier 3 here. They feel like they have the tools at their disposal to be able to take this out. Between Nymphora and Ophelia, they have a really, really strong push. This tier 3 tower is dropping so fast. If they get this early on in the game, it's going to be a near insurmountable comeback. that backdoor protocol would have to pull off. And they're still here. Everything is up except release the Kraken and Ophelia's ulti. The combo quickly drops Geomancer from Pebbles. Salforus, a double Lava Surge. Falcon Punch onto Crack. The pod trying to save. The Eruption does end up going off. Monkey King tried to cancel it, but unfortunately the Vault doesn't cancel it. A double combo onto Salforus and Torture. Monkey King going to town, but getting quite low himself, trying to find that last auto attack on Salforus, able to get it with the elusive dash. Is he going to be able to escape? Yes, he is going to be able to escape. So his entire team died. So that is a bit of what they needed. Last time I checked, it was still a 13k gold lead, but they got a tier 3 tower after I mentioned the gold lead, so it was pulled back just a little bit. Those 4 deaths were pretty substantial. Backdoor Protocol needed that, but watch out, Snark. They're not done yet. They're porting on you with Kraken, and then for Snark is dead in the top lane on Tort. Already back. That's what I was mentioning with Nymphora. Always just have to be aware that if Nymphora is alive, that port potential is always there if you don't know that it's on cooldown or not. So I imagine that Ophelia is just looking for 3 creeps to find that are suitable to take into the top lane again. There is no portal key on Magnus. You know that he wants it. He's trying to farm it in the bottom lane right now. They're going to need it to try and stave off a push from no GG with having the Ophelia powerhouse. The staff is incoming on Pebbles. He has the glowstone plus one of the other 3 pieces that he needs. We have a finished Searing Light on Monkey King. Fantastic item pickup. Things have slowed down, but Pebbles going in on Geomancer just finds a quick kill. Geomancer under the cover of that ward stands no chance. Only 700 max HP. Sorry, bud. Pebbles is going to take you out every time. And now it's Pebbles and Kraken finding a quick kill onto Deadwood. And that's a 2-for-0 exchange. Just 2 quick picks. If Ophelia can get into the top lane, this is probably a Rax, but who knows? Maybe she'll try to go for the mid tower instead. Yeah, Ophelia and her creeps are here in the middle lane. Monkey King canceling the port of Salforus. I thought he would. I thought he would drop the Wanjin Slam on Salforus there at the bottom room, but Pebbles finding another kill on Geomancer. Geomancer just doesn't stand a chance this game against this farm Pebbles. Bust no GG, really just driving home the point that they did not want to have to endure another 60-minute match. Just taking such a commanding lead into this second match, and it's not even 20 minutes into the game. 19k gold lead, 19 minutes into the game. Deadwood and Magnus trying to hide together in the trees, positioned really well, but Magnus spotted out by Pebbles and Nymphora. Magnus just not able to do it. Deadwood frantically punching Kraken. Nice little triple stun by Geomancer into the ulti. Monkey King gets the Undying ulti placed on him. Kraken trying to escape. Kraken is going to be able to live. No, he's not. A fantastic team fight for Backdoor Protocol. A buyback on Kraken. It's a hat trick for Salforus. Okay. Okay. Backdoor Protocol lessening the lead. Kraken is here with smoke though. Geomancer certainly going to die. Gets quickly splashed down by Kraken. And now Stunlock coming out from Salforus. Onto Salforus rather. And Nymphora going to assist with the port. And they're going to keep the pressure up. Making another go at this tier 2 tower. Probably going to end up falling. Pebbles with the staff now.
tower.
Yeah, this is a scary situation for Backdoor Protocol. I mean, they brought it back a little bit with that team fight, but that buyback from Kraken was well used. All of the tier 2 towers are out now, and they have no tier 3 tower in the top lane. With this Staff of the Master picked up on Pebbles, that's, you know, that's it. That's the sound I'm making. Ugh. Right? It's just one of those situations. Really, really tough to come back from, especially if your Torture gets picked off in the top lane. Then Fora, though, with the quad stun, the clutch quad stun, is he going to be able to make it to his team in the meantime? They see him. They see the sonar revealing him. The quad stun, allowing him to escape. That was really, really beautiful. Backdoor Protocol just not catching a break this game. Opting not to go all the way in on the racks yet. Ah, here we go. Now they're starting to head in. And the time really is now, before Magnus has a portal key. Don't allow Magnus to get the ideal Lava Surge eruption. Make him work for it. Can wait all day. If you can just get some creeps on that barracks, Pebbles can just group toss onto it. There it is. Racks at half HP. If the racks fall here, the game is all but finished, I would say. Just waiting for the next wave. You know, Ophelia, so close to a finished idol. Probably could have waited just a little bit for an idol, but I guess maybe just deciding to try and gin up the gold right here. He only needs about 150. They'll just keep the pressure, prevent Backdoor Protocol from being able to farm up some of these essential items, like that much needed portal key on Magnus. But Magnus and Torture flanking from the side with smoke, but Torture gets revealed. Kraken is going to find a Tsunami charge into the wall there. Solos Torture very, very quickly. Sate is going to find a quick kill onto Geomancer, as he has a habit of doing at this point. Southfor is very, very tanky, but forced to run away. And so now it's a 3-for-1 exchange, but the racks fall as well. And, you know, I would say Sate and Pebbles is happy with that trade. Happy to give up his life. Because the barracks, they don't respawn. So, what's the plan next? Probably going into the bottom lane as 5. Just letting the creeps do their work with the auto push in the top lane. Just doing the exact same style of play in the bottom lane. The barrier idol is here on Ophelia. We've got the Souls Borg on Kraken. We've got the huge armor stack on Southfor. Southfor is trying to be a frontliner, but you know, it doesn't really work if your teammates try to flank, and unfortunately their plan just gets thwarted. We have some smokes popped by Backdoor Protocol, trying to make a play on the Legion side before they get close to the barracks. But the jig is up, all the smokes are broken. And Kraken is the one that smoked, going in from the side. Going to get portal keyed on, but finds the portal key onto Geo, and the toss combo from Pebbles is going to kill Geomancer super fast. Kraken ends up going down. We have Torture finding his way in the front lines, finding a death. Magnus just getting dropped so quickly by Magnus and Pebbles. And now it's only 2 heroes alive to try and save this barracks versus an Ophelia Pebbles push. I think it's safe to say that this might be the match right here. This barracks is going to fall very quickly. The mid push is right nearby. Lord Southforest with a very interesting Armor of the Mad Mage pickup. Pebbles gets Falcon Punched by Deadwood. The group chuck comes out. Deadwood able to live, not able to live. Pebbles very, very low, but Monkey King just too much sustained damage at this point. And Torture just gets sniped out by the Nymphora stun. Bust no GG looking very, very excellent in the second match. Not grouped up again. I guess Ophelia probably lost all of his creeps. Just going to go look for some more. A finished Dawnbringer on Monkey King, who also has the completed Shrunken Head. Failed to mention that one. There's just so many items. So many items at Bust No GG's disposal. It just feels impossible for Backdoor Protocol to win. But I mean, this is match point. They're forced to play this out until it's very clear that they have no ability to win. Pebbles. The combo onto Magnus. Magnus is just going to stun Pebble. Magnus trying to juke and jive with Lava Surge. Able to live. The massive group chuck is going to deal so much damage, but Pebbles is going to end up falling. But Monkey King is here with strong sustained damage. Trying to put some damage into Salforus, but Salforus is too tanky. Has to switch targets on the Torture, who falls but finds that kill on Kraken. And there was a buyback on Pebbles, so Pebbles is back. And now it's just Salforus trying to stay alive versus 4. And you're tanky, Salforus, but not that tanky. And it's a genocide, and now the barracks is under fire. There's the CC vote. It goes through, and Bust No GG is the victor of this best-of-3 series over Backdoor Protocol in a commanding fashion. Ends that game with a huge, huge lead in Golden Experience, just from start to finish. Just unstoppable fashion. Cleans that one up very, very quickly. So well played by Bust No GG. Going into the next round, the finals of the winners bracket, if I am not mistaken. Looking very good. Has momentum on their side. Excited to see what comes next of them, but I'm not sure if that match is being broadcasted today. I believe it's going to be the losers bracket final today, if I'm not mistaken. Correct. I stand corrected. It is the winners bracket final. So, Bust No GG going to carry that momentum into the next match. Excited to see exactly how they cook it up versus Team Tim. Stay tuned, guys. Hey everybody, welcome back to the Paradise HoN tournament, cycle number 1, Paradise League that is. This is going to be our first match of the winners bracket final between Team Tim and Buskno GG. I'm going to be your shoutcasting host, Easy Full Clan, and I'm really excited to bring this one to you guys. This is going to be the best match of the day. Both of these teams pretty much dominated their first series that we saw. So this is going to be both of these teams are extremely talented. They have really, really well-known players on both sides, like Inbaboy and Zane and Volca. I'm not really sure exactly who the other two on the top side of Team Tim are, but we've got What You Got. I think we've got Probusk and Sate and Slastyret on the side of Busno GG. So this is going to be a very, very exciting match, and I'm really fortunate to be able to broadcast it or help with the broadcast for you guys. So we've got Keeper, Corrupted Disciple, and Andromeda banned out from Busno GG versus Pebbles, Wretched Hag, and Gladiator banned out by Team Tim. So these bans look extremely familiar on the side of Busno GG. One that kind of is a little bit interesting is Keeper of the Forest, but I can understand it. Keeper of the Forest is a extremely strong hero with just that team fight ulti can be really hard to deal with if you don't have the right hero lineup against it. But what I find especially interesting on the side of Team Tim's bans is they banned out 3 of the heroes that I think Sate is known for playing in the mid lane. So they really, really do not want to give this guy a good time in the mid lane. So, and understandably so. If he's able to get a little bit of a lead, he's able to create so much space for his team. So they're trying to cut that out at all costs. We see an engineer picked, followed by a Thunderbringer and a Lodestone. So the last match of Team Tim's last series, they had a Thunderbringer in it that just wreaked havoc on an underleveled tri-lane. So they're going to try and see if they can run the exact same type of thing with the Thunderbringer in their arsenal again this match. The Lodestone, you guys already know about Lodestone. If you've been playing HoN in the last couple of years and you don't know how frustrating Lodestone can be to play against, I don't know who you've been playing against, but everybody picks this hero. We've got Engineer, Monarch, and Kraken being the final 3 bans, or final 3 picks. We already mentioned the Engineer, but Monarch and Kraken. Kraken was in the last match for No Bus, No GG, and they did extremely well with it. It's such a powerhouse suicide hero, or solo hero, rather. It does an extremely large amount of work as soon as it's able to get a portal key. And then we've got Monarch, which is just a fantastic supporting cast hero. So just both of these teams look extremely strong right now, and the players are extremely strong. Like, guys, this is going to be an awesome match. I hope you're looking forward to it. We've got Electrician and Tundra, and the third ban coming out from the side of Team Tim is going to be... Emma Boy's got to think about it. Come on, Emba. What's it going to be? Well, I can talk about the first two. Electrician makes a ton of sense. I mean, if you were watching some of the previous series, we talked about it in game 1 of Backdoor Protocol versus No Bus, No GG. They had No Bus, No GG had an Electrician on their squad, and I think it was that match. I might be misremembering, but the Staff of the Master effect on Electrician is huge these days. It makes that hero so insane. If you're able to muster up the gold for that at a reasonable timing, it just feels like your GPM explodes for the rest of the game. So you can see why that hero is banned. But the final ban is Hammerstorm, and unfortunately, they take out Tundra. Tundra is one of my favorite heroes to see. I love Shiver. I love what it brings. I love to see post-haste plays. I'm a little saddened that that hero is off the table, but it is what it is. And I think Probusk actually plays that hero, so that's probably why they decided to eliminate it from the match. But we've got a Hammerstorm ban, which is an extremely strong hero, especially with Kraken and Engineer being on the team with it. So it's not the most usual carry ban that I see, but it can make sense. It can be an extremely strong hero. And Kronos was the final ban for No Bus, No GG, which I guess they must have been watching that first best of 3, or at least heard of it, when Team Tim went against, who was it? Halunke or something for president, something like that. And they just dominated with a Kronos on their team. So they know that Emba Boy can play this Kronos extremely well, so they just get rid of it. And then bam, we've got Glacius and Behemoth. So team fight ultis all around on top of the Thunderbringer ulti. This is a pretty scary lineup coming out from Team Tim. We know that they're able to make great usage of a roaming Behemoth. And hey, look at this. We've got a Flux on the side of No Bus, No GG. Now, this is going to pair extremely well, obviously, with the Engineer ulti, but potentially with the Kraken ulti as well. Can you smell the 5-man release the Kraken with this Flux? I want to. I want to see it. I think Flux is just the glue that holds together Wombo combos, in my opinion. So we'll see if they're able to make anything happen with this hero. But besides the obvious fact that it just condenses the position of enemy heroes to just get them Wombo comboed, it is an extremely strong solo hero. Or dual laner. So we'll see exactly how they decide to run it. But I think most commonly it is ran in the mid lane. And the final pick, of course, is that Gemini pick. And it's going to be in the hands of, I think, Probusk. And so we're going to learn a thing or two from a pro player on Gemini. And we're waiting for that final pick from Team Tim. Emma Boy has all of the time in the world to analyze this last pick.
Shadowblade.
And it's going to be a Shadowblade pick. Shadowblade. Yeah, this is going to be... I mean, honestly, there's just a whole plethora of heroes that could have just been in that 5th hero slot, but Shadowblade is certainly a powerhouse hero. One of the highest agility stackers in the game, obviously, with his ulti. Truly a hard carry, and can make use of the space that's going to be available to him. So before we get into the match, guys, we're going to tell you about our sponsors, 2 sponsors for this tournament, Community Gaming and Polydoge. Community Gaming is this platform that runs weekly tournaments for Valorant, Super Smash Bros., Hearthstone, and other games. And the platform's all in one, and it supercharges events of like every level, right? From your grassroots gaming or your grassroots community tournaments to like the tier 1 professional events. You can go to communitygaming.io or join their Discord to learn more about it. Polydoge is a digital currency with one of the most vibrant communities on the platform Polygon network. It offers a wide variety of interactions to its holders in the forms of NFTs, apps, airdrops, and access to different DeFi platforms ready to use on Polygon. So go to polydoge.com to check it out and experience it for yourself. So back to the match, we have a aggressive tri-lane, Gemini, Engineer, and Monarch going into the bottom lane, going to be trying to line something up on this lodestone. We'll see exactly if they're able to take out this lodestone. I mean, it's going to be a hard kill to catch, but you never know. We've got Flux in the top lane, going to be evading his own death against Behemoth, Glacius, and Shadowblade. And of course, your 1v1 matchup of Kraken versus Thunderbringer in the middle lane. So both of these teams, kind of running the exact same strategy, aggressive tri-lanes against solo shorts that are very tanky. I feel that Lodestone is slightly safer than Flux in the top lane, just because Flux does not have the escape available to him like Lodestone does. So, but we'll see. Flux, ooh, with the way that Behemoth is positioned right now, he could actually fall prey to a really, really nasty wall from Behemoth, and Behemoth actually lands it. And so the Glacius lands the Ice Imprisonment on Flux, and Flux is just stuck in the middle of these 3 heroes, and that is a very, very quick bloodlust finding its way onto the side of Team Tim. So extremely well played by Volca on Behemoth, and this guy just really, really knows what to do with Behemoth. Finding that easy kill. Thunderbringer gets kegged by Engineer in the middle lane. Elohim on Thunderbringer has to run away. Thankfully for himself, he does not find a death to give Kraken that lead in the middle lane, but they tried to swing it back in their favor by finding a kill on the mid lane, but Thunderbringer is able to find his way away from it, but still getting pushed out of the lane, and Kraken is having a nice time just getting some free creep kills while Thunderbringer is forced to back. But Engineer is not done yet. Engineer is just going to keep harassing Thunderbringer, who has no more mana to get free creep kills with Chain Lightning. Lodestone putting a lot of harass here in the bottom lane on Gemini. And Lodestone just so tanky. Able to just do a lot of work. Throws down the rocket drill. It's not going to connect onto Monarch, but Gemini doesn't want to miss these creep kills, isn't going to pursue, but Behemoth and Engineer skirmishing for the top rune. Engineer trapped in this wall, gets ice imprisoned, has no kickstun available to him, but Kraken is here. One more auto attack is going to finish off Engineer. Behemoth laying in auto attacks to Kraken. Probably not going to be able to kill him, but a nice wall is actually going to prevent Kraken from running. They're trying to body block him, but able to find his way into the safety of the tower. Engineer ports in, but the skirmish is over, and Glacius and Behemoth are rotating top now, seeing if they can line something up onto Flux, but Flux deciding to back out because the creeps are on the tower now anyway. Shadowblade going to comfortably farm this huge creep wave on his tower, get a big chunk of XP up to level 4. Gemini in a toe-to-toe battle with Lodestone. You know, Monarch having a really tough time forcing this Lodestone out of lane. Lodestone able to get lots of XP down here. Has something coming on the courier. Probably a health pot if it's not on cooldown. I haven't been paying attention that closely, but right now Team Tim doing extremely well for themselves in the 2-0 position. You know, they're having a... Thunderbringer's having a little bit of a frustrating time in the mid lane, but I mean, in all honesty, he's pretty much getting dual laned and he's still at 300 GPM. Essentially matching. But Monarch gets gone on by Lodestone, but Lodestone maybe slightly overextends. There is a nice kill found by Probusk on Gemini, taking out that Lodestone who overextended just a little bit on Monarch. You know, Monarch really just inches away from death. It was a good try from Lodestone, but in the end, the first kill of the game is found for no Busk, no GG. And Behemoth getting gone on by a hasted Kraken. This is almost a certain death, as it is for Behemoth. So now it's 2-2. The scale is even back up. And we await the next skirmish as these players are starting to round out their laning phase item setup. 4.5 minutes into the game. Flux getting ice imprisonment by Glacius, but it's Glacius who needs to be worried as he takes a keg turret, and Glacius is going to fall, but Flux is now in the dangerous position. Shadowblade is going to be able to find the kill, but it gets sniped by the neutrals. So the League on Flux getting the best out of that dire situation, dying but giving it to neutrals, so it's no good to Shadowblade. And it's a dead even match. Insignificant amount of gold and experience difference between the two teams. 5 minutes into the game, it's just dead even. Let's see how long these two teams can keep it up. We know they're good for it. We know both of these teams have extremely skilled players. Kraken gets walled off, but he's able to tsunami charge over the Behemoth wall. You know, if this match took place just, gosh, how many years ago was it? Whenever Tsunami Charge used to not be able to go over terrain, but these days it does. Actually, I might be wrong about that, but yeah, I don't know. Someone in chat help me out. Does Tsunami Charge go over... Why does it go over Behemoth's wall, but I get the feeling it doesn't go over cliffs. Someone can answer this question for me. Things really slowed down. 400 GPM for Gemini. This is the kind of start you want to have on Gemini. In a dual lane, you have a nice level setup. He's level 6. Lodestone has to be careful, but you know, Lodestone maybe trying to make a play himself. I missed the kill in the middle lane. Kraken takes out the Thunderbringer, so you know, Thunderbringer having a pretty decent time, but unfortunately gets caught out by Kraken right there. Hopefully the camera caught it, because I certainly did not. Kraken over 420 GPM now. Top farmer of the game. Looks like he has Steam Boots coming out for himself. Gemini just finishes his own. And it's actually not just Steam Boots, but Mystic Vestments picked up on Kraken. So those are going to be very key this game, as there is a lot of magic damage. Lodestone gets dived on in the bottom lane. They do not want to tower dive. Engineer going to fall prey to Glacius and Shadowblades. The kill is sniped out by Thunderbringer, who actually finds a double kill on both Monarch and Engineer. So a nice little usage of Lightning Storm there to find a double kill. And, you know, Thunderbringer's just one of those heroes where you don't have to have a huge amount of farm in order for this hero to just be devastating. Flux finds a kill onto Glacius. Not exactly sure how it happened. Oh, it happened with a mine trap. So some cheeky mines placed out by What You Got, assisting in that kill. There is a Shadow Storm being used on Kraken. It's going to connect, and Kraken has no magic armor despite buying those Mystic Vestments after getting Shadow Storm. So a really, really nicely timed wombo combo there from the 3 players on the Legion side. Getting a quick kill on Kraken. But as I was saying, you know, Thunderbringer doesn't have to be this hero that just, you know, has this huge lead and just carries it into the middle, into the game, and just has to keep that momentum going. Thunderbringer is just one of those heroes where slow and steady wins the race. As long as you're not completely shut out, this hero just does what it does. Becomes a really, really scary presence later into the late game stages. Flux getting dove by Glacius, Lodestone, and Shadowblade. The Soul Sight is going to reveal exactly where Flux is, and he gets taken out by the 3 heroes. But we've got a port that is canceled in the top lane. Not exactly sure who started that port, but Gemini. It could have been Gemini. Nope, Gemini actually has his. It doesn't matter. Gemini's in the bottom lane, about to take the tier 1 bot tower. And Kraken and Engineer combo farming this triple stack in the Hellborn jungle, but going to get interrupted by Glacius and Thunderbringer and Behemoth, who actually find themselves a juicy little Monarch, unfortunately positioned in the river. So Monarch is going to end up falling. And the Release the Kraken is going to whiff, but no problem. They get a tier 1 bot tower, and actually they get this double damage, but now Kraken is in the mix. But he's going to be able to charge Glacius back over the wall, activate the DD. No, is he going? He's not going to need to, because Splash just does that much damage. But Flux getting gone on by Lodestone, and Shadowblade in the meantime gets dropped under the tower. Lodestone is going to pour it out. Shadowblade positioned very aggressively. Kraken going to run into Behemoth and half HPs him. It just takes him out. Shadowblade trying to port away. Ooh, I thought we were going to see some blind keg coming out to potentially stop that. That would have been something, but Shadowblade does manage to get to safety. So all in all, after that dust has settled a bit, we see that it is No Bus No GG who has started to surmount a golden experience lead this game. But hold that thought. Gemini in the bottom lane just getting stun comboed down. He is slowed from the Glacial Blast, gets revealed by the Thunderstorm. He is on super low HP, but they're not going to pursue this. Oh, I thought Glacius might just keep trying to push for it. It seems like he might have been able to drop him with one more Tundra Blast, but that was a really, really big kill attempt. They needed that. Team Tim needed that, but you know, thankfully from the point of view of No Bus, No GG, they don't find it. Flux gets stunned out by Thunderbringer. The Cleansing Wind comes out, and now it's Behemoth that's taking a lot of heat. Is inside of a Crippling Pollen and a Noxious Cloud. Monarch uses the Cocoon to big effect, is able to extend his life just enough to make Thunderbringer commit for longer, and now Lodestone maybe slightly overcommitting. The Rocket Drill is on cooldown. The Head Smash comes out, but it really puts Lodestone into dire straits. The Ice Imprisonment finishes off Flux, and there's just so much stuff happening in this game. Kill after kill. But the lead for No Bus No GG continues to grow inch by inch. But despite the numbers advantage, Shadowblade is still having a game. Imbaboy knows how to evade death. He's 1-0-3, 450 GPM. Yes, he's not quite as farmed as Gemini, but you can argue in a lot of ways Shadowblade could be the stronger carry, especially once it enters that ultra late game stage, 6-slotted territory. So they kind of still need to deal with this pesky Shadow Blade to really feel like they're in a comfortable position this game. But the portal key, haven't really been looking at these items. There's just been too much actions. There's a portal key on Kraken. We've got a light brand finished on Gemini, probably making progress towards that Searing Light. 50 gold away. Thunderbringer has the recipe for his own Searing Light. Not Searing Light, Light brand. Behemoth getting gone on by Engineer. Engineer, one more auto attack will find the solo kill on Behemoth. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Glacius getting combo down by Gemini. So it's a double kill in the favor of No Bus, No GG. Just starting to extend that lead. But they really need to kill the Thunderbringer and the Shadow Blade. That is the key to their victory. Meanwhile, Shadow Blade finding a nice little jump on Flux. And Flux is going to go down to Lodestone's head smash, so finding a return kill. Saying, you guys cannot get out of line against us. We will punish you. Both of these teams able to capitalize on the slightest mistake against each other. Monarch positioned in the trees in the top lane. Sighted now. Lodestone, Shadowblade, and Glacius looking to group up against Monarch. There is a port. Looks like it's Flux. Monarch catching the Lodestone out. Kraken gonna help finish off. Portal keys away. Finds that kill on Lodestone. Soul's Bulwark finished on Kraken. 1900 gold saved up on Gemini. There's a Nullfire Blade on Shadowblade. Not sure if he's going to skill it up. Nope, he's going right into the Shrunken Head. A very wise decision. Decides he needs to cut down the Wombo combo potential from the Hellborn lineup. And they're looking at him. They're looking at him. The Thunderbringer ulti reveals everything. Shows the aggressive positions from the Hellborn side. Glacial Downpour in the Kongor pit. Glacius, get out of there. Nobody's around you. Thunderbringer just slowly making progress towards his Grimoire. 1500 gold out of the 2100 required for the Blessed Orb. Searing Light finished on Gemini, coming out right now. Farming at level 12. Kraken deciding to make a smoke play for Lodestone, deciding he can take out Lodestone with the release of the Kraken perhaps. Doesn't have enough mana on his bar, had it in the power supply. If he only popped the power supply a little bit earlier, he could have gotten that kill on Lodestone. But the release of the Kraken cooldown was not committed, so just going to go farm for a little bit longer and try again. Yep, look at this, but he's under Vision of a Ward. Lodestone sees it coming, certainly. Zane has this map awareness on lock. I know he's looking. Yep, there we go. Kraken just deciding to blind charge. Not able to do it. So, level 13 Gemini, level 12 Kraken. These two heroes having a fantastic time. Imbaboy still having a decent time this game. 500 GPM. Behemoth making a little bit of progress towards his blink. You know, he's about a third of the way there. Certainly needs it in order for him to, well, do what Behemoth does. Bonk people with the shockwave. But just happy to sit behind Shadowblade and make sure Shadowblade has has the space to farm the items that he needs. This Behemoth is kind of a one-item wonder. And Lodestone about halfway to his own portal key. This gold and experience league kind of stagnating a little bit. not stagnating, plateauing. But Thunderbringer getting stunned out by Kraken. A quick kill onto Thunderbringer. Kraken is now 500 GPM, level 14, just creating the space. As predicted, you can't seem to ban this guy out in the mid lane. Sate, give him a break. But Thunderbringer, despite finding that death right there, has the most expensive part of the Grimoire completed. He's level 12. He just needs about, what is it, 700, 800 more gold to finish the Grimoire. He's gonna get it. We're gonna have a Grimoire in that inventory very soon. Now Shadowblade, trying to see if he can do a little baiting here with a smoked lodestone on top of him. But Kraken goes in on Behemoth, and Shockwave finds his way onto Kraken. Behemoth lives with 8 HP. Shatterstorm attempt was made on Kraken, but the Cleansing Wind was there to finish the escape. The lead has grown a bit, viewers, since we've last checked. We've got a finished Dawnbringer on Gemini. Gemini's got the core farming item for his hero. What item does he go for next? Not sure. I personally would like to see a Nullfire Blade. It's one of my favorites on the hero, but more likely, probably something like a Shrunken Head. Shrunken Head makes a little bit more sense here. Maybe a lot more sense. There's tons and tons of magic damage on the other team, and it's all avoidable with a Shrunken Head, provided you get it off in time. So that is probably what we're going to see, I imagine. Yes, confirmed. There's the Mighty Blade, and it's not going to be a Basher this time. We've got 3k gold saved up on Kraken. Not sure what it's going to be. I doubt he'll finish the Demonic Breastplate from the Soulsborg, but I could be wrong. I'm thinking that he's going to be buying a Shrunken Head for himself as well, just so he can maintain the pressure with the initiations. But the second tower in the top lane drops, and we have smokes. A smoke popped by Flux, who, you know, haven't really been looking at Flux's items this game, but I believe he's going to want a portal key at some point. But he's got, you know, he's only got Ghost Marchers and a Sackstone right now, but he's about halfway to a portal key at this point. Completed Shrunken Head on Shadowblade. That one kind of whizzed by me. Not sure exactly how long he's had that finished, but I know he started it earlier. But very much an essential item for him. Is able to avoid a lot of damage from the Hellborn side. And, you know, Shadowblade is starting to position himself aggressively. We haven't really seen him out in a lane lately. Makes his way out into the mid lane to farm some creeps. His team is around him. It looks like they want to try and stage something now that he's got his combat items completed. And this might be the timing. Now Behemoth is certainly missing the portal key, so that's kind of the only ingredient that they are missing. But the fact that Shadowblade has his Shrunken Head completed, Gemini does not, and they have a portal key on at least Lodestone with a completed Grimoire on Thunderbringer, they are deciding that this is the moment. Lodestone is going to find the go on Kraken. The Lightning Storm comes out on Kraken. He's very low. The Shrunken Head comes out on Shadowblade, but the Flux ulti is going to bring them all back, but a lovely Behemoth Shockwave is going to find at least 2. And fantastic. A 3-for-1 exchange. Hat trick for Embaboy. That's what we're talking about. Really, really just cutting down on their deficit that they were in versus no bus, no GG. Team Tim is definitely in this. That is going to push Behemoth closer to his portal key. He's got the space to farm a little bit right now, but he's actually just choosing the wiser decision to not go for this mid wave, maybe. Deciding to just fisher it from range. Very, very, very wise, Volca, good sir. And now Shadowblade, with a Whispering Helm completed, deciding that he is able to come do Condor for his team. So that's one way to get your supports their portal keys. Get them a Kong kill. Looks like both Glacius and Behemoth are going to be extremely close to finishing their portal keys after this Kong kill. Just about 500, 600 gold away for the two of them. Shadowblade. Almost level 16. If Shadowblade can get this level 16 timing, which, by the way, excellent level 16 timing on Gemini as well. Neither of these heroes, I mean, it's carry versus carry right now, guys. That's the story of this game. Both of the carries are the only players in the game that have not died yet. Who's going to die first, Gemini or Imba Boy? I need some votes. I need a poll. Straw poll, unofficially, in the chat. Who's dying first? Flux finishes the portal key, so he's going to have even better positioned ultis. But his ulti last time was good for saving Kraken, but it may have actually caused his team to die a little bit. They all really condensed around Flux, and that's where the shockwave came out. Got to hand it off to Behemoth for finding that. That was really, really well played. But in the end, No Bus GG is also going to get their own Kongor. So Kong for Kong. Ooh, a scary lightning storm with this enraged Kongor, getting them all very, very low. Perhaps if he had waited just a little bit longer, he may have been able to find a kill on, say, Gemini, but not the case here. But we've got the Nullfire Blade 2 finished on Shadowblade. Soon to be level 3, and then I'm imagining after that, probably going to be a push for Geo's Bane. And at that point, Shadowblade is going to be a force to be reckoned with. This hero does so much damage with these two items. Talking about level 16, and plus, like, ooh, I don't know. Nullfire 3 and Geo's Bane is probably over 60 agility from items. You know, compound that with the extra 50% that he gets from his ulti, he's going to be throwing some deeps. We've got the completed Shrunken Head on Gemini now, though. So that's going to be... He didn't have that in the last team engagement. So that's going to be a very, very key component of how this next team fight goes. He's not going to be able to get dropped down as long as he has that. We've got the portal key on Behemoth, the Lightning Storm, just, you know, kind of reading the positions of no bus, no GG. Shadowblade, about to ding level 16 right here. Okay. Smoking up, under a ward. So they are aware that Shadowblade is smoked right now, near the mid lane. So they're collecting themselves as 5. Shadowblade might be aware of the fact that the enemy team knows he has a Veiled Rot active right now. A Thunderbringer, almost level 16 himself. It's going to be very, very important for him to ding that before the next team fight if he can. Kraken inching very close to Glacius's position, but can't seem to find him. And it was a Shrunken Head on Kraken prior to finishing Demonic. I'm not sure if I commented on that yet. Glacius, 200 gold from his own portal key. And it looks like, look at this, guys. We've got a Sustainer on Thunderbringer. Is this the Resto Stone on Thunderbringer that I'm about to see? Very interesting, if so, because Resto Stone, if you're unaware, was specifically nerfed for Thunderbringer. Thunderbringer is actually not able to cast Lightning Storm within 10 seconds of the first cast. So if he restos, he has to wait 10 seconds after he cast it the first time. So it still works, of course, but 10 seconds, a lot can happen in 10 seconds, as we know, as Lodestone and Glacius get dropped in about 1 second. So 10 seconds, like I was saying, huge window if you're talking about the breadth of a team fight in HoN. So no bust, no GG, finding a huge wombo combo right under the tier 3 tower in the mid lane. So well played. I mean, that was surgical right there, is what that was. Now nearing that 10k gold lead at this point. I saw Portal Key picked up on Glacius finally. We have an Arcana picked up on Lodestone that I think is probably going to be a Hellflower, but Gemini getting stun locked by Behemoth is actually able to Twin Fang away with 200 HP. That was so close. This guy on Gemini has evaded death twice this game when it feels like he should have died. Not necessarily should, but he was just that close. So, again, we are still waiting on who's dying first, Gemini or Shadowblade. I mean, they are basically neck and neck in terms of like hero value, right? GPM value, XP value, they are essentially at the same. You know, Gemini's got that slight lead, but really the difference is negligible. These heroes are kind of in the exact same position. Lodestone powering up his ulti in the bottom lane. Is he going to be able to find the go onto Kraken? He is actually missing the Shatterstorm on Kraken, and Kraken going to be able to find that kill on Lodestone instead. So Lodestone getting thwarted just by a slight mistiming. Slightly mistiming his ulti. Uh-oh, Glacius getting scouted out by a ward, perhaps? Now Gemini with the 3,400 gold, starting to near his next item purchase. I wouldn't mind seeing a wingbow right-clicked by Gemini. That's what I want to see. I want to see a wingbow. I want to see him able to stand toe-to-toe with Shadowblade. But you know, he right-clicks. Hold that thought as Behemoth finds a bonk on Tutu. Quickly drops Kraken and Monarch coupled with the Lightning Storm. So here we go. We've got a 2-for-0 swing to start this team fight. And actually, Gemini tries to TP away in the trees, but quickly gets spotted by the Soul Sight. Shadowblade takes out Gemini. It's Gemini falling first. What I was going to say before that happened is that Gemini buys the spiked Bola to try and counter Shadowblade's auto attack presence, which is not a bad idea, but unfortunately just isn't able to get the ideal team fight. And so now we have the situation where, yes, no bust, no GG still has the stat lead overall in the game, but remember what I was talking about with the story of carry versus carry. Shadowblade is winning this right now, and Shadowblade could be considered the stronger carry, especially with Thunderbringer on his team with a completed Grimoire and Resto Stone. So this is scary for No Bust, No GG, who have been in the lead for most of the game. But Embaboy on carry, I mean, you got to solve this guy somehow. You got to solve the problem of shutting him down. It's really hard, and we're seeing it on full display here. So he starts a Conqueror kill, but this Lightning Storm comes out. Lodestone is going to go onto Monarch, but a nicely timed Monarch Cocoon means Lodestone is not going to find the kill that he was looking for, but Shadowblade comes in, Shrunken Head Up, is just laying auto attacks into Flux, takes out Flux, Engineer, and now he's going for Gemini. He gets Spike Bola, but Gemini has to bounce out. And so it's a 2-for-2. It is a 2-for-2. Shadowblade and Gemini both lived. The hero kill value in that team fight was about equal. Engineer and Flux versus Glacius and Lodestone. We have what looks like a nearly completed wingbow for Shadowblade, and this is going to be huge if he can complete that. Monarch, just positioned a little bit too aggressively in the mid lane, is going to end up falling to Thunderbringer and Shadowblade. Thunderbringer and Behemoth, rather, and Shadowblade. It's a champion of New Earth streak for Embaboy on Shadowblade. Who's now making a go at Kongor, and it's just an easy kill. He's got the completed wingbow. Kongor doesn't stand a chance.
Kongor has been slain.
Takes another stack of damage. So the question is, what is the next item purchase now for Shadowblade? Who smokes up and is looking to position himself very aggressively. Gemini gonna run into Behemoth, just reactively pops his shrunken head. We've got to finish Sheepstick on Kraken. Now that's big. That could spell doom for Shadowblade, potentially. They certainly need it, but the question is he going to be able to get it off before Shadowblade uses the shrunken head and just eliminates him? Shadowblade can definitely, I would say, what, 5-hit Flux inside of his shrunken head? We've got Spell Shards finished. Spell Shards level 1 finished on Thunderbringer. That's a very big deal. So Kongor is certainly going to fall here to the Hellborn side. And I want everybody to remember what the gold lead was at one point in this game in favor of No Bus No GG. It was up to about 14,000 at some point. Now it has been diminished to a meager 4,000 at 35 minutes into the game. We've got a Barrier Idol picked up on Flux, a nice little team fight item. Missed the Storm Spirit pickup and the Portal Key pickup on Engineer, but I'm going to highlight them now. We've got a Tablet of Command on Glacius with another Neophyte's book, probably, I imagine, going to be turned into a what? I'm not sure. It's not in his inventory anymore. Okay. I think what I was seeing on my UI was that he actually had, it looked like a tablet, but it was the recipe. Okay, so he has a completed tablet now. Okay. And Flux, interesting items. I'm not sure what Flux is, what Zane is doing with his items. I'm not sure if that Arcana was being built into a Hellflower or not, but he now has a Luminous Prism, so maybe making the push for a Sheepstick. I'm not really sure. But Massport's coming out into the Legion base, as they do not want to lose any HP on their tier 3 tower. Thunderbringer deciding to stay in the top lane. Starts things off with a Lightning Storm. Lodestone is going to find a Shatterstorm onto 2 heroes. A quick kill onto Kraken, and Shadowblade finds that easy kill on Engineer, and now Flux and Gemini are being pursued, but I don't think they're going to be able to find them. So Shadowblade on the bling bling bloodbath now, and he's level 20. He's got 3k gold saved up. Probably another Dancing Blade item. That's what I'm thinking. Or a Geosbane. I mean, honestly, with this much agility at this point, I feel like you'd like to see a Geosbane, because those illusions certainly are going to be doing work. But we'll see what he decides to go. Whew. Yeah. No bust, no GG with the uphill battle at this point. The stats say otherwise, but this is a tough game for them to win against Thunderbringer and Shadowblade this farmed. I'm not exactly sure what the path to victory looks like for them. Probably it has to start with some kind of pick on Thunderbringer. I mean, Thunderbringer just stops everything in their team fight. They're not able to, they've got 3 portal keys that are not able to be used in any reasonable fashion if the team fight is initiated with a lightning storm. So it's either find a pick on Thunderbringer before you want to make a go, or farm nullstones up on your portal key heroes, which is pretty unrealistic. So Shadowblade actually gets caught out, gets the shrunken head up in time before getting charged into the wall, but Shadowblade is in the fray. He's got the wing bow up though. He is such a powerhouse with these auto attacks. Is Gemini going to be able to bring him down? He's so low, he does get finished off by Pluck. Kraken comes in to finish off Behemoth. That's what it's all about. We see the buyback coming out from Imbaboy. Shadowblade wanting to make use of this buyback. That was his first death of the game, and it was a big one. Flux able to port away. Nice position in the trees. So Shadowblade has the buyback used, but doesn't really get anything from it. Now he is making a push towards the top lane, gets half HP'd by a Mind Trap though, and deciding that he has to back away. So, wow, I mean, that's huge, right? Just little thing. That's why you love HoN. Little things like that can just show you the utility of the hero. Just this random Mind Trap stops Shadowblade from feeling comfortable to go and deal damage to the tier 3 tower. I mean, with the amount of farm that Shadowblade has right now, Shadowblade probably could have gotten that defense tower to well below half if he was able to just stand in front of it for 5 to 10 seconds. But because he got half HP'd, he decided he couldn't. Well played, Wig. I know that you planned that one. So the next play, what's it going to be? Gemini has a finished Shroud. Pushing ahead for his team, had a haste activated, not anymore. Gemini is going to get gone on, activates the Shrunken Head. Glacius tried to get a Glacial Downpour going, falls very, very quickly. A second Spiked Bola in the game on Flux now. So here we go. Deciding to start countering the Shadowblade directly. Very wise decision. With 2 Spike Bolas and the Sheepstick, Shadowblade is going to have a really, really tough time carrying. Now, he's got the Self-Dispel from the Nullfire Blade and the Geosbane. It won't take off the Spike Bola debuff completely. However, what it will do is it will half its current duration, so that is notable. But the fact that there are 2 on the other team on top of a Sheepstick, that's pretty rough. I mean, they're starting to recognize that, well, I'm sure they already knew what the problem was, Shadowblade and Thunderbringer, but now they're actually at the point where they can start dealing with it. But really, it feels like Thunderbringer is probably the main issue. I mean, Shadowblade, as scary as he is, the fact that Thunderbringer can half HP some of these supports, and then Shadowblade just steps in and finishes them off with like 2 auto attacks, Thunderbringer is kind of the key. They still need to figure out exactly how they can get to Thunderbringer, but you got Elohim just playing really phenomenally. I haven't really seen very many deaths from this guy in the past 20 minutes, it feels like. Glacius instantly just gets dropped. Stepped out of position. And now we have No Bust GG collecting themselves around the Legion Kongor pit. Deliberating, do we go for this Kongor? They certainly have the damage output to be able to take it out. Lodestone has the finished Sand Scepter. So another dispel to try and get rid of some of these, to get rid of either the sheep or the spiked bola. And it looks like Kongor is not going to be able to survive against the Hellborn lineup here. Virtually no reaction coming out from Team Tim, just yielding their Kongor. So that's going to be Kongor buff, what is it, number 3? Yeah, Kongor buff number 3 for no bus, no GG. Which is big, I might add. You know, as long as they can keep Kongor buffs, like I was saying about Thunderbringer earlier, this hero just enjoys existing in the game as the lifetime of the game goes on. As long as he hasn't been completely shut out, he just does his thing. And ever since this Kongor change was made into the game, where you have the double Kongor on the map with the stacking buffs, that damage buff on Thunderbringer, just, it's kind of crazy for the hero. So they actually really need to keep Kongor buffs away from this Thunderbringer team, which they did successfully that time. But are they going to be able to prevent Team Tim from making an assault at their own Kongor is the question. Now, both teams have vision around this area, so they're very well aware of the fact that Team Tim is here, and likewise, that no bus GG is here. This is a big counter. A Flux tries to get in a pull into the energy field. Glacius is going to be the one to fall first. Engineer pays with his life. Flux is going to die very, very quickly to Shadowblade. And now it's 3 versus 4. Behemoth finds the stunlock combo onto Kraken. But Kraken is able to get his BKB up, but Monarch instantly dies, and now Shadowblade deletes Kraken in a matter of milliseconds. And Gemini pushing forward into the enemy base, deciding, okay, you win the team fight, now what can I do to pull you back home and away from my base? Probably nothing. I mean, look how quickly this Rax is falling to Shadowblade. 308 agility on Shadowblade, attacking every 0.35 seconds, nearly 3 attacks per second, dealing 400 damage, nearly 400 damage each. This guy just destroys buildings. We've got a buyback on Kraken. What's Probus going to do on Gemini? Is he going to port back? Or is he trying to take out tier 2 tower? What is he doing? Just deciding he can't fight without his team. Wise decision. But Kraken trying to make the lone stand gets killed as well, so it's a double Rax in favor of Team Tim. And in fact, this, oh gosh, look at those illusions, nearly taking out the top 3 tier 2 tower, top tier 3 tower. A good grief, Shadowblade is just crazy in this game the longer it goes on. And he's got an item coming out to him, completed symbol, 400 damage, symbol of rage, nearly 3k HP, shrunken head. What doesn't this hero have available to himself right now? Finished Hellflower on Lodestone. 5k gold pulled up on Gemini, but hanging on to some of it, trying to finance a buyback probably. Going to be finishing a Genjuro, I imagine, and then keeping a buyback. Thunderbringer. Got scared. Oh, but Behemoth here, this could be a big pick for no bus, no GG. Okay, there's no Behemoth in the next team fight, but look how far away they are from the base. Look how fast Shadowblade is just mega creeping. Inside of the time of a port, Shadowblade just finishes off the last set of Raxes. It's mega creep. No bus GG, should I say it? They can't win. They can't win. You can't come back from mega creeps. You don't have a single Rax. All they have to do is push into your base, all 5, when all 3 waves are have shown up at your doorstep with a Thunderbringer. Thunderbringer is dead though. They find the most important kill in the game, but he buys back. Ulties once, resets in just a second. Will ulti again, I imagine. Here it comes. Kraken, bye-bye.
and Flux falling dead to Shadowblade, and that's game. The creeps are on the doorstep. Tier 4 towers. See you later. GG, well played. Team Tim takes the first round of this last best of 3. What a game. Back and forth. Team Tim was in the losing position except for one player, Imbaboy, on Shadowblade, just keeping his pace all game long, getting what he needed, waiting for the timing from his team, and just making it happen. Well played, no bust GG. Well played, Team Tim. Excited to see what happens in the second match. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody, to the Cycle 1 of the Paradise HoN Tournament League. I'm going to be your shoutcasting host, Easy Full Clan, and I'm broadcasting the second match of the series between Busk No GG and Team Tim. Team Tim is leading the series 1-0. This is the finals of the winner bracket today. This could be our last match of the day. Hopefully not, because both of these teams are extremely entertaining to watch. They can certainly be getting the better of each other if the cards are right. I want to see it go into a match number 3.
Thunderbringer.
Let's see what happens. Anything could happen. I mean, honestly, it was neck and neck for a while in that last game. But we have Monarch, Pebbles, Wretched Hag, banned out by Team Tim, versus Keeper, Andro, Corrupted Disciple. These are nearly the exact same bans as last game, except for the Monarch being banned out by Team Tim this time. Replaced by the Gladiator. Will we see the Gladiator pick this game in the hands of Sate? Only time will tell, but what I can tell you is that we're going to see Thunderbringer, this hero, just crazy in the game again, in the hands of probably the same player, Elohim, in the mid lane. So watch out, why can't I say this team's name correctly? Busk No GG. Watch out for this Thunderbringer once again. It did work last match. It's probably going to be doing work again. Curious how they're going to counter it, because they need to deal with it. If last match serves as a lesson, Thunderbringer has to be stopped. He just was able to do too much for their team fight last game. But we can see the strategy that they're going. They're going heavy activity, heavy stun lineup with Nymphora and Magnus. Now, one way of dealing with it, I think that this might be their line of thinking, is that Nymphora, with the global port, could punish Thunderbringer playing on the other side of the map, thinking he's quote-unquote safe, and then getting pounced on by a map teleport from Nymphora. So just potentially one way of dealing with the hero, I think. But as a player, I can tell you that Thunderbringer is one of the most annoying heroes to play against, because, as I kind of addressed in the last match, you have to shut this hero down completely to stop worrying about it. And I mean completely. If he's able to get any reasonable start in the match, he will carry that momentum through to the end. I promise. Every single time. And we see some additional comfort picks coming out. I mean, there's no other well-known Clanks player than Imboboy. Imboboy and Clanks, dare I say the two terms are synonymous? Like, Imboboy is Clanks, right? Everybody who has paid attention to the competitive scene in this game for any amount of time knows that Imboboy is the premier Clanks player, and he gets it in the final of this winner's bracket. Potentially match point, or it is match point, potentially the last match of the day. What are you going to do? No Busk No GG. I can't get it right, guys. I'm so sorry. Busk No GG. What are you going to do? How are you going to counter Clanks? How are you going to counter Thunderbringer? And they have Deadwood. I want to say it's Volca playing the Deadwood, or maybe it could be Zane. I'm not exactly sure. Well, we have bans coming out. We've got Lodestone and Glacius, plus a third ban coming up on the side of Busk No GG. Got it right that time. And then we've got Sandwraith and Bensington banned out by Team Tim. Tundra being taken away by Busk No GG. Gladiator being taken away by Team Tim. Deciding to eliminate some of this global presence of Sandwraith and Bensington. So I like that. Imboboy opting to get rid of heroes like Sandwraith and Bensington, probably to protect his Thunderbringer. Doesn't want his Thunderbringer to fall prey, because if we paid attention in last match, Thunderbringer did a pretty good job of just staying away, staying hidden, and just diligently farming, doing his thing, and then ulting whenever a team fight engagement came out. So whenever you have heroes in the pool available, like Sandwraith and Bensington, that could potentially punish this isolated position, it can spell trouble for Thunderbringer. So I like this idea that Imbaboy has for getting rid of those heroes, but they still do have to deal with the Nymphora teleport. But it's a little bit harder to pull off, honestly. Just a little bit harder to pull off. And if there's anybody that can avoid falling prey to it too often, it's Elohim on Thunderbringer. We have a Panda pick here in the second round of picks. That is a hero that we do not see very often. Panda and Monkey King. The zoo. Guys, we've got a zoo in this game. Zoo lineup. Dragon. Round it out, Wig. Round it out. Full zoo lineup. I'm just disappointed we don't have hero. What are my other animal heroes? Should have picked Monkey. Should have picked Gemini. Should have picked Nighthound. Just kidding. But Panda and Monkey King. I like this idea of going. I think they're sending that Panda to Thunderbringer in the middle lane. Like, this is a full shutdown mode for Thunderbringer. He's not going to be able to get close to Panda. It's a pretty good idea. We'll see if it works out for him. They have the Ophelia shadowed right now. This could spell trouble for the mid lane player of Team Tim. But slightly blocking the potential Ophelia pick with the Voodoo Jester pick. That was a pretty heads up support pick from Imbaboy drafting for his team. I like seeing this. He probably knows that what you got is liable to pick Ophelia for himself. So that Voodoo Jester pick was really, really, dare I say, 500 IQ. But the Ophelia pick, he doesn't shy away from it despite seeing the hero counter. It's not a super strong hero counter, but it's there. The 5-second stun on the creeps from the casts is there. It's going to make it a little bit harder for Ophelia to operate, but he decides that he still needs to put a lot of pressure on the mid lane, which he can certainly do with Ophelia.
Let's get it on.
So the final drafts for the team, we've got Ophelia, Magmus, Monkey King, Panda, and Nymphora versus Clanks, Kraken, Deadwood, Thunderbringer, and Voodoo Jester. Both of these teams, both of these lineups, really, really strong. They kind of explain themselves. We've got a highly aggressive lineup from the Legion side, trying to make sure that Team Tim has the hardest path possible entering the late game stage, which is what they're gunning for. With heroes like Clanks and Thunderbringer on their side, they are looking for a late game match. I can tell you that. So really, it's going to be their job to see if they can secure these lanes going into the setting up the proper mid game for themselves. But exactly how are they going to run it? Looks like we've got an aggressive defensive tri-lane in the top lane. Clanks, Voodoo Jester, Deadwood, Thunderbringer in the mid, 1v1 Kraken in the bottom lane against Magmus, and an aggro pseudo try, I should say, of Ophelia, Monkey King, and Nymphora. Now you wonder, they know what you got wants to play aggressive because they are blocking their own hard camp here. What you got has the Rev Ward available to himself. He bought it for himself. Well, we'll see if he's able to find this hard camp ward and unblock it for himself. If he is able to find it for himself, it will be big. He'll get that second creep camp spawn, and he'll take away a very, very important ward from the Hellborn side. But Deadwood just deciding to sit here and try to block what you got's available WhatYouGot's ability to counter this ward. As we have a pause. As soon as the first creep wave meets in the mid lane, the first creep kill of the game goes to Panda. First creep kill, I predict victory. No bust, no GG has all the momentum right now. Guaranteed victory. But, I mean, I think we're going to have to watch this mid lane. As soon as Panda hits level 2, maybe level 3, he's going to be looking to line up kills on Thunderbringer. Thunderbringer is just one of those heroes that's kind of a sitting duck for a hero like Panda. So, we'll see what happens for him. Now, I think the main weakness, looking at this Legion lineup, is that they are pretty heavily invested on the physical damage side of things. If the Hellborn side is able to bulk up with some armor, stave off some of these early pushes, they're going to have a hard time bringing down heroes on the Hellborn side. You know, if we've got, let's just say, Void Talismans coming out on Voodoo Jester and Deadwood. We've got some armor boots maybe coming out on Kraken with the Soul's Bulwark. Probably maybe even a Void Talisman for Thunderbringer as well. And Clank's just going the normal item route because that's all the hero really needs to do. It's actually going to be hard for Panda to find or to continue the momentum. He's going to need... I predict that Panda's going to need to do extremely well in the early game stages in order for this strategy of theirs to work. But they have those tools available. They have that potential, especially with Ophelia in the match, who is actually able to find this ward, despite Deadwood being there to try and counter it. And Panda hits level 2. Just look at the damage that Panda's able to put onto Thunderbringer. Does 80% of his HP. Hitting level 2. You want to talk about shutting down a hero? There it is. Thunderbringer pulls out the pot. Has it ready to go. Pops it and is ready to go again. A Pandemonium. He's got the Lunar Tier. He's going to have another combo available to him. Level 3. Thunderbringer has to be extremely careful. The slightest misstep and Thunderbringer is going to die to Panda. Here goes Panda. Panda's making a go for it. Misses the cannonball. That's it. Has to back off. I think that was a kill if he didn't miss the cannonball. Unfortunate, but it is what it is. But, you know, these are the type of players where if one of them makes a mistake, the other one can just pull that much further ahead. And honestly, something like that, HoN is a game of snowballing. Not getting the kill right there, I hate to say it, but it just makes the game that much harder going forward. As I truly believe that was the kill that Panda was able to find there. Two and a half minutes, still have no bloodlust. Ophelia in his own jungle, getting some levels. Monkey King ends up getting gone on by these 3 heroes, but is going to be able to be saved. Actually leaps over Nymphora to be able to get away, but forced back. Now Imbaboy, level 4 on Clanks. Nymphora is able to get out of the Rotten Grass, but unfortunately is just surrounded by 3 heroes under the tower. Doesn't matter. Nymphora is the bloodless lamb. And it comes out on Clanks, piloted by Imbaboy. So we will see. Clanks at over 400 GPM. Can he keep it up for the rest of the game? We'll see. Deadwood is flanking the Panda, who is going really, really strong on Thunderbringer right now. He's going to miss the Rotten Grass. Gets the slow off from the log throw. Thunderbringer just has to evade this next cannonball. It's up. Able to juke it. Panda has to run. Now the Rotten Grasp is going to come out on Panda. The Chain Lightning, Panda inches away from death. Deadwood picks up the log. Is he going to be in range to throw it? No. The cannonball plus the boots is enough to get away. The try with the Rotten Grasp. So close. Good job from Panda evading death right there. Monkey King dying for the 2nd time to the cursed ground in the top lane. We need to see an appearance by Ophelia this game. It's still pretty early on. What you got is probably trying to farm early level 6. Just doesn't feel comfortable being able to get probably level 5 actually, just to get the 2nd creep. But Magnus is here in the top lane now to try and counter Tri-Lane. Actually gives the 1v1 to Monkey King, but now Kraken is level 6. So Monkey King still has to be careful in the bottom lane. Had to have somebody come down here to contest Kraken, otherwise this tower is going to fall very quickly to the natural splash push from Kraken. And Kraken, I haven't mentioned him at all this game, but he's sitting very happily here at 300 gold per minute. Just doing his thing. All the while Clanks farms in the top lane. Panda having one hell of a time trying to get a kill lined up on Thunderbringer. As the level 6, can certainly find it if he can actually get the flick off, but Thunderbringer just positioning himself too well. It's too easy for Thunderbringer to just sit in the back, Chain Lightning creeps, not allowing Panda to get close. Deadwood is here now to potentially bait out a face smash from Panda maybe and interrupt it with a log throw. Kraken snatches the bottom rune, but taking some pressure from Ophelia, who actually isn't going to be able to make much of it. A Voodoo Jester invis on top of Pandemonium. Panda has to be really careful here. They're going for it. Here's the cask into the Rotten Grasp and Curse, and this is going to be a full ulti. Yep, that is a dead Pandemonium. A nice kill for the triplet of heroes there in the middle lane. So Panda, kind of like what I was mentioning, Panda, really strong counter to what Thunderbringer wants to do, but just unfortunately isn't able to actually get the momentum going for himself. Now, Thunderbringer's just having one of these games where just having too good of a time in the middle lane, despite being directly countered. If he's able to keep this 300 GPM pace up, it's probably just going to be a repeat of the last game, but in the meantime, Thunderbringer gets gone on in the top lane. So we've got No Bus No GG finding their first kill of the game on Voodoo Jester, getting some momentum on their side. Panda level 7. get grasped by Deadwood in the middle lane. Actually gonna go ahead and do a full combo on Deadwood. Newer's Blessing is going to save Pandemonium. The face mash does get interrupted, and Deadwood is making a break for it. Is he going to be able to run away? Still watching Deadwood. The Lava Surge connects onto Thunderbringer. The Minotaur stuns Clanks. This is a huge kill if they can find it on Clanks. Clanks trying to make a run for it. Beautiful flashbang, stuns or slows 3, but Magmus is in pursuit. Magmus gets the Lava Surge off. A very, very key chase, and it actually swings the game advantage in favor of Busno GG. Finding the gold lead, finding the hero, the very, very important hero kill to stop the progression on Clanks' farm. They needed that. Monkey King is another one of these heroes, guys, where it just farms naturally with one item. If he's able to get Nivport coming down on top of Voodoo Jester, they are aware. Okay, throwing down a ward. Realizing that they kind of want to stick around. There is a port coming in. They aren't aware of it. Who is it? It's Deadwood. The Kraken is going to fall extremely fast, but the 3-man released the Kraken into the Deadwood grasp with the Voodoo Ward. Holy cow. The damage. Kraken couldn't have asked for a better outcome. Except for perhaps living himself, but I mean, what an ulti. 3-man released the Kraken. You don't see that every day. And they all got dragged into the center because it connected with the Rotten Grasp. That was picture perfect. Okay, so small lead for Busno GG. Now it's back on the other side. Team Tim bringing it back. You know, Clanks almost has that light brand. You know, it's really interesting to see how the carry meta has actually been kind of defined by the way that light brand actually interacts with abilities now, with dealing direct damage, applying the dot state. You know, Clanks is especially strong with it. You know that Monkey King is going to be going for a light brand because it interacts with his abilities. These heroes, just as soon as they are able to get that 2200 gold item, they just become farming machines. And it's no secret as to why. But it's about the time. Clanks just needs 100 gold to finish this light brand. Got some Ghost Marchers being picked up by Panda. Got a smoke coming out on Ophelia. A nice little Lightning Storm wombo combo from Deadwood and Kraken in the bottom lane. Gonna find a quick kill on Monkey King. I missed how it happened, but I see that Release the Kraken was used. And in the meantime, the mid tower falls to Panda and Ophelia. It's a very, very important tower for Busno GG. Thunderbringer ports up into the top lane. So 4 heroes are beginning to collapse here in the top lane. Around the 3 on the side of Team Tim. Clanks smells a rat and just decides to port to the other side of the map. Game sense, guys. That was great. Uh-oh. Now we've got ports. We've got a port coming out. The bottom lane is Monkey King again. Monkey King is down here. Uh-oh. Here comes the Nymph port. Who's Nymph taking with her? Monkey King going on Clanks, half HPing him. Nymphora, Panda, trying to find the follow-up. Can he get the Zeal? He's in range. Can he get the Zeal? It connects. Monkey King dropping Clanks rather. The Newer's Blessing trying to keep Monkey King alive, but he's going to end up falling. Deadwood falls to Panda. The Voodoo War pushing Nymphora away. That is another huge kill being found on Clanks. Just doing everything they can to slow him down. Magmus is going to find the Lava Surge on Voodoo Jester. Voodoo Jester is all but dead here. And he finds it, but the mid tower gets taken out by Thunderbringer as a portal key gets picked up on Kraken. But look at this in the top lane. Tier 2 tower just falling to Ophelia. Take my eyes off of this top lane for 2 seconds. Tier 2 tower is gone. That's the power of Ophelia. So they try to make something happen. See if they can find a kill on her. There's a hasted Thunderbringer. Looks like Thunderbringer might actually be in a lot of trouble here. Ends up getting getting stun comboed by the double Minotaur from What You Got. So extremely well played with the Minotaur micro from What You Got. Finding himself a juicy hasted Thunderbringer. Smoked Kraken standing right beside Pandemonium. Is Kraken going to be able to find it? He does have to release the Kraken up. This is a dead Pandemonium who has... Oh, but the Lava Surge connects onto 2, and Panda is still alive. Magnus is dead. Has the curse applied to him now. Kraken in a lot of trouble, but there's a Clanks here. But the stun combo connects onto 2. Voodoo Jester dies. Clanks in a lot of trouble. Ophelia ends up falling, but Kraken is going to die. What a back and forth. It's a 3 for 3. But the important heroes, Clanks and Thunderbringer, are still alive. Clanks has that lead on Monkey King. There's going to be an Invis rune picked up. Monkey King is leaving it for Panda. We'll see what Panda's able to do with this. Clanks getting really, really close to Searing Light. Portal Key picked up on Magnus, by the way. Failed to mention that. We saw it in the last engagement. So we've got 2 Portal Keys on the side of Legion with all this tower gold. That's the power of Ophelia, just getting your supporting cast the essential items that they need. Magnus just taking a stroll through the Hellborn jungle onto this vision. Panda going to be finding the combo on Deadwood. Deadwood trying to make an escape. There's no face smash available, but the portal key Lava Surge from Magnus is going to secure the kill. And here they are. 4 people, actually all 5 heroes here in the bottom lane, finding that quick pick onto Deadwood. Safe to say they're going to stage a tier 2 tower push after this first one falls. And I'm inclined to say that they're going to get it as well. Now, Nymphora is porting away, but canceled it, actually. Magnus is porting away now. Will his go through? Going into the mid lane. Deciding to go onto Thunderbringer. Finding a quick kill on Thunderbringer. Here we go. Trying to eliminate the effectiveness of that hero. Slipping under 300 GPM, Thunderbringer is. But, oh gosh, these towers just fall so fast to Ophelia. This hero is insane in the right hands. Voodoo Jester getting pursued by Monkey King and Magnus. But if Monkey King decides to go through with this, Clanks and Kraken are ready. Magnus with the missed stun gets dusted out. Magnus is certainly dead. Is Monkey King going to suffer the same fate? He is getting restrained. Is he going to get stunned into the wall? Leaps back into the immobilize effect of the release of Kraken. Clanks with the double tap. This is kind of the same situation as we saw last game, except just different heroes. You know, we've got this 5k gold lead for Bust No GG at this point. But we've got Imbaboy on a carry hero that has not been shut down. He's nearing 500 gold per minute. We know very well that Imbaboy is going to be able to carry this back, potentially, if they don't shut him down. It doesn't... Ignore the top. I'm just telling you right now. Ignore what the stats say. They're not important. Pay attention to Clanks. He can carry this back. especially with a Thunderbringer on his team. Now, Magnus is starting a Hellflower, it looks like. He's got an Arcana finished. We've got a Shrunken Head coming up on Pandemonium. Deadwood still has not found his way to a portal key. We have a Mighty Blade on Clanks, but meanwhile, Thunderbringer is just getting blown up by Panda, Ophelia, and Monkey King in the middle lane. And this is going to be the last tier 2 tower that falls. So Lava Surge connects onto Monkey King, onto Voodoo Jester, taken out by Magnus. Clanks gets stunned. It's 3 up. 3 up, trying to defend. They are going to get pushed away. Monkey King, just with no items, they are actually making a Kong attempt here. Team Tim has no vision in this spot. They do have a Lightning Storm available to them if they suspect anything happening, but I don't think you can read this. I don't think they have no idea that this is happening. This is going to be a Kong kill, completely uncontested. That's a very, very big Kong kill. The Dawnbringer is finished on Clanks, but the team of Busno GG, they have a lot of gold value split across all of their heroes at this point. This is not the same situation as last game. It kind of is. I was referencing the fact that Imbaboy is still having a game, has a Thunderbringer, but this Thunderbringer is not as farmed as the last Thunderbringer. This Thunderbringer has to go against a much more farmed enemy team, and Sate on Panda getting heavily pressured, but the port comes in from Monkey King and Amphora, going hard on Clanks, but Clanks is very, very tanky with that Dawnbringer and is able to take out Monkey King. Now it's Nymphora who's in a bit of trouble. Deadwood is going to be able to connect the lock. The Bang is going to slow him down. The pot is there. The Zeal is thrown out, but he's all but dead at this point. But the Lava Surge Eruption and the Cannonball is going to find its way and drop Clanks instantly. Kraken drops a beautiful double ulti on top of the Lightning Storm, and Deadwood, Voodoo Jester are there for the cleanup. Clanks finds the death that he needed to find, or that Busno GG needed to find for him. Ophelia is the lone member of his team standing. I would say that Clanks got the better of that team. I mean, it's a 4-for-2 situation. But Clanks is still at 500 GPM. He's certainly going to be going for a Shrunken Head at this point, right? I mean, the Eruption is what killed him there. The main thing that killed him was the Lava Surge Eruption. So it seems to make sense that he would want to get a Shrunken Head, even though Panda is troublesome for him. But Busno GG is going to find their second Kong kill, and it is a token drop. Didn't realize that they actually had time to get that token. Probably just made it inside of the kill window, so. So this is going to be pretty scary for Team Tim if Legion side decides to stage some sort of tier 3 tower push using this token. There's a Hasted Panda playing very, very aggressively right now. Panda finding a kill on Voodoo Jester. This is no quarter for Voodoo Jester. That's the pick they needed potentially to start eyeing down these tier 3 towers. Token's got 2 minutes. Thunderbringer level 11 at this point. Doesn't have the finished Grimoire though. This is a very, very different Thunderbringer from the last game. fantastic supporting cast that he has to go against. None of these heroes, I mean, with the heals that they have between, I just love this actually. Things just pop into my head that I should have seen hours ago. But Ophelia, honestly, I mean, it doesn't get better than that in terms of countering Thunderbringer, right? Ophelia's touch is just a direct counter to Lightning Storm, and I can't believe I'm just now realizing this. But it is. On top of Ophelia's touch plus Volatile Pod, they have a fantastic team for dealing with this Thunderbringer, farmed or not. So Deadwood still just doesn't even have a portal key yet. Very, very close. It's just been a really rough game for the Hellborn side, and the reason is the Ophelia. Because they did all the right things, it seems like. They did a fantastic job controlling the top lane. They did excellently controlling the mid lane. It feels like the bottom lane, it feels like they won all 3 lanes. Like, correct me if I'm wrong. I wish I had somebody here to talk with in real time to kind of recap some of the events in this game. But it feels like they won all 3 lanes, but eventually it just got to the point where Ophelia was just able to keep taking towers. I would look away from a tier 2 tower at one point, and then I look back and it's gone. So Ophelia just seems like it's the story of this game, and the whole reason that Busno GG is still in this, or not still in this, but leading it the way they are, because they definitely didn't win their lanes. Clanks, I'm very, very interested to see what he goes. He's got 2,400 gold saved up. And Magnus is another one who I'm curious about with his 2,600. If he's going to be finishing a Hellflower or what have you. We've got a Thunderbringer Grimoire. It's imminent. Quick kill between Deadwood and Nymphora, finding its way onto. Deadwood finds that kill on Nymphora with the assist from Thunderbringer, I should say. Is able to get out. Sate hasted Panda again. I feel like I just saw this minutes ago. Finds a nice little pick off on Voodoo Jester, so support for support in the end. Storm Spirit almost finished on Kraken. I imagine the next item out on Ophelia has to be a barrier idol. He's had this headdress in his inventory for what seems like an eternity to me at this point. The Hellflower is finished on Magnus. It's going to be really, really important to help take out Clanks. I think Clanks is going the route of the Shrunken Head, but it could easily be wrong. I'm actually not 100% certain what Imbaboy is going to be picking up on Clanks. I don't know how comfortable he feels, whether or not he can skip Shrunken Head or not. Monkey King really close to finishing Dawnbringer. We have the Blessed Orb finished on Panda, who is in a lot of trouble here in the bottom lane. Panda going to be able to find the cannonball on Thunderbringer and takes him out just so fast. And this is what I'm talking about. I mentioned that, right? I mentioned that Elohim likes to just kind of farm in these aggressive spots, and usually it works out for him, but not against an Nymphora. They punished him for it this game. So the Global Teleport making its appearance in that fashion, at least, right there. Deadwood finally finishes the portal key. We've got 3,900 gold saved up on Clanks. So at this point, I'm convinced he's skipping Shrunken Head, right? He could have it if he wants it at this point, but he doesn't. So he's going for something bigger. Maybe a wing bow? Looking to try and stay on the outside of the fight a little bit more effectively? Not really sure. Time will tell. Maybe he's just going to right-click a Genjuro. There's a multitude of things he could be going for. The barrier idol is finished on Ophelia. I'm imagining that this Blessed Orb is going to be end up turning into a Nullstone for Panda, which will be nice against a Thunderbringer. He'll always be able to initiate, not get interrupted by a lightning storm. Panda finds the Flick Cannonball on Deadwood, who is certainly going to be dead. So it's just pick after pick for Busno GG. And they are going to set up for this con kill. And there is no vision on the side of Team Tim to see it going down. So this is going to be con kill number 3. And it makes a big difference. Ah, there's the Shrunken Head picked up by Clanks. Perhaps he was waiting to have buyback on top of buying it. I believe he has a buyback available to him as well. He's left with 1,300 gold. There's the Sustainer. Picked up on Panda. Just a few hundred gold away from finishing that Nullstone. Clanks and Kraken are porting back to try and deal with this potential push. The Barrier Idol is out. The tower is already at half HP. Magnus is in the front lines. Gets a Cursed Ground on him. The Voodoo Ward is out. It looks like we're backing up. Thought we might reset, but Monkey King and Nymphora Magnus committing to ports. Lightning Storm comes out, but to no avail. Are they going to be able to catch this Ophelia? Ophelia is pretty slow going. Kraken is going to be able to Storm Spirit him into the Rotten Grasp. It is unfortunately going to be the second death for Ophelia this game. Gives up completely. Kongor are going to attempt this Kongor on their side of the map, but Team Tim very aware of it as they're doing it underneath the cover of vision. And in fact, with the Ophelia dead, Team Tim deciding, you know what? We might be able to finish this Kong. We've got the damage. They've already done half of Kong's HP for us. Let's see what we can do. Monkey King, Magnus, and Nymphora kind of nearing around, staying around. Panda with the finished Nullstone is on the way out. Magnus, Hellflower's Kraken, Lava Surges him. Kraken just gets deleted. Thunderbringer, Deadwood, and Clanks forced to back. There is no Lightning Storm for 7 seconds. Shrunken Head utilized on... Oh, and a huge eruption is going to connect onto 3 heroes, except for Clanks, who has the Shrunken Head available to him. The flank port from Nymphora is going to stop the escape. Clanks is getting finished off by Monkey King. It's a full genocide. 5 heroes are up on the side of Busno GG. Commanding victory in that last team fight. Clanks buys back is the only one on his team alive after that buyback. Don't want to say it, but slight misplay? Is it forced? Well, what good is the buyback? He's just going to have to sit and watch the racks fall anyway, right? Or can he perform a miracle? Magnus just zoning him completely. Clanks playing with fire. Kraken is up. But there's no way that they can take this, right? They've got the barrier idol up. Yeah, the racks have to fall in that situation. Kraken is smoked here. Looking desperately to make a play happen. I mean, this gold lead at this point has gotten pretty out of control. Busno GG with the 18k gold lead, 14k experience lead. Like, this is a problem for Team Tim. I don't want to make predictions about one team winning over the other, but if this game goes in the way of Busno GG, I think it's safe to say that we're going to see an Ophelia ban in the next game. I'm calling it now. If this goes to game 3, Ophelia will be banned. Because this is the reason why Busno GG is having the game that they are. If you look at their GPM charts, at the GPM chart, they are very close. This entire team on the Legion side is just together, right? There's only it's like an average of 400 GPM across the board, right? And you're either plus or minus 100 GPM if you're on this, from that average if you're on this team. Their gold value is very spread, and that's just because of how many towers they've been able to take this game over Team Tim. And it's all because of Ophelia. So if this goes to game 3, they cannot allow what you got to play Ophelia again. It's just too strong. And any of the teams that have to potentially play against one of these teams better learn that as well. So we're pushing on the opposite side of the map from the already raxed barracks. The token strategy of taking the side lane racks first. The barrier comes out, getting the creeps on the tower. Barrier is out, it's used. This is the slow push. I imagine that Busno GG is not straying far from this top lane. Perhaps Panda is. Panda's going all the way to bot rune just to grab this region. Probably wanted to see if it was a DD or a haste. Kind of makes sense. It can be the difference maker in some of these team engagements. Slow push. Attention has to be constant. It's just constantly being pulled away from this top lane because the bottom lane just keeps teasing its way in to the base, slowly but surely, chipping away at this tier 3 tower. Who's gonna make a move first? The siege could last a lifetime, honestly. They certainly have to sustain on the Legion side between Nymphora and Ophelia. It's just going to be wave after wave, chunking away 100 HP on this tower at a time. There's the initiation. Panda tries to go on Voodoo Jester, but the Storm Spirit comes out, but Voodoo Jester is going to fall extremely quickly. The BKB is burned on Clanks. He's trying to finish off the Ophelia creeps. Pandemonium taking a lot of pressure. It gets charged back in. The Lava Surge Eruption is going to go off in the midst of things. There is a Frostfield Plate in the game. Had no idea it was there. Clanks going toe-to-toe with Monkey King right now. Going to end up finishing him off. It is a commanding teamfight victory in favor of Team Tim. Able to take out Busno GG at their top racks. The tier 3 tower loses a ton of HP, but they do get that victory. Very, very important. There's a Dancing Blade purchased on Clanks. First rank of spell shards coming out on Thunderbringer. This could be the moment of the momentum swing. Could Team Tim have found the path to victory? Are they carving it out? It kind of looks like it. Clanks is going to be able to lay into this tier 3 tower in the mid lane. Decides not to. Interesting. I would have liked to have seen him attack this tier 3 tower. Personally. I guess he was afraid of some sort of potential buyback if he gets caught by Nymphora or something. It makes sense to play conservatively here, but if it was me, who is not as good of a player as Imbaboy, I would have thrown in a few auto attacks into that tower. Nymphora is going to get found by the lightning storm.
Massacre.
So another pick in favor of Team Tim. Now the smoked Magnus and Panda are chasing the Clanks, who is just riding the tree line. Knows that they're on their way for him. And all of the players on Bus No GG in the top lane. Again, top jungle, top lane, whatever. Deciding that they're going to be pushing into this tower again. Not letting up on the pressure. Believing that they can take the game right now. They've almost broken the tier 3 tower in the top lane. Just waiting on them for it to spawn and probably port up there immediately. Storm Spirit picked up. I haven't looked at these items in a little bit. There's a finished wing bow on Clanks. It looks like Kraken's making his way towards a BKB if he can get it. We've got a finished Storm Spirit on Deadwood. We already mentioned the Spell Shard picked up on Thunderbringer. They are level 3 at this point. Frostfield Plate somehow made its way into the hands of Magnus. That one completely surprised me whenever I saw it last fight. A Portal Key is picked up by Monkey King. Voodoo Jester gets caught out, but the Storm Spirit that he has is going to save him. This is the calm before the storm, guys. Here we go. Here we go. Bus No GG looking for their 5th Kong kill this game. They know that Team Tim is bound to their base. They can take this Kong Ward kill. Force them out of their base. Uh-oh. Panda pops the haste. Looking to go on Voodoo Jester. Commits after the Storm Spirit goes down. Panda and Monkey King get pushed in by Kraken. Kraken drops the release of Kraken. It misses. The face smash comes and finishes Kraken. Magnus is very, very low. Is going to almost die to Clanks. Clanks is laying in auto attacks into Ophelia. Ophelia able to turn around for just a little bit. Is going to get hit by that rotten grass, but it is not going to be enough damage to quite take her out. Monkey King, evasive maneuvers. Magnus, with the 0 HP eruption, is going to go in and Lava Surge to take them out. Clanks is going to fall down. It is a full genocide. The turn and burn from Magnus on no HP into the hat trick. You love to see it. The CC vote is called. It passes. Bus No GG takes the 2nd game. We're going to game 3. Winners bracket finals, baby. Banophilia. Keep it here, guys.
The Legion have destroyed a Hellborn tower.
Welcome back, everybody, to the final match of the day. It's a best-of-3 series between Team Tim and Buskno GG. This is the cycle number 1 of the HoN tournament of the Paradise League. I'm going to be your host, your shoutcasting host, Easy Full Clan, and we just saw both of these teams duke it out in games 1 and 2, back and forth both in both games. Just an amazing series so far. The first 2 games, totally worth rewatching. Learn a thing or two. They're jumping right into it. We've already got 3 bans per side. Looks like they're the exact same as last game. Don't really need to go over them again. Pebbles Monarch Wretched Hag banned out by Team Tim. Keeper Andrew Corrupted Disciple banned out by Buskno GG. And the Nymphora pick, I believe it was first picked last game, but this time it is in the hands of Team Tim. So deciding that they're going to be playing Nymphora, using their first pick almost as a ban. And we saw that the Nymphora did a lot of work in the last match, but the story of the last match was, I called it as being Ophelia. Just a little bit too strong in the hands of What You Got, and they actually left it on the board. So we'll see if What You Got decides to go that route again of playing Ophelia, because it is available to him at this point. But
Magmus.
they pick up the Magmus. And really, these teams are capable of anything. They try to have these targeted bans to take away some of these really, really strong comfort heroes that some of the players on each side are known to play. But, I mean, honestly, when you talk about HoN at this level, these players are just too good and are too experienced and have too many signature heroes to where it really comes down to what don't you want to play against versus what heroes can you keep them off of. Because you know they're going to get something in their hands that they're comfortable playing, that they can wield effectively. It's really just out of that set of heroes that you know they can play, which ones are the absolute worst to play against. And I'm just really curious to see exactly what they decide to pull out of their playbook for the finals of this series, because this is the game of the day. It's the match point, guaranteed. Whoever takes it goes into the finals of this cycle. And we've got Magmus and Chipper on Buskno GG. 2 fun heroes, a lot of activity. Got Lodestone and Behemoth. Now you want to talk about Wombo combo. There it is. So Behemoth, Lodestone, and Nymphora, the first half of the draft for Team Tim. It looks very, very scary. Chipper and Magmus doesn't look as scary to me. And Magmus has just historically been one of the best heroes in the game. I don't think there's ever been a point where Magmus has ever felt like a weak hero. But I just don't get the fear from him. That feeling of dread seeing Magmus on the other team that I get whenever I see something like Lodestone and Behemoth. Those heroes are extremely scary in my eyes in the organized 5v5 setting. And Chipper is extremely strong in the right hands as well. It's probably a top tier support. But second wave of bans are coming out. We've got carries being banned out by What You Got, opting to eliminate Shadowblade and Sandwraith, and probably, dare I say, something like Clanks, keeping Imboboy away from some of his token heroes. Ophelia is banned out by Imboboy as well as Kraken, so 2 of the heroes that were in the last game, not going to be seen this game. Gemini being taken away. Okay, Imboboy is a Gemini player, and Gemini is one of those top tier carry heroes. I'm wondering if Imboboy is going to be looking to settle into another Clanks game. We know he's good for it. I imagine Clanks is one of those heroes that he can feel like he'll play any day of the week. So, but maybe that's what You Got wants. 5 heading. 5-heading against Imbaboy, trying to predict the hero pick. Gladiator, by the way, is the last hero ban. So Sate getting some targeted bans. Okay, we have a Chronos ban and a bomb pick. So you want to talk about synergy, ultimate synergy. It's not much better than Chronos ulti into an airstrike and perhaps a Sawblade Showdown Eruption. That's some wombo action for you. This Hellborn lineup looks scary to me. Okay, I didn't feel the fear before, but now I do. A Chronos ulti is tying all of this together. And we'll see exactly how Team Tim responds. But boy has a lot of time to think about these last 2 picks. I think it's going to be Clanks. I mean, that's... I mean, I don't know. It's actually tough to say. Clanks feels a little bit weak to Chronos. Not necessarily because... I mean, it's just if he gets caught, right? Clanks is pretty darn squishy, but if he feels confident to not get caught by the Chronos ulti, then he might not worry too much about it. But clock's ticking. He's only got 10 seconds to make these picks. He is using every second. Okay, Defiler in the mid lane and Valkyrie carry. Very interesting. A little bit unconventional, but you know, we've seen it before. Unconventional wins games. Because 5v5 HoN is not your TMM setups. There's a lot going on in this game whenever all 5 players are in sync. So I am liking this lineup from Legion. I mean, Defiler in the mid lane. Behemoth loads, like, yeah, this is scary right here. Sir Bensington being the final pick. So that's, what is that going to be? A mid Sir Bensington? Interesting lineup coming out from Busno GG. No, this is certainly a mid Bombardier. Mid Bombardier, maybe a Bensington solo? I'm lost. Am I stupid? I can't read this lineup. I don't know how they're going to play it.
Let's get it on. Captain.
No, that was in jest, guys. I don't think I'm stupid, but you know what you got really is on some of the next level strats sometimes. Okay, so now that I see the spread, we've got Chronos going into the top lane, potentially solo top, and with an aggressive tri lane, Bensington, Chipper, and Magnus. So, you know, Chronos kind of taking a back seat in the farm priority, at least out of the gate, prioritizing it on Bensington. So this is the kind of next level strategy that I kind of like to see, where, yeah, Chronos is probably the hard carry for the game, but what they're planning on doing is giving Bensington the ideal start so that he can transition into being extremely aggressive with his global presence from his ultimate. And then Chronos plays catch up at some point in the mid game. But Chronos, as you can see, is going to be being sat upon by a devastating triple stun tri lane. So, and he's a lot squishier and easier to kill than Lodestone is in the bottom lane. So we'll see what happens. And we also know that Chronos, I don't think they're going to do any kind of rotations up here to help him. You know, Chronos is going to be weak early on in the game. He is looking to just find levels and just try to see what he can do in terms of trying to, I don't know, be a little red herring, try and just pull the enemy team away from some of these, from the bomb mid and maybe the tri lane bottom. I don't know. But Defiler versus Bomb. This feels like a pretty even matchup in the mid lane. I think that Bombardier... I actually don't know who wins this matchup on paper, let's say. But Magnus is going to certainly help turn the tides. Gets a Lava Surge on Defiler, gets a bomb thrown on his head, but now Magnus is here. Looking to get a potential counter gank on Bombardier now that Magnus is left, but Magnus is circling around again. But it was under the cover of that ward from Zane. Uh-oh. Bombardier now needs to watch out, but Defiler really can't play aggressively. The bomb is on his head. And Magnus finds the Lava Surge stun onto Behemoth, who tries to wall Bombardier, but ends up being the Bloodlust kill. And Defiler needs to be careful too, but able to get himself back up with the Golden Apple, but has to lay back and pot up for a little bit. Magnus sitting behind the Bombardier. So it's Bensington and Chipper playing 2v1 in the bottom lane versus Lodestone at the moment. Lodestone having a pretty good time. Gets gone on by the Joust from Bensington. He's taking some rocket pressure, but has a rocket drill available to him. Decides to go ahead and pot up. Behemoth circling around. Gets spotted out by Magnus. They see each other. Regen room being picked up by Bombardier. Bombardier with a great start. Getting that Bloodlust, 430 GPM. Now this is a hero that is extremely difficult to play against in the mid lane. It's extremely difficult to play against in general if it has a good start. Even if it has a bad start, it's just one of those heroes that flash farms really well. Lodestone getting gone on in the bottom lane, is able to rocket drill away. Just too tanky to get taken out. Chipper zoning him. So not much going on, just normal laning setup other than that Bloodlust kill. Magnus is going to find the Lava Surge onto Defiler. Bombardment and the bomb is going to come down. The Soul Siphon comes out on Magnus. Defiler is able to keep himself up. Now Defiler gets dived by Magnus. Magnus is going to find that kill under tower and actually evade death, maybe. No, Behemoth is going to end up finishing him off, but Behemoth under a lot of pressure himself, and Lodestone actually does fall to Chipper and Bensington in the bottom lane. So it's a 3-1 lead in favor of Bust No GG here. Kronos. I said Kronos is going to have a bad time, and he is having a bad time. 100 GPM on Kronos at the moment. Only 4 creep kills. But, you know, Busk is one of those players that knows how to come back into the game. All he needs is a little bit of time, a little bit of space, and he's kind of depending on his team to do well in their lanes, which they are presently. They've got kills. I would say they're winning both of the mid and bottom lanes. So he's happy to just sit here and soak up experience as he's about halfway to level 5. Make a play later with his ulti. Behemoth picks up the illusion rune in the top rune. Defiler just having a rough start here. And Bombardier's just got everything with the Chalice bottle and boots over Defiler at the moment. Keeping my eyes on this Valkyrie though. As soon as he hits, you know, Valkyrie is just one of those heroes that you talk about organized play. Valkyrie is one of those heroes that can shine on an organized team. Valkyrie's Prism, something you absolutely have to watch out for. Full team invis. Okay, Cronus is able to dodge that Valkyrie arrow just barely. They are still diving him. They know that he's down. There's support coming in. Nymphora is going to get left behind. It's actually canceled. The port got canceled. I wonder if that was intentional or it was lag or something. Seems like Nymphora was kind of out of position. And now they're diving Cronus again, but the time leap is up again. And they don't have the mana to chase. Now Magnus is here, looking to make a turn. Finds the double stun, but he's only level 2. Doesn't do that much damage. Chronos potting up, turning around. Bombardier finds himself a double damage rune in the top. Turning around. Make a play mid. Bombardier is getting flanked by Behemoth. The wall is coming. Here we go. The Unholy Expulsion with the Siphon Soul. Bombardier in a lot of trouble, but he's able to get into the fog. Bensington ulti comes down. They're looking to make it a return kill. The double damage is activated. This is going to be a big dive if they commit for it. No, they don't commit for it. Chipper was there. They wanted to, but here comes Bombardier in the top lane. Now that Cronus is level 6, he's got the double damage of activated for another 20 seconds. If we see a Cronus ulti come out, this could spell doom for Valkyrie. Here it is. The airstrike into the bomb throw, but we've got ports. Bombardier and Cronus need to be careful. Cronus has no boots. Bombardier might get stunned by Nymphora. He does get stunned. This looks like it's a certainly dead Bombardier. He is going to end up falling. So it's Valkyrie for Bombardier in the top lane. Pretty even exchange based off of those heroes' values. Cronus, unfortunately, not able to get space in his lane to farm after that, because Lodestone is now living in the top lane. Magnus down to 1 HP in the mid lane is going to end up falling. Nymphora has to juke and jive, is not able to dip dive those rockets, but it's Chipper who's in trouble now. Maybe making a turn on Valkyrie. No, not quite enough damage. Very even this match so far. 8 minutes in. 8 minutes in, it's 5-4. Slight lead on gold for Team 10. Kronos just hanging out with virtually no HP. Lodestone made a go on him. Wasn't able to finish him off, it looks like. Starting to see some items getting finished here. Steam boots on Valkyrie. Bombardier gets caught by that Invis rune Behemoth in the middle lane, but he's actually going to be able to escape. He's able to not die to that 3-on-1 gang. It's Nymphora who's in trouble now. But here comes the Bensington to secure that kill onto Nymphora. So what you got? Getting that kill on Nymphora. After all is said and done, surprised that's the only kill that came out. Zane, Lodestone trying to make an attempt on this deniable tower. Gets Kronos ulti, is going to launch and finish off that tower and potentially escape. Here comes the Nymphora ulti to try and secure the kill on Lodestone. Lodestone charging up, trying to see if he can finish Kronos, is able to finish Kronos. A huge turn. Very, very nicely played. Nymphora and Valkyrie showing up at just the right time, getting that big kill on the level 7 Kronos. And now Magnus in a bit of trouble. Running into assistance from Bombardier, but Unholy Expulsion is going to finish off Magnus. Defiler getting an important kill. Inching over 300 GPM at this point, following that kill. Very nice. The game is just so even. Slight lead in favor of Team Tim. Kronos just having the worst time trying to find his way into boots. Valkyrie and Nymphora playing very aggressive right now. Nymphora getting some deep vision. Gets that lovely ward on top of that plateau. Hopefully it's able to stay there and not get countered. See Chipper flanking. Unfortunately, Taipei on Nymphora not able to connect that stun. Kronos just forced to leech the lane again. The Valkyrie ulti is coming out. Magnus in a lot of trouble. It finds a death to the wave of death. The port comes out on Bombardier, who gets destroyed by the pod. Actually, it is Behemoth who got the last hit there. So Behemoth getting a nice little juicy kill on the mid lane Bombardier. And now it's a 3k gold lead for Team Tim. This is... what should I say? I think this is the largest lead we have seen Team Tim have at this point in the game in the last 2 matches, in the last 3 matches. Bombardier, not Bombardier, excuse me, Lodestone goes on Bensington in the top lane, just barely misses the kill. Use the full ulti combo. About 100 HP shy of finishing off Bensington. But yeah, we have... Team Tim is settling into a pretty noticeable lead at this point. Behemoth, we'll see if Behemoth is able to get the stun off on Magnus to prevent him from lava surging away. They certainly have the damage if the stun connects. There's the stun. The Chipper is here now. Level 7 Chipper is probably going to finish off Magnus, finish off Behemoth before he's able to get the Shockwave. The Shockwave was actually skilled at the last second. He dinged 6. Lodestone with 300 GPM at this point, just quietly farming himself up a portal key. Just now noticing this. Sees Kronos coming in. Opts to back away. Finishes portal key at the small camp. Behemoth gets spotted out by the Chipper rocket. They know that they have 3 down here at this point. Bombardier shows up. About halfway to a portal key himself, if that's the route that he's going. And Nymphora and Valkyrie poured into the top lane. The rocket drill is going to connect onto Magnus. The Zeal, the arrow, stun lock, dead Magnus. Really scary stuff to play against. Are you kidding me? Nymphora port plus Valkyrie's prism just feels like they could be anywhere. That's really going to make a difference later in the game. I mean, it's already making a difference, but when those cooldowns get shorter, they can port more people. That's scary stuff. So we've got that portal key finished on Lodestone. See if he makes a play on anybody with it. This is the single largest item purchase in the game at this point. Chipper is going to get surrounded by 3. Started off with a rocket drill. Falls very, very easily. Bombardier. Not going to go. Chipper. Excuse me, not Chipper. Magnus going to die again. Unfortunately. Kronos getting rocket drilled and silenced. Getting Fisher stun. Going to end up falling as well. It's a 6k gold lead for Team Tim. Really, really driving it home. Not going to let the momentum slow. Lodestone ports down into the bottom lane. Rather home. Then is going to be walking towards Bensington. This is a finished Thunderclaw on Valkyrie. Nymphora porting in the direction of the middle lane. Benzington ulti is going to slam down on Behemoth with the rockets. Behemoth is going to fall quickly, but Valkyrie and Nymphora are here with the flank, but Magma spots it out. Nymphora in a really, really tough position with no mana. It looks like this Nymphora is almost certainly going to end up dying. He's going to be walking into Kronos. Benzington porting to the mid tower. Going to snipe that kill away. Benzington with 2,300 gold. Probably going to be walking into a Nullfire Blade with that Quick Blade purchase. Magnus, level 6, feeling like he might be able to Lava Surge Eruption this Valkyrie if he gets too close. I really need to see if this works out for Magnus. Go for it, Magnus. Go for it, Magnus. She just... No! Oh, he got... No, he wasn't able to get it off. And now he's dead.
What's my name?
A valiant effort from Magnus right there. I wanted it to happen so bad. I wanted the level 11 Magnus to take out the level 10 Valkyrie. But it didn't happen. Now the Lodestone ulti is powering up. It's going to drop Chipper instantly, and there's nothing that Kronos can do to get the return kill. $450 GPM on Valkyrie, 420 GPM on Defiler. You know, I love it. I love the fact that they kind of went for this soft carry Valkyrie, because it can just be so active, just get some of these early engagements, and they just have this team where all 5 of these heroes can use gold to the maximum benefit in some capacity. And Defiler is like an auxiliary carry if he's able to get a good start. While I'm talking though, we find a kill on Valkyrie in the bottom lane. That is a very important one. But the tier 2 tower falls in the top lane. Behemoth tries to secure the escape with the Fisher block. But the Benzington ulti is going to come down and finish off Lodestone. Defiler, with the Unholy Expulsion, is actually able to finish off Benzington. So Benzington trades himself for Lodestone at the end of that. And we've got a level 13 Defiler with 2k gold saved up. Super tanky with a headdress. Magnus is down on Behemoth with a Lava Surge into the rockets. More rockets are coming. Sidesteps one, but Magnus... Now Magnus is the one that's in trouble. Picks up the Invis rune. Going to stalk for a little bit. Gets bonked. A good try from Behemoth, but fortunately the damage just is not there. Sand Scepter picked up by Nymphora. Finished Barrier Idol on Defiler. We've got a Glowstone picked up on Bombardier. The strategy here is to just get the global ulti on Bombardier and have it available for every Kronos ulti. I like it, but it's a little slow at this point. They're just not having the start of the game that they want. There's a kill coming out on Benzington though. No doubt, and then Foraport contributing to that on top of Lodestone. So this is going to be a tier 1 push in the bottom lane. Valkyrie's Prism comes out. Chipper, Bombardier, need to be very careful here. Chipper is almost certainly going to die, gets walled off. Behemoth at 1,600 gold is able to find a portal key very soon. It's going to be major. There's nothing like that coming out on the Hellborn side. Nullfire Blade is finished on Valkyrie at this point. Kronos tries to find the Kronos ulti on Valkyrie, isn't going to be able to connect with it. They tried to line up a Benzington ulti, and it's Benzington that's going to end up falling, surrounded by 5 heroes. This is looking worse and worse for Buskno GG. Not exactly sure how they're going to get out of it. Now, there is a finished staff on Bombardier. That came quicker than I anticipated. I feel like I just looked at the glowstone, the lone glowstone in his inventory like 2 minutes ago. So he must have been farming up those pieces for a while. And I just never caught on. Glowstone gets gone on by Magnus, but Chipper, taking a lot of heat, dumps in a rocket barrage into Behemoth's face. Lodestone going in on Bombardier. Shatterstorm's going to connect and finish him off. It's a 2-for-0 exchange. No Chronos ulti, no Benzing ulti. Magnus, I'm not sure what happened there. It looks like he started his ulti, it didn't get finished, got it canceled in some capacity. 3-for-0. 14k gold lead. Second tier 2 tower is about to fall in the mid lane. This is looking, I already said it, but worse and worse. Worse just keeps getting worse somehow. I mean, they're down. The momentum just looks like it's too big for Team Tim. Going to be going for this Conqueror kill. They're going to be able to get it very, very quickly. Defiler's ulti is going to do a lot of damage to Conqueror. The question that I have is, what's Defiler going? He's about to have 3,000 gold available at his disposal.
Condor has been slain.
What do you go on Defiler in this spot? 3,000 gold. You're already tanky from the barrier idol. Magnus is going to run into Defiler. He's going to stun the tankiest target on the team. Nothing's going to come of it. Look how farmed this Nymphora is. Tablet and Sand Scepter. This is the position 4 player, by the way. I mean, they just have the full arsenal on Team Tim. Every hero has what they want, and we're missing portal keys on Magnus and Bombardier. On Busno GG. Not even close to these items. They're relying entirely on Chronos' ulti to make something happen, and here it comes out on Behemoth. They are going to find that kill on Behemoth with the Airstrike Chronos ulti combo, but it's a really, really strong commitment. And even with Behemoth being down, with the items that Team Tim has, still feels like they can do anything that they want on the map. Magnus. Look at how aggressive Magnus is positioned. This is the big plays. This is the big play setup that you gotta have. The big play mindset you gotta have in order to turn a game like this, but they're just doing too much damage with this double damage. Snipes the token. Did he get it? No, Valkyrie. It's a really, really good try.
What you gonna do about it?
It was a failed attempt, but you know, you have to applaud the effort. It's one of the only things you feel like you can do. You just have to take super risky big plays in order to turn around a game like this. The lead is just, it's too much. 16k gold at 24 minutes of the game. So it feels like a feed, but it was really close. Shrunken Head is the answer to my question for Defiler. Goes on Bombardier. Bombardier's port gets interrupted. Sir Bennington gets Sand Sceptered. Has to dodge another stun coming out from Lodestone in just a couple of seconds. It's going to come out. Bennington is certainly going to fall. And in the meantime, Chipper fell to something I didn't see. Magnus not able to get the eruption off. I saw him channeling it. He must have been like 0.1 seconds from finishing. My goodness, it's all falling apart for Busno GG. I think you never want to say it, but it looks like this is the beginning of the end for sure. Still have 20 seconds or so on this Defiler ulti. Gonna lay into the second tier 3 tower. This is a broken Rax in the mid lane, and soon to be broken Rax in the top lane. And the Hellborn team is up. They respawn very quickly because they're kind of under leveled at this point. The Chipper is getting just demolished by Defiler. Defiler gets tableted out of the Chronos ulti. A pretty nice airstrike didn't really connect on anybody, never mind. Valkyrie hanging around with 0 HP is going to end up getting right back up with the token. Has a right click to Geo's Bane and is bringing it out. Valkyrie ulti was just used. Hellborn doesn't know about it either. Rocket Drill's going to connect on 2. Fisher as well. The arrow. Too much damage, too much lockdown. And now right back to the top lane. Break these exposed racks. These barracks don't stand a chance. 2 sets of racks is down within a couple of minutes. And it's all but over, guys. Okay. We're staging a 5v5 in the bottom lane here. This lead, it's impossible to overcome. The Valkyrie ulti. We're gonna find an arrow onto Bombardier. The 3-man Chronos ulti, but the arrow! No! Bomb, I wanted you to get the ulti off so badly, but you're arrowed inside of that 3-man Chronos ulti duration. No! Oh gosh, it's like the first picture perfect lineup that they had for that combo all game, and it gets thwarted by a Valkyrie arrow. It probably wouldn't have turned the game, but it would have at least been nice to see. Here's the concede vote. GG. Team Tim wins the winter bracket finals and is going to be going into the finals of this tournament. Going to be broadcasted tomorrow, guys. Tune in tomorrow. Make sure you tune in. It's going to be the loser bracket semifinals first, then the loser brackets finals, and then the grand finals of cycle number 1 after that. This is all going to be taking place at, let me correct my numbers. This is going to start at 2 p.m. GMT, okay, UTC +0. So make sure you tune into this. It's going to be 3 more great matches, and definitely make sure you catch that grand finals because Team Tim is going to be in it, and we'll see who is going to be able to take them, if anybody at all. They're looking extremely strong. Thank you for tuning in, guys. Have a good evening, good morning, wherever you're at.